You're about to step back into the golden age. An era when entertainment wasn't mindless or shallow, but crafted to ignite your imagination. In the theater of the mind, every story came alive, and every moment was packed with suspense, drama, and excitement. Unlike today's monotonous, predictable programming, what you hear will stimulate your brain and keep you on the edge of your seat. Get ready for thrilling adventures, chilling mysteries, and unforgettable characters. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where entertainment is as good as it gets.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
I'm very sorry, madam, but I've told you already. We do not have that information.
I know, operator. I know what you told me. But can't you understand? I'm desperate. My very life's in danger.
I'll connect you with the nearest precinct of the New York City Police.
I don't want the police. I want to talk to Mr. X. Please, operator. Please, if you'll only... I'm terribly sorry, but no one by that name lives here. You must have the wrong number.
What? I beg your
Quite
pardon.
all right. Goodbye. Coming? It's you.
That's right. Were you expecting the man called X?
I don't know what you mean. I never heard of any such person.
Yeah?
I wasn't going to talk. Really, I wasn't. I only meant to... What are you going to do? No!
I'll hear you. Whatever you were going to do, baby, looks like you've had a change of plans. Hagen, for the last time, no. Now get out of here. Let me go back to Steve.
Mr. X, it's positively impossible that you should do this to me.
Then call to the medical. I am doing it. Good night.
You have no soul, no heart, no...
Oh, all right. What do you need the money for?
Well, it's all on account of Clarabella. Mr. X, she's gorgeous. The most luscious little damsel in New York. You'd love her.
At the moment, I hate her.
And she's so refined, drinks nothing but champagne. That's how the bill got to be $68.
She must have brought her family.
Uh-oh. If that's Clarabella, tell her not to worry. Everything's all right.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Hello, Ken Thurston.
One moment, Mr. Thurston. Washington is calling.
Hello?
I have your party, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Ken?
Chief?
Sorry to get you up, Ken, but this is urgent.
What is it, Chief?
Well, earlier tonight, some woman up in the country tried to place a phone call to Mr. X.
Huh?
The operator gave her the usual runaround, and after she'd hung up, reported the number to the police. They went out on a routine check and found her dead, strangled.
Uh-oh.
Now, I want you to get on it right away.
Well, when did the Bureau take on local murder cases?
Oh, it's more than that, Ken. This thing is plenty big. I'm getting a plane out of here and flying up. Tell you all about it in the morning. Meanwhile, you can get the dope over at the 14th Precinct. Her name was Glorianne Milholland.
All right, Chief. I'm on my way.
But, Mr. Thurston, first I drive to the police station. Then I drive to the morgue. Then I drive 50 miles up here in these mountains. Maybe I've already earned those $47,
Now, see, 3 hours at $1.50 an hour. Now, Pagan, up to now, you've earned $4.50.
Oh.
And keep your eyes on the road.
Oh, I'm too sleepy even to see the road. And Clarabelle will most likely never speak to me again.
Good. It'll be cheaper that way.
What's money compared to the... Mr. X, you have a mercenary outlook.
Pagan, for that, there's no answer. Slow down now. No, it should be right along here somewhere, according to the information the police dug up.
What should be?
Mr. Milholland's in the cabin. He's the divorced husband of the woman who was killed. Oh, there. Try that driveway on the left.
Mr. X, do you call that big house a cabin?
On the settlement he got from his wife, he could build a dozen like this. Stop in front of that door. Okay, now let's go wake up the owner.
I think he's already awake, Mr. Thurston. The lights are on.
Yeah. Front door's open. Come on.
Mr. X, look. In the driveway.
Yeah, I see.
But why would anybody do that?
You fit the description of Milholland, all right.
But how'd he get all those holes in him?
I'd say by standing in front of a Tommy gun. It'll do it every time.
Well, that's the deal, Ken. That's what I meant by saying this thing was plenty big.
All right, Chief. So the immigration authorities were getting ready to question the Milhollands, and somebody beat them to it. Why did they want to question them?
Several months ago, Ray Milholland was flat broke. Then he suddenly took a trip to Lisbon. Married Glorianne Jensic there a week later and brought her back to the United States.
So?
2 months afterwards, she had a divorce and gave Milholland a big sum in settlement. The immigration boys wanted to know how come.
Oh, the old trick. Buying citizenship through a short-term marriage of convenience to a United States citizen.
Right. She married the guy over there simply as a means of getting into this country as a citizen. But the question is, how did Glorianne Jensic get in touch with Milholland in the first place?
And somebody didn't want him to answer that question, which is a pretty clear indication that there's no isolated case here. Somebody's collecting on these arrangements and sitting in a good spot for blackmail later.
Sure, that's probably why Mrs. Milholland was trying to get in touch with you right before she was killed.
This is a racket, all right, Chief.
I'm inclined to go with you on that, Ken. Especially in view of this letter we managed to intercept.
Let's have a look. Addressed to Mr. Harry Rowe in the USA.
That's right. And written by a girl named Marguerite Heil in Lisbon, Portugal.
How about Rowe? Has he been questioned?
Yes, several days ago. And he seems to be clean. He's a farmer who he went bankrupt a while back. Says he's never heard of the woman.
Mm-hmm. Heard of your bad luck and wish to help you. Have much money and would be glad to send you the fare to come to Lisbon and marry me. Mm-hmm. Well, it seems to be a pretty definite proposal of marriage by this girl to a man she's never met.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Marguerite Heil.
She apparently didn't believe in leaving anything to Rowe's imagination. Here's the snapshot she enclosed.
Well, all this and money, too.
What do you think, Ken?
I think I better go to Lisbon.
This is absolutely the last straw that busted the camel, Mr. Thurston. You didn't even let me have time to say goodbye to Clara Bell.
What's the difference, Bygone? She isn't speaking to you anyway.
And now when I'm practically engaged, you want me to make love to some strange woman. One who probably don't know how to talk good English, even.
You've got a point there.
I will not be a philatelist. It wouldn't be fair to Clara Bell.
It's an awful quick $40.
That's the only thing I like about it, but I won't do it.
Bygone, all you have to do is to pretend you're Harry Rowe. Meet this girl, string her along, try to find out who's behind the racket.
But you forgot one thing, Mr. X. This Harry Rowe's coming to Lisbon to marry the girl.
Well, I wouldn't advise her to go that far.
No. Absolutely, positively, and finally, no.
Well, I guess I'll have to handle it myself. That's what I intended to do in the first place. I thought this might work out better.
Oh, no doubt. You'll do a much better job than I could, Mr.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm not looking forward to it.
Hey, what's that?
Well, it's a snapshot of Marguerite. Here, I'd like to see it.
Well, I don't mind if I... Huh? This is her? This is Marguerite?
Yeah. Oh, I don't blame you for turning down the job.
But, that is... Mr. X, I have reconsidered the matter carefully, and I can now see my duty without the slightest consideration for my own personal feelings. I shall do this job for you.
Bygone, your nobility of spirit overwhelms me, and I'm quite sure Clarabella will be very understanding.
Clarabella? Who's Clarabella? Mr. Thurston, can this plane go any faster?
Mr. Rowe, you Americans are all so witty.
Oh, thank you, Miss Harlot. It's nothing, really.
One would almost think you were a diplomat instead of a farmer.
A farmer? Yes.
I felt so sad when I heard about you losing your farm.
Oh, yes, that was very bad.
How did you come to lose it?
Oh, well, it was just one of those things, easy come, easy go. You know how it is. Marguerite.
Oh, really, Mr. Rowe? I don't know if we should call each other by our first names yet. After all, we only met a few minutes ago.
But that makes no difference. Ever since I first saw your snapshot, I have felt I know everything about you.
Oh?
Such beautiful little hand. And your wrist. And your arm.
Mr. Rowe, please.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
About your farm. What did you raise on it?
Crops, mostly. Different kinds, of course.
Oh? Did you practice crop rotation?
Marguerite, I know all about farming. I didn't need to practice.
Oh, Mr. Rowe, you are so clever.
You think so? Well, you won't mind if I put my arm...
Oh, please. Mr. Rowe. Oh, in my country, a girl only permits such things after she's married.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll be... Huh?
Let us hope, of course, that will be very soon. And then you will take me back to the United States. Won't you, Harry?
Well, I tell you, it's like this. It's in the first...
Harry?
Margaret.
Won't you, Harry?
Anyway. Come here, baby.
No, I didn't mean... I really think you should leave now. It's getting late.
But, don't you think we ought to get better acquainted? I mean before we're married?
Come on now, we'll have lots of time later.
But your letter, it sounded like you were so friendly.
I am, Harry. You wait and see.
But I don't want to... Maybe I could at least kiss you goodnight.
Every night, Harry, when we get to the United States. Good night now.
Clarabella never acted like that. Well, that's that. No, not at me. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Why don't they have bigger trees in this part? Huh? Maybe that's all. Oh, somebody's coming. They're heading this way. They're after me. I didn't know she was your girl, mister. I never ever saw before. You got me mixed up with somebody else. Please don't shoot me. Please, I was only to... Huh? It's you, Mr. X.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Ken Thurston has gone to Lisbon, Portugal, to investigate an international marriage racket. Pagon has been posing as a marriage-minded American named Harry Rowe, and a few minutes ago left the home of Marguerite Heil, only to walk into a burst of gunfire from the dark shrubbery of the park. And Pagon is thrown completely off balance when he sees Mr. X himself carrying a smoking gun in his hand.
Pagon, let's get this straight once and for all. I did not try to kill you.
But your gun, those shots, zing, zing, bullets all around. Mr. Thurston.
Pagon, somebody shot at you from the underbrush. I was standing across the street, and I fired at the gun flashes. And whoever it was got away into the park.
You mean somebody else was here?
Sure.
But that's even worse. Who was it?
I don't know. Maybe you've got a rival.
And maybe she's got a husband. Mr. X, I resign.
From what?
From being Harry Rowe. Starting right now, I have again become Pagan Zelchman.
Well, keep your chin up. Maybe you'll outgrow it.
For $40, I can afford to be a clay pigeon.
That's fair enough. Make it 100.
I accept. Just call me Harry. But from now on, I only work in the daylight.
Matter of fact, you'll only have to work at it for about 15 minutes. Long enough to introduce me to Marguerite.
Huh?
Sure. I'm an old friend of yours you happened to bump into on the plane over. I'll handle it from there.
After all my groundwork, eh?
You're getting $100 for it.
But, Mr. X, she is definitely not your type. You know, Margaret is sweet and shy and innocent.
Oh, sure. Mixed up with a two-time killer and proposes to a man she's never seen. She's shy, all right.
She probably has a very good explanation if you could only find out.
What did you find out, by the way?
I'm very glad you asked me that because she... Well, in the first place, I mean, she said... Well, not anything.
I see. Then the only helpful thing you've done is to get yourself shot at.
Mr. Thurston.
That shows that our killer has crossed the Atlantic. He's probably here in Lisbon.
You mean the same character that tried to shoot me is the one who killed those Milhollands?
I think it's a fairly safe bet. And you're lucky he wasn't using his Tommy gun this time, Pagon. Remember how Ray Milholland looked?
Mr. X, absolutely for the last time again, I resign.
Don't quite understand it, Mr. Thurston. Why did Harry rush away so suddenly, right after the two of you arrived here?
Some appointment he remembered, wasn't that it?
But after all, I'm engaged to Harry, you know. We are going to be married.
So he tells me. Pretty sudden, wasn't it?
Well, yes, in a way. Are you going to be in Lisbon long, Ken?
Maybe a week. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just wondered. I imagine you will be rather busy. I won't see much of you.
Oh, now, a pair of sweethearts like you and Hattie wouldn't want to be bothered by having an outsider around, would you?
Well, I mean, you are such a good friend of Harry's, and I certainly wouldn't want to come between you.
Forget it, Marguerite. I can understand a man's wife always comes first.
Well, I suppose that's right. Of course, we're not married yet.
You're as good as married, though. Sometime this week, so Hattie tells me.
Yes, that's right.
I'll bet you can hardly wait.
I don't know. Sometimes No, nothing.
Marguerite, come in.
Ken, what is it?
You don't have the slightest desire to get married to Harry Rowe.
No? Then what do you think I do want, Ken? Oh, you are a good guesser, Ken.
All right, then, let's have it.
What do you mean?
When you feel this way, why are you going to marry him?
I haven't met you then.
It's got to be a longer answer than that.
All right. I didn't care anything about Harry Rowe. I'd never seen him before last night. But I wanted to get into the United States, and by marrying him, I could do it.
And the fact that a deal of that kind's not too legal didn't bother you any, huh? How'd you get in touch with Harry in the first place?
The man gave me his name.
What man?
I don't know, Ken. I only knew him as Mr. Jones. What difference does it make?
Plenty. How much did you pay him?
Nothing.
Oh, now, come on. Wait a minute.
But I didn't, Ken. I did some work for him.
What kind of work?
No, I can't. Please don't make me tell. I don't know much about him, Ken, but I do know he's dangerous.
I'll buy that one, all right. Well, if you want, you want. But this game's a whole lot rougher than you realize. You better think it over.
Oh, wait, please. You don't have to leave now.
I don't have to, Marguerite, but maybe I ought to.
Oh, I guess you have not seen it. It's been so sudden. But you've made a girl who thought her heart was made of stone fall in love.
What did you say?
I'm not ashamed of it. No saying it, Ken. I love you.
That's what I thought she said.
But, Mr. Thurston, it's impossible to understand it. For me, she was strictly a cold fish, but for you, I don't get it.
Never mind, Pagon. The main thing is she didn't kick through with the list. And that's what's important.
List? What list?
The names of wealthy women she's introduced to this man who calls himself Jones. Not only the ones who are still here, but the 20 or so already married and gone to the States.
Did she tell you who this Mr. Jones is?
No, but Pagon, I'm expecting a visitor. As soon as he gets here, I'll tell you both who Mr. Jones is.
But if Margaret didn't tell you, then how did you find out?
From the chief. He phoned about an hour ago in answer to that cable we sent him yesterday.
That's something else I don't understand, Mr. Thurston. You told him to check all the passenger lists on planes from New York to Lisbon for the last 6 months.
That's right. And to look for repeats of the name of anybody who flew over between the time of the murders in New York and the time you were shot at here.
And he found somebody like that?
Just one man with a lucky hunch. I wonder if that... Hello.
Hello, Ken?
Marguerite.
Ken, I've decided to give you that list you want.
Oh, good for you. When?
Tonight, I'll pick you up in my car. We'll drive somewhere. Will around 9 be all right?
Perfect.
All right, Ken. Until 9, then. Au revoir.
Bye, Marguerite. That's it. The one break we need.
My fiancée, and she calls you up.
Now, Pagon, you've still got Clarabella.
How do I know if I have or not? Anyway. Who's there?
I don't know.
Mr. Jones, maybe?
Let's hope not. Come in.
Good afternoon. You are Senor Thurston, no?
That's right. And you?
Lieutenant Moreno, Special Division Lisbon Bureau of Police. At your service.
Come in, Lieutenant. And this is Mr. Zellschmidt.
How do you do, senor? Hello. I was told you would give me the name of a man, senor.
That's right. He's wanted for 2 murders in the States, possible blackmail and conspiracy against the government. I don't know his Lisbon address, but you'll probably have it in your files.
And his name, senor, is?
Mr. Olan Lee.
Never heard of him.
Olan L-E-E.
L-E-A.
L-E-A. Olan Lee. We shall apprehend him at once. Are there accomplices?
Only one that I know of.
And the name?
No, Lieutenant. I think I better handle that one myself. Matter of fact, my investigation of the accomplice won't be completed until tonight. Where are we going, Marguerite?
I thought we'd park here by the water, Ken. The highway leads down the coast to Lira. You don't mind if we stop?
Mind, I was about to suggest it.
Ah. The ocean is beautiful, isn't it?
It's a nice background. For a lovely girl.
Thank you, Ken. Nights like this when the moon is full, it shines off the water. You get to believing that everything in the whole world is beautiful.
Well, it's too bad it isn't.
You look at the moon and you think, maybe it could be beautiful after all. Here's your list, Ken.
Oh, thanks. This is it, then. The names of women who've tried to buy the one thing Uncle Sam never sells. Citizenship. Why did you do it?
Because I wanted to go to the States, and I didn't have any money. Mr. Jones promised to get me there if I bring these women to him. I met a lot of them here in the Biarritz. I taught them English. I was a fool. But I didn't know about the blackmail, Ken, know about the murder.
Maybe you didn't at that.
Oh, you've got to believe that at least. I didn't know.
Maybe I'm a fool, too, Marguerite. I believe you.
Oh, why didn't I know you before?
You know, for one of the few times in my life, I can say that, too.
Listen, what is it?
I don't know. It's coming from the trunk of this car. Stay back, Marguerite. I'll take a look. All right, come out with your hands up.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, Pagon.
It was getting very uncomfortable that
What the
time.
devil were you doing in there anyway?
Oh, I just came along for a briefing. You know, technique, Clarabelle. You follow me, Mr. Thurston?
I follow you, Pagon.
But why do you call him Pegon, Ken? It's Harry Ross.
I'll tell you all about it later, Marguerite. When? When did that car pull up in the shadows over there?
I don't know. I didn't...
Let me answer that. 5 minutes ago. Now, don't move, Thurston. You know what a Tommy gun can do.
Mr. Bond.
Well, good evening, Mr. Lee.
Lee?
So the police haven't picked you up yet.
No. And thanks for the tip. I'll stay away from my apartment.
I didn't know he'd followed Ken. I didn't tell him anything. Believe me, I didn't.
So it's Ken, is it? I see why you shot out your mouth, Marguerite.
Give him the list, Ken. I thought he was.
Don't bother, Thurston. I'll take it from you later.
All right, Lee, but one thing. Let's leave Marguerite out of it.
That's up to her. I still got plenty of use for her. Well, how about it, baby? You gonna go with Thurston or stay with me?
Ken is going to kill us.
Me, not us. Play it safe, Marguerite.
Well?
I don't want to die, Ken.
I'm not asking you.
No. No, Ken. You'd never ask anything of any woman, and you'd never give anything. Just the same, it's all a woman could ever want. It's all I'd have ever wanted, Ken. But I don't have any choice. Well, you win, Mr. Jones.
Hey, it's plain and smart, baby. You got the right idea.
Sure, I'm a smart kid, all right. Goodbye, Ken. I've got to take him, Ken.
Let go that gun. All right. Now, you, Thurston.
Why, you...
Oh.
You dirty, rotten dog.
Here's the hospital, Mr. X. How is she?
Oh, she's pretty bad, Hickok. Still unconscious. Get a doctor out here right away.
Okay, Mr. Thurston.
Hang on, Marguerite. Just keep hanging on.
Ken. Okay.
Don't try to talk, Danny. Everything's going to be all right.
No, Ken. I've got to talk. It wouldn't have worked anyway, Ken. Us, I mean. I guess I knew that all along.
No, Marguerite.
But it would have been so beautiful.
The doctor's coming right now, Mr. Thurston. Is she? I mean, she's...
Yes, pretty good.
What will we do, Mr. X?
I don't know. I guess I better call the chief.
She saved our lives.
Yes.
Mr. Thurston, you liked her very much, maybe.
I don't know, Pagan. What difference does it make now? The world's rid of old Lee, and the world's lost Marguerite. Maybe that's the way it has to be for some reason. Oh, what the heck? The only thing we can do, I guess, is to send a cable. Investigation successful. Mission completed. Case closed.
Frigidaire star. And our Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Next Thursday is the second anniversary of VJ Day, so we're giving up our time for a special program. But we'll be back in our regular spot on Thursday, the 21st, 2 weeks from tonight. And, of course, that includes my pal Leon Belasco as Spade on Zellschmidt. And don't forget, 2 weeks from tonight, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Maurice Zimm and Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, not next week, but a week from Thursday, we'll be back with Mr. X. And every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Shadow's latest adventure, The Silent Avenger. The Shadow's exciting adventure begins in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you homeowners that right now, when winter is changing into spring, is the most treacherous time of all the year. But you can protect your family's health and save valuable dollars by burning blue coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. And if you want to read the adventures of the Shadow in complete novel form, in addition to numerous detective stories, crime problems, and features, simply write us for your copy of the Shadow magazine, absolutely free. Remember, all you have to do is mail a penny postcard to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or to Blue Coal in care of this station. Send for your free copy of the Shadow magazine tonight.
Joseph Brecker, you have been duly tried by a jury and found guilty of murder in the first degree. You now appear in this court that sentence may be passed upon you. But before I pronounce sentence, have you anything to say?
Yeah, I have. Before you pass sentence on me, I'm going to pass sentence on you. You, Judge Wilson, on Sloan, the prosecuting attorney. On those 12 good and true saps on the jury. And on one more, maybe. The guy that really trapped me in the first place. The only guy smart enough to get me. The Shadow.
Order! Order in the court! That will do, Joseph Brecker. You have nothing to say in your own behalf.
This is in my own behalf, and you'd better listen, all of you. I know I'm on my way to the death house to the chair. But I'm warning you. For every day I sit in a death house, one of you will be killed. Starting with the foreman of the jury. And if the governor doesn't commute my sentence to life, he'll die the day I burn.
Order! Order in the court! Joseph Brecker, by the power vested in me by the people of this state, I hereby order you to be taken to the state penitentiary, there to be delivered over to the warden, by whom on a certain day determined by this court, he shall in the manner prescribed by law put you to death. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Court is adjourned. All right, come on, clear the court. Outside.
Well, it's a sheer bluff, I tell you. How can Brecker kill a whole jury? The DA, Judge Wilson, even the governor. I tell you, he's crazy.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't on that jury.
Yeah, you bet.
gang are wiped out.
Brecker's gang are all dead or in jail.
I know, but you can't.
Get that crack
Yes,
about the
I
Shadow.
know.
Nobody's ever seen the Shadow. He could appear right in this courtroom and not be seen. I'd hate to have anybody like that.
Well, Margot, let's get out of here.
It must be very flattering to inspire such awe and fear, Lamont.
It has its disadvantage, Margot. Unfortunately, the mystery surrounding the Shadow inspires fear and terror in the innocent as well as the guilty. The unknown is so often associated with evil. There's no help for it. The Shadow must remain a shadow.
Lamont, what do you make of Brecker's threat? Do you think it's just bluff?
I wish I did, Margot.
Meaning?
Meaning, Lamont Cranston is going to don the Shadow's cloak and call on Joe Brecker in prison.
Brother to see you, Brecker.
Okay. Hello, Danny. Hello, Joe.
You got 5 minutes. Better make the most of it. Deputies are here from the state pen to take you bye-bye to the big house. I'll be back.
All right. Come on in, Danny. Sit on the bunk. I want to talk to you. There ain't much time. Hey, it's like a cage where they keep animals, huh, Joe? Lay off that, Danny. Okay, don't get sore. Sit down here and listen to what I got to say. Are they gonna kill you, Joe? Yeah, but they're gonna pay for it, every last one of them. You know who they are, don't you? I've told you over and over again. Yeah, Joe, you told me. And you know what you're to do. You remember everything I told you. Don't you, Danny? Yeah, Joe, I remember. I won't forget. When the newspapers say they put you in a death house, I killed one of them. That's right, Danny. And don't forget, These people I told you about, the judge, the jury, that prosecuting attorney are the same ones that drafted you into the army, sent you over to France, let you get shell-shocked so it's hard for you to remember things.
Sure. I won't forget. Hey, will it hurt much when they kill you, Joe?
Stop that, will you?
Okay. I just want to know.
You just keep your mind on the jury and Judge Wilson. Maybe even the governor. You'll get 'em all, eh, Danny?
Yeah, Joe. They won't know what hit them.
That's the stuff, Danny. And now, just one more thing. There's a guy that may get after you. He's smarter than the cops. He's the one that really got me. You gotta keep away from him. Don't give him a chance to find you.
How can I do that?
You gotta keep away from home. Don't go near the flat of the old lady.
But Ma will worry if I don't come home next
No, she won't, Danny. She'll know you got things to do.
All right, Joe. What about the fella I can't see? Is he dead? Like all my buddies in the war? The ones that talk to me in the dark?
No, Danny. This guy's different. He ain't dead, he's alive. You can hear his voice, only you can't see him. But if you ever hear his voice, you'll know he's near you. Somewhere in the shadows.
Yeah? If he talks to me, I'll fix him, Joe.
Sure, but not the way you're going to get the others, Danny. 'Cause you can't see him, see? Now, look. You know those old hand grenades you have at home?
Yeah?
Well, I want you to carry a couple with you. If this guy ever finds you, if he tries to stop you paying him off for killing me, you just pull the pin of a hand grenade and throw it where you think his voice is coming from. That'll get him.
All right, Joe. But how will I know when it's him?
You'll know all right, Danny. He has a queer kind of laugh. And he calls himself the Shadow.
All right, Breaker. Time's up. Come on, you.
Okay. So long, Danny. Don't you forget anything.
So long, Joe. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't forget nothing you told me.
Come on, you. Out this way. Take it up.
The poor dope. He'll do it all right. He'll fix him. Every last one of them if I burn. Who's that? I heard somebody, but there's nobody there. Hey, guard!
Are you surprised to find me here, Joe Brecker?
Shadow.
So you weren't expecting me. And yet prisons are filled with shadows. Shadows in the minds of men walking in the shadow of death itself.
What do you want? You put me here, sent me to the chair. Why can't you let me alone?
Because your career of murder is not over. Because I know you mean to carry out the threat you made in court.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't stop me, Shadow.
I can. Because you're going to tell me how the jury, the prosecuting attorney, and Judge Wilson are going to be killed.
You're crazy. I'm not telling you anything, Shadow. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I got nothing to lose.
You are telling me, Brecker.
Yeah?
You see, I can read your mind. One thought is racing through your mind now. It's mirrored in your eyes, etched on your brain.
You're lying, trying to trick me into telling you.
All right, I'll tell you what you're thinking about. You're thinking of a man. He acts strangely. He's shell-shocked.
No.
Am I right?
No, stop it.
This man is very close to you. I've got it. He's your brother. His name is... Let's see. Danny, isn't it?
No, go away. Leave me alone.
Thinking that even now your brother, Danny, is hurrying home to get a high-powered rifle out of a trunk.
Is that true?
A rifle equipped with telescopic sights and a silencer. You're thinking of Danny's medals for marksmanship. His decorations for valor as a sniper. A sniper so cunning he could hide in an open battlefield.
It's a lie.
Pick his enemies off at long range and not be seen. That's all I need to know, Brecker. All I need to know.
No, you're crazy. You're just guessing. All right, suppose he is. You won't find him. You won't stop him, Shadow.
Brecker, what's eating you? Hey, shut up, Brecker. What's the matter with you? Who do you think you're talking to?
It's a Shadow. He's here in the prison.
Yeah, well, don't let that worry you, Brecker. There's plenty of shadows where you're going. Come on. Deputies are waiting, and you're heading for the last mile. Look, Mr. Hanson, every one of you jurors are in danger. You shouldn't be here on the street. This death threat may seem like a lot of hooey to you, but I've been assigned to guard you. And if anything happens, they'll send me back to pounding a beat.
Well, I'm sorry, Inspector, but I've got my business to attend to, and I can't hide in my office.
Hanson, what's the matter, man?
Oh, that man, look at him. He's fallen down.
What's the matter with that man? What's going on here? Keep back, get back. Who are you? Greg, homicide squad. Man's been shot.
You're crazy. I didn't hear no shot.
Neither did I. But just the same, he's got a bullet right between the eyes. Looks like Joe Brecker is keeping his word.
Lamont, can't you do something? Can't you find Danny Brecker?
No, Margot. He got away. He hasn't been near his mother's home since his brother Joe went to the death house. I've got to find Danny Brecker. He's somewhere. Hiding somewhere. Waiting to strike again. I've got to find him.
Good morning, Mr. O'Hara. I'd like some oranges and potatoes.
Good heavens, Mrs. Adams. What are you doing out in the street? I thought the police had detectives watching every one of you jurors that was on the Brecker case.
Oh, they'd got a detective staying at my house, but I had to have some things for dinner, and I slipped out.
Mother, can I have some candy?
Yes, dear, of course you can.
Oh, Mother. Mother, what's the matter? Why don't you answer me?
Sam! Quick, phone the police. Get a doctor. Mrs. Adams has been shot.
Oh, I'm afraid she's dead.
Yes, the killer has struck again.
Judge Wilson.
Yes, Harvey?
Judge, don't you think it'd be, well, safer with a killer still at large if you had those window curtains closed?
No, that's not necessary. This apartment's on the 20th floor.
Yeah, I know, Your Honor, but just the same, I'll answer it, sir.
Thank you.
Hello? Yes, Judge Wilson is right here, Your Excellency. Well, the governor's on the wire, sir.
Here you are. Hello? Oh, yes, Governor. Yes, of course you couldn't commute Joe Brecker's sentence. If you did a thing like that, even to save the rest of the jury, there'd be no more law and order. But look, Governor, don't you think it'd be wise for you to cancel your engagement to ride in the parade tomorrow? You'd be in an open car and a perfect target for any...
Judge Wilson! Governor! Judge Wilson has just been shot. He's dead.
The Shadow will continue with his adventure in just a moment. In the meantime, here is a message of particular importance to families throughout this area who supply their own heat. We are now in a period of the year when all fuels are put to their severest test. However, homeowners who use blue coal have nothing to worry about, because blue coal, which is especially prepared for home use, is better qualified to meet sudden changes of weather than other fuels. During mild weather, blue coal banks for long periods with little attention. Then, when the temperature takes a sudden drop, blue coal immediately responds with minimum draft, sending a uniform supply of heat throughout the living quarters of the home. Because blue coal burns down to a fine, powdery ash, it is not only an economical fuel, but a particularly clean fuel as well. Furthermore, blue coal is an American product, mined in Pennsylvania by the Glen Alden Coal Company. Unlike a good many other fuels sold in this area, blue coal is prepared exclusively for home use. So that you can be sure of getting more uniform, more economical heat, blue coal is actually trademarked with a blue color so that you can identify it at a glance. There has been a big swing this winter to blue coal throughout this territory. Sales of blue coal this winter in the Middle Atlantic and New England states show an increase of 10.4% over sales for the same period a year ago. So take a tip from these blue coal families. For better, more economical heat, switch to blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer, whose name will be found in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name blue coal. Good work, Margot.
Hello, Lamont.
It'll take you long to get here. Let me help you out of the car.
I was waiting for your call, Lamont. As a matter of fact, I've been waiting for days. Where have you been? What are you doing?
The same thing the entire police force of this city's been doing, Margot. Chasing a will-o'-the-wisp.
Are you sure it's Joe Brecker's brother, Danny?
Yes, there doesn't seem to be any doubt of it, but the police can't find him, and I haven't a single clue to go on.
What do you know about
I
him?
looked up his record. He was shell-shocked during the war in France. He was an expert marksman, a sniper. Society trained him to kill men. They told him they were enemies, that he should kill them off. And now, with a shell-shocked mind, he's remembering what society taught him. To kill.
Yes.
And another thing, for the people who've been through that experience, life is cheap.
Yes, but these poor people he shot and killed, the jurors and the judge, they were only doing their duty. They're innocent.
Yes, individually they're innocent, Margot. Individually we're all innocent, and yet all guilty. Because this Danny, Joe Brecker's brother, is a product of our own folly. Teaching men to kill in time of war, and yet expecting them to respect life in time of peace.
Lamont, why did you want me to meet you here?
Oh, I want you to do something for me, Margot. I want you to go into that brownstone house right over there. Joe Brecker's mother lives in the basement.
Yes.
Joe is scheduled to die at 5 o'clock. It's exactly 10 minutes from now.
All right, Lamont. I'll do it. Where will you be?
I'll be with you, Margot, as the shadow. I have a feeling Danny may come to his mother tonight, either just before or just after his brother dies. Hurry, I've less than 10 minutes. Here's the house. I'll ring the bell.
Lamont, what shall I tell her? That I'm a reporter?
Yes, but don't try to make her answer questions.
I hear someone coming.
Yes? What do you want?
Mrs. Brecker, I'd like to speak to you. May I come in?
I don't care. You can come in if you want to. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Nothing will ever matter again.
I know you've been through a terrible ordeal these past days, Mrs. Brecker.
How could you know what I've been through? How could anyone know? My one son a murderer, and the other one, goodness only knows what or where.
Oh, I'm very sorry. If there's anything I can do.
In 3 minutes, they'll be killing my son, Joe. There's nothing anyone can do. It's his brother Danny. Oh, I'm so worried about him. Why doesn't he come? Oh, why doesn't he come home?
Ma.
Oh, Danny.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd come. Joe said I shouldn't, but I had to come. I knew you'd want me home tonight.
Danny, where have you been? What's Joe been making you do?
I just been doing what Joe told me to do for him. Ma, who's that girl there? What's she doing here?
Why, she's just a friend, Danny. Just a friend. Come to sit with me.
She won't tell nobody you've been here, will she?
Oh, no, Danny. She won't tell anyone.
Ma, they're gonna kill Joe in a few minutes. 5 o'clock. And then I gotta go out and do one more thing for Joe. Look, it's almost time.
Oh, no. No, Danny, no. You can't. I won't let you.
Let go of me, Ma.
No.
Let go of me.
Danny.
I gotta do what Joe told me. I gotta keep my word to Joe.
No, Danny, listen to me. I know who's been killing those people, shooting them. Oh, you've got to give yourself up, Danny. They won't hurt you. They didn't know. You didn't know what you were doing. 5 o'clock.
It's time. It's time. 5 o'clock. Joe's dead. Now I gotta go back to the tower and do the last thing Joe wanted me to do for him.
Danny, don't. You've done enough harm.
You keep out of this. Joe told me to do this. I gotta. I can still hear a voice telling me to do it.
Now you hear a voice telling you not to, Danny.
Voice? I know. You're the shadow.
Yes, Danny. And for your own sake, your mother's sake, Danny,
Joe told me what to do with you. He knew you'd find me. That's why I got this hand grenade.
Oh, Danny, don't.
I got my hand on the firing pin. I'm going to pull it out.
Stop, Danny. I'm warning you.
The voice came from there, in the corner. Joe told me to throw the grenade. Oh, my, Shadow.
What's happened?
It's all right. I managed to pick up the grenade and throw it through the window into the court before it exploded.
Oh, thank heaven.
I don't mind saying that's the closest call the Shadow ever had.
Lamont, how long have you been here in your office? What's happened? Were you able to trail Danny to his hiding place?
No, by the time I got to the street after that hand grenade episode, he disappeared.
But haven't you any idea where he went? Where that tower you mentioned might be?
No, I've been working on this enlarged map of the Midtown section, trying to find some tall building, some tower Danny Brecker could use to hide to pick off the governor.
Danny said something about a tower. It must be somewhere along the line of march of today's parade, Lamont.
Margot, that's the Wardman Tower.
But it isn't finished. They stopped work on it. It's nothing but a steel frame.
What could be a better place for a sharpshooter like Danny Brecker? There's no work going on there, just a watchman down on the street level. Margot, it's a long chance, but it may be the answer. Come on, there isn't a minute to lose.
My car's downstairs, Lamont. I'll drive you over there. But what if he isn't there? What if he's somewhere else, waiting to strike?
In that case, Margot, I'm afraid we'll have a new governor of this state.
Just a couple of minutes now, Joe. Just a couple of minutes, and the governor's car will come along. And then I'll do the last thing you asked me to do, Joe. Wind velocity 0. Range 300 yards. He'll die quick, Joe. Like you died. The governor's coming now, Joe. That's his automobile with all the flags on it. That's him, sitting in the back, with all those fellas around him. But I can pick 'em out. I won't miss, Joe.
Danny Brecker, listen to me.
What was that? Who said that? Who laughed like that?
Don't you recognize the Shadow, Danny?
But Joe said... He said the hand grenade would fix you.
You see, Danny, your brother was wrong. Put down that rifle, Danny Brecker.
How did you find me way up here? How did you know I was hiding up here among these steel girders? Just like I used to hide in the trees in the war.
That doesn't matter, Danny Brecker. All that matters is that you must not kill any more people.
But I got to. Just one more, Shadow. Just one more. The governor. Down there in that car. I promised Joe.
No, Danny. You will never keep that promise. Put down that rifle. Put it down, Danny. Lay it down on that steel girder and crawl back to the catwalk.
All right. All right. I'll put it down. I'll put it down. Where are you, Shadow? I still got another grenade. Talk to me, Shadow. Say something so I can tell where you are.
Crawl back to the catwalk, Danny. Crawl back to the catwalk, I say.
No. No, I won't. I won't. You can't make me. Come here and get me if you want me, Shadow.
I don't want to have to do that, Danny.
Don't you come near me, Shadow. Don't you touch me. If you do, I'll drop this hand grenade. I'll throw it down here among all those people. I'll kill dozens of them. There. I'll pull the pin. I'll throw it.
Danny, listen to me. Hold that hand grenade, Danny. Hold it tight, Danny Brecker. See, your fingers tighten about it. Your mind obeys mine. Do you hear me, Danny? Danny, hold it. Don't throw that hand grenade.
Hold it. Hold it tight. Don't throw it.
Don't drop it.
Don't drop it, Danny.
Don't drop it, Danny. Don't drop it, Danny. Don't drop it.
Yes, Commissioner Weston. A high-powered rifle fell into the street. Fell right in front of the governor's car.
I'm glad no one was hurt.
This is the 30th floor. This is where the bomb went off. Blew the guy to pieces.
Good heavens, he must have had a time bomb that went off too quick. Any idea who it was?
Yep. They found an identification card and some newspaper clippings in his pocket, on what was left of him. It was Danny Brecker, Joe Becker's brother.
Oh. Well, I guess that's that. Don't suppose we'll ever know what really happened. Anyway, there's one consolation. Looks as if the shadow fell down on this case just as badly as we did.
Not quite, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, so you got here in time to take credit for this, eh, Shadow?
There is no credit. No glory in the death of Danny Brecker, Commissioner Weston. He was a victim. A human instrument of destruction. Fashioned by mankind. That teaches men to kill their enemies in time of war, yet expects them to forget their murderous art in time of peace. Danny Brecker was an enemy of society. A killer. But only because you, and I, and countless thousands made him one. No, Commissioner. There is no glory in this for you, or the shadow, or for any man.
Now, Mr. John Buckley, Blue Coal's heating expert, has a few words of valuable information for you.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. This summer, you no longer need to skimp on your hot water to save money on gas bills. Now it's possible for you to have from 3 to 5 times more hot water than ever before without any increase in cost. In fact, I'm sure I can tell you of a way to guarantee a greater supply of hot water at lower cost. As the first step toward an unlimited supply of really hot water, ask your Blue Coal dealer about hot water tank heaters, sometimes described as bucket-a-day stoves. These heaters are very inexpensive and can be installed at a reasonable cost. Today, these heaters can be installed with an automatic draft regulator, which greatly increases the heater's efficiency and further reduces the fuel bill. Heaters equipped with regulators not only help to maintain a supply of uniformly hot water, but they also make the operation of the heater practically automatic. Your Blue Coal dealer will be glad to tell you all about these heaters and quote a price on the size best suited to your requirements. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, follow Mr. Barclay's advice. And remember this, you can show Blue Coal and the Shadow just how much you really enjoy this program by mailing the request for your free and postpaid copy of the Shadow magazine tonight. I'll repeat the address. Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. Don't forget, mail your letter or postcard tonight. And for better heat at less cost, phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, again presents another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, midnight. The place, a carnival on the outskirts of Zurich, Switzerland. Two men slip furtively through the shadows near the slowly revolving carousel. They stare intently into the darkness.
Triflis must be around here somewhere, Carl.
Yeah, handsome. We both saw him enter the carnival grounds.
Well, where could he hide? The carnival is almost deserted. You see, there's only one person riding on the carousel, and... Carl, it is he, Triflis, right under our nose.
Yeah, riding on the carousel. Good. We wait and we will ride right into our arms.
He sees us. Come on.
Hanson, drag him from the carousel.
No. Grab him.
Yeah, I have him.
No, let go of me. Let go. Carl, drag him into the shadows here.
Yeah.
The American document, Triflis. Where is it?
I do not know what you're talking about.
The one they called File 307. You sold it to Brunner, didn't you, Triflis? Didn't you?
Yes, to Brunner.
In that case, you will not live to spend the money.
No.
Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah.
No. Not my throat. I can't breathe.
Yeah, exactly. More pressure, Carl. A little more, Carl.
I cannot squeeze any tighter.
It is enough pressure. Just hold it a moment here. So, I think that is enough. Yes, you may let him go now, Carl.
You've seen him in such pictures as An American Romance, The Great McGinty, and Command Decision. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment.
Ruth, you've got the worst sense of timing I ever saw. You're always dragging me back here to the office when I'm right in the middle of a big deal.
Maybe she was a big deal to you, Steve, but she looked more like a stacked deck to me.
You know, some of these gals may start picketing you. What's this all about, anyway?
That's what the commissioner's waiting in his office to tell you. Here we are. I have your passport and credentials ready when you are.
Okay, thanks, Ruth.
Oh, Steve.
Hello, Commissioner. Well, where am I going this time?
Zurich, Switzerland.
Switzerland? Look, I can't even yodel.
You won't have time to yodel. Steve, ever heard the name Brunner before?
Brunner? Sounds vaguely familiar. Who is he, Commissioner?
I don't know.
Huh?
Brunner's always been a very mysterious figure, Steve. None of our agents has ever seen him. Matter of fact, I don't suppose there are more than a handful of people in the entire world who know what he looks like.
Yeah, I remember now. Brunner's a sort of an international mystery man who sells information to the highest bidder.
We think Brunner has File 307, Steve.
File 307?
Top secret document containing defense plans. 2 weeks ago, it was stolen from this country.
Oh, you think it's in Zurich now?
We had information it was temporarily in the possession of a seamy little man named Triflis. This morning, his body was discovered near a carnival grounds outside of Zurich.
Needless to say, File 307 wasn't on Triflis's body.
No, but Triflis paid a visit to Brunner's villa 2 hours before he was murdered. We think he sold File 307 to Brunner.
And I'm supposed to get it back from this international secret seller, huh? Great. Well, have we got any contacts in Zurich?
One. His name is Max Raber. He runs the carnival over there. Just one more thing, Steve, as to the danger involved.
Yeah, I don't imagine trying to get into Brunner's villa is a habit-forming occupation.
There's more than that. Other interests are also trying to get File 307 from Brunner. Naturally, they'll try to stop you permanently. Their agents may be watching you right from the start.
Yeah?
Well, that's it, Steve. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent after an interview with Brunner. Actually, you ought to find File 307 and bring it back. You've got your assignment? Good luck.
Steve Mitchell departed United States for Zurich, apparently on assignment as foreign correspondent.
keep him under surveillance, find out his real mission. Very well, Mr. Mitchell. We will try to give you a very cordial reception here in Zurich. Taxi cab, sir. Taxi.
Oh, okay, driver. Koenig Hotel.
Yes, sir. You're an American, sir.
Yeah.
On a vacation, perhaps?
Not exactly.
Well, I'm a good guide, sir. I can show you the points of interest here in Zurich.
Never mind. I'm afraid I won't have much time for sightseeing. No, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
There's a large villa a couple of kilometers outside of the city. Got a high wall around it. You know where it is?
Why, I think I can find it, sir.
Okay. When you get me to the hotel, wait for me. I'll want you to take me out to that villa.
I will be very happy to, sir. Hello, Carl. This is Hanson speaking. I've just brought Mitchell to the Koenig Hotel from the airport. I'm waiting for him now. No, he doesn't suspect me. He thinks I'm just a cab driver. He wants me to take him to Buna's villa, so he's after file 307, all right. Now listen, Carl. There is a Max Raber who runs the carnival. They might be working together. If Mitchell tries to contact Raber, you know what to do. I believe this might be the villa you are looking for, sir. It is the only one with a high wall near here.
Well, that must be it, then. Okay, here you are.
Oh, but I can wait for you, sir.
Never mind.
Very well, sir. If you should need me further, my name is Hanson, and my cab is usually in front of your hotel.
Oh? You're quite an obliging guy, aren't you, Hanson?
Sir?
I'll skip it. Thanks. Some joint. Looks like a penitentiary. Oh, ought to be a gatekeeper around here somewhere.
Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you want?
One at a time. I'm Steve Mitchell, foreign correspondent from the United States.
What do you want?
An interview with Brunner.
Go away.
Now, look.
You cannot see Brunner. Brunner gives interviews to no one. Go away.
Fritz? Fritz?
Yeah? What is it, Karen?
Well, this villa's getting better looking by the minute.
What's the matter, Fritz?
This man wants to see Brunner.
Oh? I'm Bruno's secretary, Karen.
Hello.
You're Mr.
Steve Mitchell. You're Brunner's secretary? He should be so lucky.
You can go, Fritz. I'll take care of this.
Very well, Karen. But don't let him get into the gate.
Much cozier with just the two of us, isn't it?
Just what was it you wanted, Mr. Mitchell?
I'm a newspaper correspondent.
No. Well, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, then.
Your boss isn't too eager when it comes to giving out interviews, huh, Karen?
Bruno sees no one, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, that's the general impression I've gotten, but I thought he might possibly make an exception in my case.
You say you wish a story?
That's right.
And that's all you wish here?
It was before I met you.
I mean, a story is all you wish from Bruna?
What else would I be after?
I do not know. Suppose you come back tomorrow, Mr. Mitchell.
Tomorrow?
Yes. I will tell Bruno about you and ask him if he will see you.
Why, thanks. You'd be doing me a big favor, Karen.
All right, Mr. Mitchell. I will try to persuade him. Until tomorrow, then.
Hi. Is the boss around?
The boss?
Yeah, the guy who runs this carnival.
You mean Max Raber?
That his name? I'd like to talk to him. Where is he?
Over there, standing at the shooting gallery. The short man with the gun in his hand.
Oh, okay. Nice shot.
Thank you. I seldom miss.
Oh? Hey, looks like you know what you're talking about. You, Max Raber?
That is correct.
I'm Steve Mitchell. You missed. The name mean anything to you?
A name is for anyone who cares to use it.
That's right, but these credentials aren't. Do you mind squinting down your peep sight at them?
Put them away. The commissioner sent you, Mitchell?
Yeah. He said you might be able to help me.
You're after file 307.
Yeah. You any information on it?
I think the person they call Brunner has it.
Yeah, it looks that way. The guy who had it before him turned up dead near your carnival, didn't he? You missed again, Max.
Perhaps because you're crowding me, Mitchell.
Oh, sorry.
Go to 25 Roligstrasse and wait for me. As soon as I close the carnival for the night, I'll come. We'll talk further.
25 Broligstrasse. Right.
Only 6 hits out of 8. I am slipping.
That's slipping? Look, Ray, but do me a favor.
What?
Don't ever point that gun at me. 21, 23. Here it is, 25 Broligstrasse. All dark. Unlocked. Well, Max said to wait here for him. Wonder where the lights are. Hey, who closed the door? What?
In just a moment, our star, Brian Donlevy, returns as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The United States is now building the largest, best-trained peacetime armed forces in its history. Our United Services, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard, are training a new kind of serviceman, training him in the greatest scientific enterprise in the world. Yesterday, he was a man of weapons. Today, to a large degree, he's a man of science. Yes, a brilliant future in technology is available to America's young men in the new armed forces. So remember, the time for the future is now. Find it in the armed forces of the United States. Now, the National Broadcasting Company brings you Act Two of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. The time, 1 hour later. The place, the police station in Zurich, Switzerland.
Oh.
So, you were coming around at last.
What? Oh.
The head, it hurts, huh?
The head, it hurts, huh? Hey, this looks like a jail.
It is. I am Police Inspector Baumgartner.
Police? Jail? Look, I don't get it.
Neither do we. When we found you 4 kilometers west of the city,
How did I get 4 kilometers west of the city? Last I remember was walking in a house at 25 Broligstrasse and getting hit on the head.
One of our policemen saw a cab with 2 men in it, traveling at high speed out of the city. He gave chase. The men finally abandoned the cab. When the policeman got to it, he found you lying on the floor, unconscious.
Remind me to thank him. Looks like I was getting taken for the well-known ride when he came along.
Huh?
Skip it. You say there were 2 men in the cab. Whose cab was it?
We are checking that. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking about a very eager cab driver named Hansen who wanted to show me the sights around Zurich.
Now it is my turn to ask the questions. What were you doing at 25 Broligstrasse?
I was sent there by a carnival owner I thought was a friend of mine. Incidentally, is there a telegraph office around here?
Down the street. Hey, Mitchell, your credentials are those of a newspaper correspondent. May I inquire what you are really doing here in Zurich?
It's very simple, Inspector. I'm trying to get an interview with a mysterious character named Brunner.
Brunner? Herr Mitchell, a word of advice. You are apparently involved with very dangerous people. It might be better for you to give it up.
Oh? Well, thanks for the advice. I'd sleep on it, except it's almost morning.
Yeah, you sleep on it, Herr Mitchell. Only be sure you're able to wake up. May I inquire what you are really doing here in Zurich?
It's very simple, Inspector. I'm trying to get an interview with a mysterious character named Brunner.
Brunner? Herr Mitchell, a word of advice. You are apparently involved with very dangerous people. It might be better for you to give it up.
Oh? Well, thanks for the advice. I'd sleep on it, except it's almost morning.
Yeah, you sleep on it, Herr Mitchell. Only be sure you're able to wake up, huh?
It's from Steve, Commissioner.
Good. I've been expecting a report from him.
Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Ruth. File 307 apparently in Bruner's possession. His beautiful secretary, Karen, trying to arrange appointment for interview. Just between us, would rather interview Karen.
He never changes, does he?
Apparently, Max Raber, not such hot friend of ours after all. I'm still nursing large lump on head, which I collected at address Raber sent me to.
What? I don't understand, Commissioner. I thought Max Raber could be trusted.
I guess in this business you never know, Ruth. Oh, there's some more coming in. We'll pay Raber another visit this morning when his carnival opens up. In meantime, I'm going back to Bruner's villa. We'll keep you informed.
Well, this is quite an apartment you've got here, Karen. Much better than trying to talk through the bars of that gate outside.
Yes, it is a nice apartment. Bruner takes good care of me.
You know something? He should.
You say nice things, Steve.
Sometimes it comes easy.
I'm afraid it won't do you any good to look out the window, Steve. You won't see Bruner.
Oh?
He lives in that other wing, across the courtyard.
Look, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
A short little man, very quiet.
A short man.
A fascinating man to work for.
I can imagine.
Steve, I talked to him last evening about you. He doesn't believe you.
What do you mean?
Well, he doesn't believe it's just an interview you want.
Oh? What else would I be after?
He's not sure yet. But supposing you were after a story, Bruner's interested in knowing just how much you would be willing to pay for it.
We're, talking about the story, of course.
Of course.
Well, that's sort of a tough question to answer offhand.
You see, there are others anxious to, shall we say, write a story about Bruner. They're willing to pay a great deal.
Yeah, I'll bet they are.
And, well, Bruner knows a lot more about you than you think, Steve. He knows you cannot pay as much for it as others can.
I see. Well, if Bruner knows so much about me, maybe he also knows that the story we're talking about used to belong to the people I work for.
Yes, he knows that. But I'm afraid it does not make any difference to him. He says he cannot do business with you.
Well, that's that, I guess.
I'm sorry, Steve.
So am I. Anyway, it was very nice of you to go to the trouble.
I was glad to.
I don't quite get why you've been so nice to me.
Well, I guess I...
You what?
Well, I stay here in Bruner's villa most of the time. I don't see many people. And I've never seen anyone like... I mean, you were... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
Maybe this is what you mean, Karen.
Oh, Steve. You must leave, Steve.
Okay. But I'll be back.
No, Steve, they would not let you in. There's a high wall and guards.
Look, I said I'd see you later, and I will. With you here, I could grow wings.
No, Max Reber's not here.
Where is he?
I do not know. Oh, he should have been here by now to open up the carnival.
Yeah? Where does he live?
At 25 Roligstrasse.
What? Max Reber lives at 25 Broligstrasse?
Yeah. You know where it is?
Yeah. I've got lumps to prove it. Thanks. Well, Mitchell, here we go again. 25 Broligstrasse. Hey, sounds like a fight inside.
Mitchell, help me! Get these men off me, Mitchell!
It's the eager cab driver.
car. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Too late, Hanson.
I'll take care of this one, Mitchell.
Hey, you sure did take care of him, Reba. For a little guy, you sure swing a mean lamp.
It's good you arrived when you did, Mitchell. 5 minutes more would have been too late.
You know, maybe I was wrong about you, Max.
Wrong? What do you mean, Mitchell?
I had you pegged as the boy who arranged that hit on the head for me here last night.
Oh, I told you to come here and wait for me. When I got here, you disappeared.
I'd got taken for a ride. Maybe by these two guys on the floor here, Hanson and what's the other one's name?
Hanson called him Carl, I think.
Why'd they jump you just now?
They know that we're working together. That we're after File 307. They are also after it.
Look, I'm going to need your help. Have you ever seen Brunner?
No. But I've been watching his villa carefully the last few days. I think I know a way we can get into the grounds.
Good.
At one place, in the rear of the villa, there's a tree which overhangs the walls. It looks like a difficult climb, but perhaps we can make it.
Okay. We'll tie these two apes up and leave them here for the present. And after dark, you and I will pay a little call on our friend Brunner. Here, Max. Take my hand. I'll pull you up to this next branch.
Yeah, Steve. Thank you.
Well, we're almost to the top. There. Now, I'll drop down inside of the wall first. Then you follow, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Come ahead, Max.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. Look, Mitchell. There are lights in that wing of the building across the courtyard.
Yeah, that's what Karen says Brunner lives. We'll work our way over there and try to get in.
Steve, listen.
Oh, great. The hound of the Baskervilles.
Look, Steve. A giant black dog coming for us.
Yeah, I see him. Well, that just about cooks us. No, wait. Get lost, Reba.
Huh? Lost?
Get into the brushes there. Watch where they take me and try to get to me later. Now get moving.
All right, Steve.
Hey! Get away from me, you big lug! Hey, will somebody get the black monster off of me?
Here he is, Fritz, over against the wall.
Hurry up! This dog got me on his menu.
So, it is the nosy reporter.
Get this timberwolf off me.
Stauber, get the dog. Fritz, take this man to the room in the cellar and tie him up at once.
Who's there?
Steve?
Karen.
They told me you'd been captured in the grounds. How long have you been lying here in the cellar?
I don't know. Half an hour, I guess.
You should not have tried to come back, Steve.
You're sorry I did, Karen?
Oh, Steve. I'm afraid for you.
Look, just get me untied.
I cannot do that, Steve.
What? Now, look, Angel, fun is fun.
Bruno
but-
would kill me if I did a thing like that.
Look, you let me worry about Brunner.
Oh, I cannot untie you now. I must get back right away or they will become suspicious. But, well, perhaps I can come back later.
Come here. Okay. But make it sooner instead of later.
I'll try, Steve.
This is a great spot you got yourself in, Mitchell.
Steve?
Max, how long have you been in the next room?
For several minutes. Here, I'll untie you.
Good.
I would have come in sooner, but from what I could hear, you were not very anxious to be rescued.
Yeah. Look, you know your way around this villa pretty well, don't you, Max?
What do you mean?
Finding these rooms in the cellar without much trouble.
I told you I've been watching this villa the last few days.
You're pretty short, too, aren't you?
I do not understand.
Karen told me Brunner was short.
Don't let your imagination run away with you.
I'm trying not to. How did you get in here so easily, anyway?
I diverted their attention by setting a fire in the yard.
A fire in the... Hey, you believe in doing things up ground, don't you?
There. The last of the knots. Come on, Steve.
Yeah.
Out of the side door into the hall.
Hey, no guards.
No, they're probably all fighting the fire out in the yard. Come, up these stairs. We'll try to get over the back wall while their attention is diverted.
Over the wall? Look, I came to this villa after File 307, and I'm not leaving until I get it.
Steve, that's impossible. We'll be lucky to escape with our lives. To continue the search for the document, that would mean certain death for both of us.
You get discouraged too easy. This the door to the yard?
Yeah.
All clear. Come on. Hey, that really is a fire you started.
Come, Mitchell. It's spreading toward the front gate. It's our chance to get over the back wall.
Hey, wait a minute, Max. We're not leaving yet.
What?
Look, That building over there. It's Brunner's wing of the villa.
Steve, are you crazy? We cannot get in there.
Why not? The door's open. This is our big chance, Reba.
But, Steve, I tell you...
Look, I came all the way across the Atlantic to find that piece of paper. Come on. Anybody spot us?
I don't think so. They're all fighting the flames.
Okay, let's get inside. Close the door.
Yeah. Bruno must be out at the fire, too, Steve.
Yeah. Brother. I thought Karen's apartment was something. This one looks like the Waldorf Astoria. Well, come on, let's go through some of these drawers.
But, Steve, if the document's in here, it's probably in a safe.
You can't tell. Brunner might figure a safe would be the obvious place. Hey, what have you found?
Silk stockings and negligee, Steve.
Yeah, me too. I don't get it. Wait a minute. Boy, I'm really slipping, Max. Sure took me a long time to catch on.
Steve, look, this leather case.
Give it to me.
Someone's coming.
What? Here, put the case back in that drawer. Hurry.
Yeah.
Well, Steve.
Karen Brunner. Complete with gun.
Karen Brunner?
I see you've discovered my little secret.
I should have figured it. You're not Brunner's secretary. You're Brunner.
You're lucky, Steve. Lucky that I feel a certain affection for you. Otherwise, your discovery would have cost you your life. Steve, stay away from that drawer. Another step and I'll shoot.
Okay, Karen. I lose.
That's better.
You were...
Yes. You're getting very warm, Steve. So close to the right drawer, and yet so far.
Yeah. Well, what happens now, Karen?
I told you. You were lucky. I'm going to let you go, but you'd better go now.
Okay. Well, it was nice while it lasted, baby.
Yes, it was. And it will be something to remember when you're back in America. That even though Karen Brunner was a little too clever for you, she almost fell in love with you. Goodbye, Steve.
Hi, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me as soon as I got back.
I certainly do, Steve. I got the cable you sent from Zurich before you left. So Karen, the beautiful secretary, turned out to be Brunner.
She sure did.
Steve, you let me down badly. Huh? Letting a woman razzle-dazzle you like that.
But I finally figured out she was Brunner, Commissioner.
Yes, but too late.
Not quite. I didn't mention it in my cable, but... Here.
What's that?
File 307.
What?
That's what you sent me over there to get, isn't it?
Why, yes, but I don't understand.
You see, I'd found the papers and stuck them in my shirt before she walked in. And when I made a pass at the drawer where they'd been, she figured they were still there.
I give up, Steve. Of all the...
Yeah. Karen was a razzle-dazzle artist, but she forgot that two can play that kind of football. I guess she'd never run into the hidden ball play before. Yeah. So long, Commissioner.
You have just heard the seventh in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
Whistler.
I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision.
Another Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of the other woman. Olivia Martin paces the floor of her bedroom. She's been pacing for hours, and it is now long past midnight. Her husband, Fred Martin, did not come home to dinner. He was detained at his office on business. So he said. But Olivia knows that it isn't his advertising business that detains him. And she knows, too, that tonight will be the climax and the final crash of their marriage. The end of everything for Olivia. She knows what Fred is going to say tonight. For months she has been fearful of this moment, and now it has come.
Olivia, you awake?
Yes? Come in.
I thought you might be asleep.
How could I sleep? You know better than that.
It's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, Fred.
I didn't realize it was that late.
You don't usually bother to see if I'm awake.
Don't I?
For the past 2 months, you've passed right on to your own room.
Yes. Yes, I guess I have.
Get your business settled?
Yes. Yes, I had quite a bit to attend to.
Have dinner at the club?
Oh, yes, at the club.
Then why didn't you answer my call? I had you paged. They said you hadn't been there this evening.
Oh? Well, perhaps I hadn't arrived yet.
Really?
What did you want?
I don't know. I don't remember now what I called you for.
I see. Well, I think I'll turn in. Good night, Olivia.
Why don't you say it?
Say what?
What you came here to say.
What makes you think I had anything particular to say?
I know. I don't know how, but I've known all evening you were planning to tell me something when you got in.
Oh, that's nonsense.
No, Fred. I've known for months this was coming. I know what sort of business detained you. Another woman.
What?
First, I believed you. As the weeks passed and I realized you were growing colder, the whole thing became clear to me. Then I knew you were evading me, that you were lying about those business appointments at night.
Go on.
We've been married 10 years, Fred. I've done everything humanly possible to make our marriage a success.
Have you?
I think I have. At least I've tried.
That's your opinion, Olivia.
Why didn't you come right out and tell me about this woman at the very beginning?
Why should I?
Oh, Fred. I'm sick all over. I've tried not to believe it.
Now, let's not have a scene, Olivia.
What do you expect me to do, laugh it off?
No, not you, Olivia. Certainly not you.
I suppose you'll say it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything. Well, isn't that what you're trying to say?
I haven't said anything.
Then why don't you? Say something. Why do you beat about the bush? You came here to say something. Say it.
Very well, since you put it that way, I will. I'm going out of town tomorrow on business. I'm sending my things to the club. When I return, I intend to live there.
Fred.
Wait a minute, Olivia. I haven't finished yet. I want you to get a divorce on any grounds you please. Desertion or whatever you wish.
Divorce? Do you mean that?
I do.
Very well. If that's the way you want it, there's nothing else I can do.
No, Olivia, nothing. Good night.
So Olivia sobs herself to sleep. And when morning comes, she finds Fred gone and his things already sent to the club. All day she wanders aimlessly about the house like a lost soul. Then as night falls and her loneliness increases, she is seized with a horrible feeling of hopelessness. A strange depression comes over her, and she sits down at the desk and writes a note.
Fred, the very thought of losing you, the thought of divorce, the thought of giving you up for another woman is more than I can bear. The shame, the disgrace, the scandal of it all would, I know, drive me insane. Regardless of what you may think, I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. You'd never be happy with a woman of her type. You'd be throwing your life away. I refuse to give you up to her. And so, I have made a decision. Goodbye, Fred. Olivia.
Olivia addresses the note to Fred at his club, steps out and drops it in the nearest mailbox. She wanders about for a while, then returns to the empty house, takes some sleeping tablets, and goes to bed. Then, the next morning at Fred's office, Doris, Fred's private secretary, is going over some papers.
Yes? Very well. Put him on. Hello? Yes, Mr. Goldberg. This is Doris Hammond. Mr. Martin's out of town for a few days. Yes. Well, Miss Bartow is head of the art department. I'll have her check on it right away. Yes. Yes, goodbye.
Yes?
Tell Rita Bartow to come in here, please.
Miss Bartow isn't coming in today. She's staying home. Has a bad cold.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll send Jack Mallory in then.
Yes, Miss Hammond.
You want to see me, Miss Hammond?
Oh, yes, Jack. I understand Rita's ill, isn't coming in today.
No, I guess not.
Well, Mr. Goldberg over at Lake Laboratories wants to know which ad she intended to run next week.
Only Rita knows about that.
Perhaps we'd better send them over to Rita's apartment and have her select the one she wants to use.
Very well. Who shall I send?
Well, I don't know of anyone who'd rather go on that errand than you, Jack.
Well, how'd go if you insist?
I don't think I have to insist, especially where Rita's concerned.
All right. I'll run over there.
I thought you would.
Thanks, Doris. See you later.
Hello?
Rita, this is Doris Hammond.
Yes, Doris.
How do you feel?
Oh, fair.
Good. Mr. Goldberg wants to know which ad you selected for next week. I'm sending Jack Mallory over with the layouts. He should be there in a short while.
Very well. How I've forgotten which it was.
And send Jack back as soon as possible. He'll hang around all day if you don't.
I will, don't worry.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, Rita. How do you feel?
Oh, all right. Just didn't feel like coming to the office today.
I thought you had a bad cold.
No, not too bad. I'll be all right tomorrow.
Mr. Goldberg wants you to select the layout for next week. Here they are. Which do you want?
Well, I'd planned on this one. But I think you should make this section in red.
Oh, I see. That's easy. I'll fix it up in a jiffy.
Stands out better this way. We'll use this one for the week following.
Okay. You look mighty lovely, Rita.
Thanks.
Where were you going, all dressed up?
Well, I've got to go out of town this afternoon on that Henderson deal. I wanted to put it off until next week, but Mr. Martin insisted that I get it settled as soon as possible. I'll be back on the afternoon plane tomorrow.
You shouldn't be running around too much, darling.
Well, I don't really have a cold. It's that sinus.
You've had a lot of trouble with that in the past year or so.
Yes. There's nothing much can be done about it, I guess. Thank heavens it only strikes me in winter.
Why don't you try a change of climate, Rita?
Change of climate.
I should think you'd like California. I've always wanted to go there. I've had an idea that I could do very well. Some nice jobs in the movie art departments.
I'm not interested in movies.
I thought about going out there and settling down, buying a nice little home and really enjoying life.
Why should a bachelor do all that? You have ideas about getting married, Jack?
Yes. Yes, I have, Rita.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
What time's your plane leave?
At 2.
How about a little lunch while you're waiting? Something warm.
Very well.
Oh, leave your bag here. We'll pick it up later.
All right.
I've got something important to talk to you about, Rita.
Important?
Yeah. I got a nice raise this week.
That's fine, Jack.
I want to ask you a question about you and me.
Yes? Go ahead.
No, not now. Come on, we'll talk about it during lunch.
Meanwhile, Olivia Martin, having made a decision and formulated a plan, visits her husband's office and calls on Doris, the secretary.
Good afternoon, Miss Hammond.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Martin? I was just going out to lunch. Would you join me?
I'm sorry, Miss Hammond. I'm afraid I haven't time. I'm in rather a hurry. I've a number of things to do this afternoon.
Can I help you?
I suppose you're quite busy yourself.
Yes, my work is always doubled when Fred leaves town.
Fred?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Oh, my husband.
I suppose it does seem strange for an employee to call him Fred. But for some reason I've gotten into the habit and can't seem to break it. He doesn't seem to mind, however.
That's so. I can imagine he wouldn't. After all, you're like one of the family, aren't you, Miss Hammond?
Yes, I've been here for 2 years.
You've been Fred's private secretary for how long now?
Almost a year. It doesn't seem that long.
Pleasant work, isn't it?
Most interesting. You've no idea how absorbing this business can be, Mrs. Martin.
But I realize it must have a certain amount of extremely interesting moments.
You should come around more often, Mrs. Martin.
Oh, how right you are. Things might have been different.
Different?
Yes. I mean, if I had taken an active interest in the business, well, at times it gets rather dull waiting at home, especially on long evenings when your husband has to stay in town on business.
Oh, I suppose it is rather dull under those conditions.
Yes. But I mustn't take up your time with personal problems. I want you to have a check drawn for me for $500.
Very well, I'll attend to it at once.
Have you heard from Fred since he left?
No, I haven't.
He phoned me this morning.
He did?
Yes. He left an important paper at home, and he knew I was flying to Detroit tonight to visit my relatives, so he wants me to drop it off for him at Buffalo.
Buffalo? I thought he was in Boston.
Well, yes, he was, but he had to rush over to Buffalo. Some unexpected business came up, and he says he needs you very badly.
He wants me to come to Buffalo?
Yes, I told him I'd notify you and bring you with me. I'll be leaving the airport about 5:30. Can you meet me there, or shall I pick you up here?
Well, I'll meet you at the airport. I'll have to run home for a few minutes. Is there anything in particular he wants me to bring?
No, nothing but the paper he left at home.
Very well, I'll be at the airport around 5.
Do you mind flying, Miss Hammond?
No, not at all.
That's good. My plane is a small cabin job. Might be a little bumpy, but I'm rather a good pilot.
I'll see you at 5.
Shortly after noon, rain begins to fall. Round 2, the storm becomes heavier. Then Jack returns.
Jack Mallory, where on earth have you been? Do you know what time it is?
Yes, I'm sorry. I got to talking and didn't realize the hour.
Well, what about the layout? Did Rita select one?
Yeah, this one. She made a couple of changes in it.
So? What change?
Oh, nothing important. Just wanted this section set up in red. Stands out better.
Yes, so it does.
Well, I'd better put it through right away. I'm sorry to have been so late with it.
I'm glad you got back with it before I left.
Left? Where were you going?
Mr. Martin phoned. He wants me to join him in Buffalo. Something important has come up.
Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was in Boston.
Well, he had to run over there in a hurry.
Buffalo, huh? Strange.
What's strange?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean his being in Buffalo.
What's strange about it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose he could be in Buffalo.
Well, what's the matter with you, Jack?
Why? Oh, nothing at all.
Here, lean over here.
What? Why?
A little closer.
What? What's the matter?
Well, of all things, now I've seen everything. You've actually had a drink. You, of all people.
Well, I don't approve of it as a rule, but I walked back from Rita's place. I got my feet a little wet in the rain. Felt kind of chilly. I was afraid I was catching cold, so I dropped in at a bar on the way back and had a drink.
Well, I hope you don't get sick. Can't afford to have you and Rita both out.
No, that's right. A lot of work to be done this week.
Here, take off that top coat. It's damp. Let me have it. I'll hang it over the radiator. Well.
What's wrong?
How on earth did you do this? You've spilled ink on the front of your coat.
Yeah. Well, what do you know? Fine thing. I just got it yesterday. I must have done that over at Rita's when I blocked that section in red.
You'll have to get it out as soon as possible. Hand me a towel from that closet and dampen it.
Oh, don't bother, Doris. I'll have it cleaned tomorrow.
Get some of it out now. Thanks. Certainly hard to get off.
Well, it's probably dried in by now. The cleaners can get it out.
Strangest ink I ever saw. Doesn't seem to be ink. More like blood, if you ask me.
Blood? Let me see. It is strange. Let me see that layout. Does seem a little darker than this on the card. Maybe the cloth has something to do with it.
Perhaps.
Better let the cleaners worry about it. What time are you leaving, Doris?
In a few minutes. I'm flying from the airport around 5.
Well, good luck, Doris. See you in a few days.
Thanks, Jack. Take care of yourself. And lay off the liquor. That's bad stuff to get started on.
Are you kidding?
What do you think?
For a few brief moments, Doris stands staring after Jack as he passes through the door to the outer office. Then she picks up the towel, studies it for a moment. Suddenly she tosses it into the desk drawer, leaves the office, and goes home. Then around 5, Doris meets Olivia at the airport.
Oh, Mrs. Martin, do you think we should try it tonight?
You mean you'd rather not go? Are you frightened?
Oh, no. No, I'm not exactly frightened, but...
Well, the storm's passed. What's wrong?
What? I don't really know. Nothing, I guess.
Well, nothing to worry about. I've flown this plane in all kinds of weather.
Yes, of course.
Well, we're all set. Let's climb in.
I wish I could have talked to Fred. I haven't the slightest idea what this is all about.
You'll know what it's all about in no time at all.
What?
We'll get there in a couple of hours. Don't worry.
How far have we come now?
Oh, I don't know. About 75 miles, I should say.
Where are we? I can't see a thing.
We're not far from Monticello.
How can you tell? Can you see that down there?
No, not too well. I'm flying by instruments.
I hope we don't run into a storm. Frankly, I don't like to be in a plane during a storm.
Well, I don't know of anyone who really does.
We could have taken a train.
We could have, but on this particular trip, I was in somewhat of a hurry to get to my destination. Tell me, Doris. May I call you Doris?
Of course.
Aren't you just a bit upset over this trip?
What do you mean?
Just that.
Do I seem upset?
Yes, you do. Something preying on your mind?
Yes. Yes, there is something bothering me.
So? What is it?
I'd rather not say.
A guilty conscience?
Guilty conscience?
Isn't that what it is?
What are you talking about?
Are you looking forward to a nice visit in Buffalo?
Why, I don't know. I don't consider it a visit. It's part of my job.
And a very pleasant job, too. I'm sure you'll miss the job and its attendant interests. Working late at night, several nights a week with Fred.
What do you mean by that? Why should I lose my job?
Your job isn't all you're going to lose.
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes, and you know what I'm talking about.
You're crazy.
Fred isn't in Buffalo.
Where is he?
I don't know. But wherever he is, you'll never see him again, you little cheat.
Put this plane down and let me out. You're mad.
I'm going to put it down, straight down on its nose.
What?
Fred won't think you're so attractive next time he sees you.
No. No, you're out of your mind. You can't do this. You can't. You can't.
Put that key back in the switch.
I won't.
You hear me?
I won't. You must listen.
Give me that key.
Pull up. Those trees! Pull up! Ah!
By some strange quirk of fate, Olivia is foiled in her plan of suicide and murder. A farmer rushes to the crash, finds Olivia thrown clear and still alive. Now, an hour later, in the farmhouse...
Well, how do you feel, ma'am?
What? Why, who are you?
I'm Doc Sanders.
Doctor? Where am I?
You're on Jake Barrett's farm. Found you right after the crash. Believe me, you're mighty lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
You were thrown clear when you hit the treetops. Got off with a few scratches and a couple of rattling good bumps, but not a busted bone anyplace.
What happened to my passenger?
Well, I'm sorry to say she's dead.
Dead? She's dead.
Yeah, she wasn't as lucky as you.
I'm lucky, am I?
Don't you think so?
No. No, I don't. I'm not lucky.
That isn't the way.
Now. Take it easy. I know how you feel, but you couldn't help it, ma'am. These things just happen sometimes.
No, they don't just...
What were you going to say, ma'am?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. Well, they located your husband, ma'am. Jake's driving you back to New York tonight. Now, you'll be all right.
Well, Olivia, now you are on the spot. Your vicious plan was only partly successful. Now you've got to face Fred. And how are you going to explain the situation? How are you going to explain Doris's presence in your plane? Fred arrives in town, spends a few hours at his club. Then in the morning he visits Olivia.
Hello, Olivia.
Oh, Fred, it was terrible.
Yes, I know. I'm very sorry, Olivia.
I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden the motor cut off. I couldn't find a clear spot anyplace. I thought I saw a clearing, but it was more trees. And with no motor, I couldn't pull up.
You were very fortunate.
Yes, I suppose so.
Where were you going?
Why, well, after you left, I got to thinking things over, and I just couldn't remain another night in this house alone. So I decided to go to my sister's in Detroit for a while.
Mm-hmm. Why did you fly?
I don't know. I just wanted to get away as fast as possible.
Wasn't it a rather bad night for flying?
No, I've flown in worse weather. Storm had cleared.
I see. I was never so shocked in my life.
Oh, Fred, I'm so sorry. So terribly sorry.
No. Get hold of yourself. You couldn't help it. It was just one of those things. I know how you feel. Doris was she was a lovely girl. A shame.
Yes, she was young. Had everything to live for. I know how you must feel, Fred.
Yes, I'll certainly miss her.
Can you ever forgive me, Fred?
Of course, Olivia.
I never want to fly a plane again, never.
Tell me, how did Doris happen to be with you? Where was she going?
Well, she said she wanted to visit some friend in Buffalo. Asked me if I'd drop her off there.
How did she know you were flying that way?
Well, you see, I went to your office and told her I was going to Detroit and asked her to draw some money for me. Told her I'd be glad to put her down in Buffalo, that's all.
I can't imagine why she'd leave the office in the middle of the week to visit friends out of town. That wasn't like Doris.
Maybe she had some business to attend to on the side.
Maybe. Well, I can't imagine what it might be.
Maybe it was personal business.
Possibly. Olivia, are you telling me the truth?
Why? What do you mean?
Have you told me the real reason you wanted to leave town?
Well, certainly.
Weren't you, running from something?
What would I be running from?
You were carrying out a plan, weren't you?
Plan? What plan?
Didn't you have a definite idea in mind when you wrote that note to me?
Note?
It seems you've forgotten the note. Why don't you tell me the truth, Olivia?
Yes, I did make up my mind to do something terrible. I was going to kill her and myself. I couldn't stand it any longer. But after I mailed it to you, I seemed to come to my senses. I saw things clearly and realized how awful such a thing would be. I just couldn't go through with it.
So you decided to forget the idea and go on to Detroit?
Yes. I swear I changed my mind about killing her. I couldn't be a murderer.
You really expect me to believe that?
Fred, you must believe me. You must, please. I know what you think, the note and everything that's happened.
That note is certainly definite evidence against you.
Note? Yes. Oh, Fred, I swear I didn't.
That's easy to say, but the note is too convincing.
Where is the note? You must destroy it. Don't tell anyone about it, please, Fred.
What time was it when you visited my office?
Oh, I don't know. About noon, I think.
And you mailed the note the night before?
Yes.
And you made up your mind to leave town. You went to the office, told Doris about it, and left at 5.
Yes, that's right.
And what did you do in the meantime?
Oh, I can't remember. I'm so confused. I went shopping for a while.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I don't know, but I swear I changed my plan by the time morning came.
You're going to have a hard time proving all that.
It's the truth. Why shouldn't they believe the truth?
The circumstances all tie in too well. We had separated the day before. I moved to the club. Several people knew about that. And in the note, you said you knew who the other woman was and stated clearly what you intended to do about it.
I know.
Then how else can the police look at it?
Police? What do they know about it?
They've been putting 2 and 2 together.
But the note. How do they know what's in the note?
They were waiting for me when I got back from Boston. They had already found the note. They showed it to me. That's where you made your big mistake, Olivia.
Fred, they really think I killed her, murdered her?
They do.
What are they going to do?
The detectives are here now. They want to talk with you.
Detectives? Yes. Yes, I'll be calm.
Very well. Come in, Captain Evans.
Thank you.
Olivia, this is Captain Evans. And this is Lieutenant Davis.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Martin.
Did you gentlemen wish to see me?
Yes, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yes. Yes, of course. But I haven't done anything. I'm absolutely innocent.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Martin. We don't want to upset you. Just answer a few questions.
Very well.
Is it true that your husband left you a few days ago with the idea that you were to get a divorce?
Yes.
He took up residence at his club?
Yes.
You believe that your husband was in love with another woman?
I did.
Did you know who that woman was?
I did.
Did you object to his leaving you, getting a divorce?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, after he left you, did you write this note to him?
Yes, I wrote it, but I...
You mailed it to his club?
Yes.
Next day, you got some money at his office, about noon, and exactly 5 o'clock, you took off in your plane.
Yes, but I'd changed my mind. I couldn't go through with it, and I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Where were you, Mrs. Martin, between noon and 5 o'clock?
I went about town. I did a little shopping. I don't remember what else I did.
Can you prove where you were during that period?
No, I don't see how I could.
No one was with you during that time. Did you frequent any establishment where you were known?
No, I didn't. I saw no one I knew.
Are you sure, Olivia?
I'm positive. What difference does it make where I was between noon and 5 o'clock?
It makes a lot of difference. Because it was about that hour that Rita Bartow was stabbed to death in her apartment.
Rita Bartow? The head of the art department?
That's right. The weapon's not been found, and there were no clues to the identity of the murderer, excepting your note to your husband.
But Rita Bartow? What have I to do with her?
You said in your note here that you knew who the woman was. Rita Bartow was the other woman.
What? Then what about...
What about who?
What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything. Not one thing.
Oh, yes, you were, Olivia. Yes, you were. You were going to say that you killed the wrong woman, poor, innocent Doris Hammond. Of course, we know you didn't kill Rita Bartow, because Jack Mallory killed her when she turned him down and said she was going to marry Fred Martin. And Doris was the only one who knew about the bloodstains on Jack's coat. She was the only one who could have pinned it on Jack and cleared you, Olivia. But Doris is dead now, and you killed her. Killed the very one who could have saved you. What a shame.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
In the small reception office of Warner's answering service, a man finished working on a fuse box. He closed the box, gathered up his tools, and walked up to Warner, who was standing talking to Mrs. Peel.
It ought to be all right now, Mr. Warner. Needed rewiring, that's all.
Oh, splendid, Fitz, splendid, thank you.
That an important member of your staff?
No, he's the resident mechanic. Something of a genius.
Vaguely familiar. I think I must have seen him before.
Oh, I doubt it.
Fitch isn't exactly social. Keeps in the background, you know, very much so. In fact, I believe that during the war he was very much a backroom boy. Funny fellow, you know. Give him a couple of bits of wire, you'll have a shortwave radio before you can say Marconi. Oh, but I'm digressing, Mrs. Peel. What can I do for you?
You supplied one of your bleep devices to a friend of mine, Norman Todd Hunter. He died. I wondered if you ever got it back.
Very easy way to find out, Mrs. Peel. The ledger.
Warner crossed over to a counter, delved beneath it, and pulled out a large ledger. He began paging through it.
Meters. Thomas. True goody. Fantastic name. Yep. Todd Hunter. No. No, it was never returned to us. I wonder why.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Softness is a thing called comfort.
Comfort is the wonderful new fabric conditioner that not only softens but actually rinses out hardness, rinses in a new kind of softness. Comfort leaves your wash refreshingly young and bouncy again. Just a little comfort in the final rinse gives a lot of comfort to your wash.
Softness is a thing called comfort.
Walls Ice Cream presents the new Pink Pussycat song.
We've got strawberry and vanilla, pop and hop. That's on inside. White milky chocolate the way you like. All over the outside. Where walls pink pussycat now.
Episode 3 of this story, in which an attempt is made to knock out John Steed, and Emma Peel realizes that someone could quite easily kill him if they were able to dial a deadly number. John Steed found himself becoming more and more involved in the world of high finance. He'd got to know and impress Henry Boardman and his partner John Harvey. Boardman and Harvey were merchant bankers and completely taken in by Steed's unlimited credit and fantastic letters of recommendation. Steed had got himself a broker, Brian Frederick Yule, and made many inquiries into the business dealings of such city men as Ben Jago, who seemed to have unerring judgment when it came to investments. At a dinner party at the Boardmans, Steed arrived, in immaculate evening togs, rather early. He gazed around the penthouse suite, accepted a drink from a waiter, and turned to John Harvey.
Yes, this man, Ben Jago's amazing. The last success he had depended almost completely on the death of the company chairman. It's almost as if he knew that Todd Hunter would die.
No, that's fantastic. Jago is shrewd, we all know that, but that's too shrewd to be true.
My reaction entirely. Here's our host.
Steed, good evening to you. Steed, I don't think you've been introduced to my wife.
No, I haven't had that pleasure.
Ruth, my dear. This is Mr. John Steed.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to meet you.
Thank you. You are going into business with my husband.
Well, let's say he's showing me the ropes.
Oh, you are not in the city.
Not often.
And let me borrow Mr. Steed. There is someone I would like him to meet.
Oh, pleasure. That's the beauty of parties. One's always meeting people. It's a small world, Mrs. Boardman, isn't it?
Ah, so they say, Mr. Steed. So they say.
Ruth Boardman linked her arm casually through John Steed's and led him across the room to where a beautiful young woman was talking to a group of solemn-faced, white-haired men.
My dear, this is Mr. Steed, another non-financial animal. Mr. Steed, Mrs. Emma Peel.
Delighted to meet you, Mrs. Peel.
Good evening, Mr. Steed.
My dear, it's dinner in 10 minutes, all
Oh,
right?
I will go and see about it.
Mrs. Peel is another of our clients from Barbados. She arrived recently.
Recently?
I arrived last week.
You surprise me.
Why's that?
Oh, so little tan.
It's the rainy season.
Ah, yes, of course.
Excuse me, Mr. Boardman. You have to make a telephone call.
Yes. Please excuse me.
Don't be long now, dear. It is your idea to eat early.
I admire your view. Beauty of a penthouse, of course.
Oh, it is pleasant, isn't it? Restricting, but it is better for Henry. He can have a rubber of bridge at his club and still be home for dinner.
You've given up the country house?
Alas, yes. Would you excuse me again? I won't be a moment, but Henry is so fussy about the temperature of his wine.
The rainy season, indeed.
Well, it's true. The annual average, 36 inches, half of which falls between September and November. Next question.
How long do we have to wait for the rest of the guests? I'm starving.
One guest at the party was late. It was Yule, the broker. He knew it would be impossible for him to go home and change, and so he'd brought an evening tuxedo along to his office. He washed and changed swiftly, whistling as he did so. It was while he was fastidiously buttoning up the buttons of his waistcoat that he realized it was rather a tight fit. He was puzzled to find something sewn into the top pocket.
What the devil? It's a bleeper. No! No!
Yule tore at the waistcoat, ripping the buttons in an attempt to get free, but the bleep went off. Yule clutched at his chest and fell across the desk, a death exactly like that of Todhunter's. Back at the Boardmans, the dinner party had proceeded to the coffee, brandy, and cigar stage. There was one place, Yule's, which remained empty and untouched.
Typical. A fine broker, but his manners are atrocious.
Oh, there may be some logical explanation.
I was right about the wine, wasn't I, Mr. Steed?
Oh, indeed, yes, Mr. Harvey. And I adore your sherry. And the brandy, impeccable.
I thought brandies were judicious.
Not according to the authorized text.
Are you interested in wines, Mrs. Peel?
In moderation, Mr. Harvey.
I was referring to your interest, not your capacity.
So was I.
We have a wine tasting at the bank cellar next Tuesday. If you'd care to come along, Mrs. Peel.
I should be delighted.
Perhaps Mr. Steed would care to attend, too.
Steed produced a miniature pocket diary immediately.
Let me see. You'll say Tuesday next.
Yes.
Ladysmith relieved 1900. A diary is a lovesome thing. That's fine. What time?
6 o'clock. We'll see how keen your palate really is.
Well, in which case, if I may, I'll leave you and go into strict training.
Just as you wish, Mr. Steed.
Mrs. Peel, can I drop you somewhere?
No. You're not going to deprive us of Mrs. Peel's company.
Oh, we will see she gets home safely.
I have my own car.
Oh, well, I'll say good night then, and many, many thanks for your hospitality.
Thank you, Mr. Steed. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Steed had parked his car in the garage of the basement. It was very dark. Steed's footsteps echoed hollowly as he tried to locate the parking bay. Steed walked jauntily forward, still smoking his cigar. Then he stopped.
That's strange. Cigarette stub. Still smouldering. We are not alone.
Steed unbuttoned his evening jacket and reached for his gun. At that moment... Steed wheeled round. The headlights of what appeared to be a large car flashed onto him. The headlights separated as two motorcycles roared down the length of the garage. Steed dodged the first bike. The sinister rider, clothed all in black leather and goggles, skidded round. The second made for Steed, lying on the ground. Steed threw himself aside in the nick of time. His gun fell from his hand. The bike seemed to be coming at him from all directions. Steed, caught in the lights, made a perfect target. The first bike returned to the attack. Steed whipped off his evening cape and threw it over the head of the cyclist. Blinded, the driver lost control, smashing into a packing crate. Steed sprinted for his fallen gun. The second rider swerved and headed to cut him off. Steed got to the gun, fell forward, and fired at the approaching headlight. The headlight went out, but somehow the rider managed to regain control. He roared up the concrete ramp, his footrests striking a shower of sparks. He managed to avoid the doorpost and hurtled away into the dark. Steed recovered his breath, moved to his car, and snapped on its spotlight. Mrs. Peel's voice said,
Pistol practice at this time of the night? Is he dead?
Steed looked down at the body of the motorcyclist.
Broken neck by the look of it. Dangerous sport, motorcycling. Well, let's take a closer look at him.
Steed bent down and removed the dead man's helmet.
Far cry from sherry and biscuits. He was a waiter. Yules, I think. The Boardmans were pretty anxious that you shouldn't leave with me, weren't they?
Well, you think that they're in...
Yes, indeed. They didn't want you butting in on a little surprise they'd prepared for me.
You're guessing.
Well, I know that.
Well, now what? Go back and confront them with this?
No, I think that first, I'd better have a word with my broker.
Right. Shall we go, Steed? I really think you need a bodyguard this evening.
Applying for the job?
If the pay's all right.
Well, pay's not good, but I'll make sure there's plenty of perks. Let's go.
A short while after that, with the aid of his skeleton keys, Steed obtained entrance to Yule's offices. Yule's body now lay on its back. Papers were scattered all over the room. Steed examined the body thoroughly.
Look, Mrs. Peel, waistcoat pocket.
Ripped away completely.
Yes, that's really what you call having your pocket picked.
Oh, no wonder he didn't feel like dinner.
But he was planning to come. Those clothes. He was dressing and...
And then, not the usual old heart attack this time. At a rough guess, I'd say he'd been dead about 3 hours.
Spoken like an expert.
Oh, I've been taking a refresher course in applied medicine. As a matter of fact, when you called me so urgently to join you on this case,
I interrupted your studies. Never mind. Gives you a chance to put the theory into practice, doesn't it?
A chance I could have done without. But I'll take a small side bet with you, Steed. Even the old champagne supper. That there's a slight bruise over this dead man's heart. Any bets?
What is this new kind of cleanness women are discovering for their dishes?
It's sunlight cleanness.
What's sunlight cleanness?
A fresh, sparkling cleanness you've never known before.
Why fresh?
New Sunlight Liquid has real lemon juice.
And sparkling?
Sunlight Liquid is concentrated. It's got the greatest grease-cutting power to give you sparkling dishes every time.
And new Sunlight Liquid with real lemon juice means real economy. Just 1 teaspoonful washes a whole sinkful of dishes sparkling clean. Sunlight Clean.
There's just no dirt that can stand up to the cleaning power of cold water Omo. Mrs. Gray of Durban has this to say.
I can't even explain it. It astounded me. I was really and truly very astounded.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond.
I'm a private detective. And as long as I've been in this business, I've found only 4 things that really make this racket worthwhile. Women, money, women, and more money. Don't misunderstand me. I've got other habits, too. I drink lots of milk, go to the fights, dance meanest rumba west of Ebbetsfield, and write fan letters to June Allison. But no matter how you slice it up, it still boils down to the same ghastly facts. To drink the gallons of milk, you've got to have loot. To go to the fights, you've still got to have it. But you add a little something, or a big something, as the case may be. That's right, a woman. Then if you're going dancing, you like to go to a nice place. Nice place? That's an 8x10 dance floor supported by bodies of patrons who couldn't pay the $12 minimum. So now you get into more money, and there you are. Women, money, more women, and more money. About the fan letters to June Allison? No, who knows? She never writes back anyway. To show you how I make this money that gets me into so much trouble, let me tell you about a case I got mixed up in. It all started last week during a seance.
Quiet, please, quiet. Now, if you will please place your hands on the table, Mrs. Van Dyke. Lightly, just the fingers touching.
Dr. Langley, I'm so excited.
Please, Mrs. Van Dyke. Professor must have complete silence.
Oh, I'm sorry, but what's he doing?
He's going into his trance.
Dr. Langley.
He's contacted the outer circle.
I feel your presence. Who are you?
Doctor, that voice is calling me.
Not too loud. You'll break the contact.
But Myrna's my first name.
Listen.
Spirit, speak again. Who are you?
I am Lillian Van Dyke.
That's Mother. Mother.
Mrs. Van Dyke, you must relax. If you continue to disturb the contact, your mother will leave.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Spirit, I feel that you have a message for someone in this room. Spirit, have you such a message?
I have.
Then speak.
Myrna.
Oh, yes, Mother?
You are in grave danger. Guard yourself. Rely on Dr. Langley. He will help.
Yes, Mother. What else? Mother?
Contact has been broken. Your mother will not return again today.
Oh, will I be able to speak with her again, Professor? I must speak with her again. She said I was in some kind of danger.
If you will return here tomorrow, Mrs. Van Dyke.
Mother said to rely on you, Doctor. I intend to.
I assure you your confidence will be rewarded, Mrs. Van Dyke. In the meantime, I suggest you go home and get some rest.
Yes, this experience has been rather trying. Goodbye, Professor. I shall see you tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, dear lady.
Coming, Doctor?
I wish to consult with the professor for a moment. I'll be right along.
Very well, Doctor. I'll wait in the car. Goodbye again, Professor, and bless you.
Goodbye, and bless you, you old goat.
Take it easy. Until she gets out the front door.
Okay. Now, look, Langley. When are we going to pull the job? I'm getting tired of drumming up banshees for old moneybags. Let's get those jewels.
Look, tomorrow her mother is going to tell her that someone is after her precious jewel collection.
Tell her? She'll lock them up in Fort Knox if that happens.
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Professor. What if her dear old departed mother tells her to leave them with me for safekeeping?
I get it. By the time she gets wise, we'll be in Mexico.
Right. I'll see you tomorrow morning before Van Dyke gets here. We'll plan what we want the voice to say. And for Pete's sake, tell that old witch to sound like a ghost for a change. She came on today like Apple Mary with a hangover.
Mr. Diamond?
That's right. Come on in, but watch the clothesline.
Oh, you've been washing. Aren't these a little loud?
You should stop around when I'm doing socks.
My name is Van Dyke, Mr. Diamond. Nancy Van Dyke.
Miss?
Mm-hmm.
Well, bully for our side. What can I do for you, Miss Van Dyke?
I'm worried about my aunt, Mr. Diamond.
Why? Is she playing shortstop for Brooklyn?
I don't think I understand that.
You're not alone, but I have to keep trying. Why are you worried about your aunt, Miss Van Dyke?
Well, lately she's been seeing a man who calls himself Dr. Langley.
Uh-huh. Are you of the Long Island Van Dykes?
We used to live on Long Island. Why?
Well, if you're the same family, you say piggy bank instead of U.S. Mint.
We are quite wealthy.
Uh-huh. That's like saying Scarface had a gun collection. You think this Dr. Langley is after your aunt's money, is that it?
Yes. He's been taking her to see a clairvoyant, and she claims that he produced her dead mother and that she talked with her.
Maybe she's been getting tips on the market.
My aunt says that this apparition, or whatever it is, warned her of impending danger.
What's the medium's name?
He calls himself Professor Leonardo.
Uh-huh. What else did the ghost have to say?
Well, she said, or it said, to trust Dr. Langley, and that's exactly what my aunt started to do. She even consults him on matters of business. He's completely sold her on this phony Professor Leonardo, and unless I miss my guess, he's got a wandering eye for her jewelry collection. She had it out, and she was showing it to him last evening.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to prove that this Dr. Langley and the professor are charlatans.
Well, in my business, charlatan is a nice word. These guys are either legit or phony. So if you want me to find out, the fee is $100 a day and expenses.
Well, I'll give you a retainer. Is $200 all right?
Have you ever seen 200 that wasn't? What's your aunt's name and address?
Mrs. Myrna Van Dyke, 326 Park Avenue. There's your $200, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you.
If you prove these men are phonies, please report it to my aunt. Then stop by my place, and I'll pay you the rest of your fee. 741 Madison Avenue?
Miss Van Dyke, did you ever model bathing suits?
No, Mr. Diamond. But I have a very nice one. I got it in the south of France last season. I'll show it to you sometime.
I hope it won't be on a hanger. Goodbye, Miss Van Dyke. Well, I had 200 fat clams in my little hot hand, and an assignment that didn't look like it was going to be too tough to crack. I needed some information on the professor and the doctor, so I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and Walt Levinson's office.
Yeah, what is... Oh, no. What do you want, Shamus?
Why, Sergeant Otis, what will the lieutenant say when he finds your big feet all over his desk?
He won't say nothing. He ain't here.
Well, how'd you ever figure that out? Where is he?
Out of town.
Doing what?
Doing his vacation, that's what.
Don't tell me he left you in charge.
Yeah. What's the matter with that?
If you've got a few days, I'll tell you about it. Leaving you in charge of homicide is like stopping a leaky faucet with bubble gum.
I ain't in charge of homicide, wise guy, but I could do it if I had to. He just asked me to watch his office and take the call.
He'd get better results with a parrot. Well, I want some information, Sergeant. What do I see?
Me.
I could see more in a barrel of mud.
Now, you better lay off, Gumshoe. I got instructions to throw you out if you get out of line.
Oh, Sergeant, it's nothing personal. You've got beautiful eyes, and, I love all three of them. It's just that you're obnoxious.
Well, okay. But you start calling me any nasty names and you go out of here,
Sergeant.
Well, you do. Now, what do you want?
I want your file on buncoitis.
Okay. You gonna look up some of your relatives?
Oh, that was a real garter snapper, Sergeant.
Yeah, here's the file.
You can do me one more favor. Look up Professor Leonardo. He's a spiritualist.
Oh, drunk, huh? I'll get the file.
Oh, no, Sergeant. In the phone book, he's like a fortune teller.
Oh, one of them guys.
That's right. Well. Well.
Find something?
Yeah, I was looking for this guy, too.
Let's see. Dr. R.L. Langley. Alias Dr. Fred Bishop. Alias Dr. Leopold Karnowski. Hey, this guy's been busy. 2 convictions. Bunco artist. According to this, the guy goes after old dames and gives them a good fleecing.
You're positively brilliant, Sergeant.
It ain't nothing.
It is when you do it. Did you find the phone number of the professor?
Yeah, right here. Professor Leonardo, fortune teller, and clairvoyant. Okay?
Oh, want to use the phone?
Sure. Only leave a nickel.
I wish I had your nose full of them.
Professor Leonardo's psychic sanctuary.
My name's Appleknocker, Harold Appleknocker. I'd like to make an appointment with Professor Leonardo.
Just what seems to be your problem?
Well, you see, it's like this. I have a 1,000-acre hog ranch in Kentucky, and last week my brother Oney got lit up on juniper juice and fell in a waller. It was a pretty deep one, and he done drowned. I was wondering if you could fix it so I could talk with him.
Who recommended you to us?
Ain't nobody recommended nothing. I just looked it up in the phone book.
Well, the professor is rather busy, and his time is expensive. I'm afraid...
Oh, shuckins. I ain't worried about money or nothing. I make $40,000 a year just off in the hogs, not to mention the still I got going back on the hills.
Still?
Yeah, got it camouflaged. Only time a revenuer ever got suspicious was when he saw the moon on the door. It was backwards.
The price is $50 a reading, and $100 if the professor is able to contact your brother.
Fine. I'm going to be busy at the stockyards this afternoon, and I'd like to drop around this evening if I could.
How would 8 o'clock be?
Just dandy.
Goodbye, then, Mr. Appleknocker.
Bye, you all.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm going to have my fortune told, Sergeant. If you want to come along, you can put your shoes if you want to, and come along, George, come
you're
along.
nuts.
Oh, you're just lonesome. Bye, y'all.
I left the 5th Precinct and headed for 975 Park Avenue. The way the case looked to date, I was going to be working that night, and my lovely redhead would be unhappy if she had to sit home. Sometimes you get a case that's fun, and this looked like one of those times, so I decided to take Helen with me to Professor Leonardo's.
Rick, a fortune teller?
Yeah, he brings the dead back, too. Want to go?
If he doesn't dig up some of your old jokes.
Oh, you are a vicious female. Just for that, old Harold Appleknocker is going to show up alone.
Harold Appleknocker?
Yep, raise hogs. You know, this little figure went to market.
Rick, that tickle.
Don't you and Sergeant Otis ever wear shoes?
Oh, I like to run around in my bare feet. It's hot.
That's only 90. What would you do on the Sahara? Don't answer that.
What time are we due at this spook parlor?
Oh, 8 o'clock. That's 2 hours. In the meantime, let's start a little seance of our own. First, you start by holding hands.
Rick.
Yes. Oh, are you Mr. Appleknocker?
Oh, yep, that's me, and this here's my girl, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Yes. Well, won't you come in? Professor Leonardo isn't back yet, but if you'll just be seated in here, he should be in at any moment.
Well, just look at this here room. What are all them figures all over the wall?
Those are the signs of the zodiac.
Hey, look at there, Harold. That's a goat.
Well, so it is. Bless my little pointed head. Used to raise goats, too, along with the hogs.
That's the professor now. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. Oh, this must be Mr. Applesucker.
Appleknocker, Professor, and this here's my girl.
Lulu Bell.
Yep, that's right.
Howdy.
Yes. Well, Mr. Appleknocker, I understand you want me to contact your dear departed brother.
Well, he wasn't so dear, but he sure done departed. Fell in a pig waller.
Of course. Now, if you just take these chairs around this table.
Where do you want him to go?
No. I mean, sit in them. You right here, Mr. Appleknocker, and you right next to him,
Lulabelle.
Yes, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Yes, howdy. I mean, if you please, turn off the light.
Yes, Professor.
Hey, Lulabelle.
Yeah?
This is fun, ain't it?
Yeah.
Now, I must have complete silence, please. Did you laugh, Miss,
Lulabelle?
Yes, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Never mind. Now, silence, please. I'm going into a trance. I call to the world beyond. I wish to speak to the spirit of only Applehanger.
Appleknocker.
Correction, the name is Appleknocker.
Lulabelle.
Howdy.
I feel your presence. Who are you, spirit? Speak.
I'm only Appleknocker.
Well, Oni, how the deuce are you?
Please, you break the contact.
Well, ain't it okay if I ask him a few questions?
It's not the usual procedure, but we seem to be establishing a precedent tonight. Go ahead.
Hey, Oni, you remember Lulabelle, don't you?
Yeah, howdy, Lulabelle.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance again, Oni.
Mr. Appleknocker, you must not laugh at the spirits.
Applehunker.
Applehunker?
And Lulabelle.
Yes, I know.
Howdy.
Now, wait just a moment. What's going on here? Turn on the lights.
What's the matter?
These two people are laughing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. But I think you've been taken for that well-known ride.
You mean this is some kind of a practical joke?
I don't know how practical it is, but it sure got a laugh.
Professor, their accents.
Yeah, they went out when poor Oni jumped up from the pig waller.
Oh, I see. Well, look here, young man. I don't see the humor, and it's going to cost you just $100 for this laugh.
Oh, it is, huh?
Yes, or you're going to walk out of here on crutches.
That's the funniest thing you said all night.
What do you want, anyway?
I just wanted to find out how phony you were. Now, you ought to be ashamed taking advantage of old ladies like Mrs. Van Dyke.
Professor.
Shut up. Who are you?
The name's Diamond. Look me up sometime. I'm in the phone book under detectives. Come on, Helen. I've got to go see the old girl and wise her up to this louse. Helen and I left the professor and his witch and went out on the street. I hailed a cab and put Helen in it and sent her home to wait for me. 20 minutes later, I was ringing the doorbell of the Van Dyke residence. I stopped ringing and tried my knuckles, and that's when I noticed that the door was ajar. I pushed it open and walked in. I stopped cold in my tracks. The hair on my neck jumped off and hid in the corner. Lying on the bed was what looked like a body. I couldn't tell because it was covered with a sheet. I was sure of one thing. Whatever it was bleeding all over the place, and the first word that came to my mind was murder. I pulled the sheet back and took a look at what could only have been Mrs. Myrna Van Dyke. She was about 60, and she was wearing a quilted housecoat. She didn't have to worry about trying to button it, because it was pinned together at the neck with a long knife.
Well, Diamond, you sure can dig 'em up, can't you?
Huh? Oh, Otis, how did you get here?
After you left the station, I called the lieutenant and told him you'd been in and you was acting screwy. He told me to tell you. Now, I'm glad I did.
Oh, mess, isn't it?
Yeah, stabbed in the throat. Looks like she was getting ready for bed. That's a towel around her head, ain't it?
Could be her hair, but I doubt it. It says Adams Hotel on it.
Let's take a look around.
Oh, hey, got a load of this.
What?
Over here on the dressing table.
Hey, ain't that a wig?
It sure is. I want to look at the body again.
You can't do that. You ain't supposed to touch anything.
I'm just taking off this towel. Well.
She's bald.
Yep, nearly. Otis, check on Professor Leonardo and Dr. Langley.
They the guys you picked out of the Rogues Gallery this morning?
Yeah.
I already did. The doc lives on Charles Street, apartment 209.
You mean you did all that by your little lonesome?
Well, when I talked to the lieutenant, he told me to, just in case.
You continually amaze me, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Now call the wagon and get the coroner over here. Then get some of the boys to pick up the phony professor.
Where you going?
Over to the good doctor's house. The body's been dead about an hour. That would make it between 7 and 8. Now, you see if the professor's got an alibi, and I'll check back here.
Hey, I don't know whether I'll let you go or not.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
Bye. I went out and grabbed another cab for Charles Street. It was dark out, and the heavy fog was rolling in and staking a claim on the city. By the time I reached the doctor's, it was thick enough to be sliced up and sold in large economy cartons. The doc didn't answer my knock, so I went in anyway. I stumbled into a little two-room joint that looked like a chick sales architectural achievement. The doctor was not home, and neither were his clothes and toothbrush, so I started casing. I tore the place apart and came up with a big fat 0, but that was before I looked in the wastepaper basket. Among the trash, I found a rental bill for a hangar and an airplane at the Flyaway Airport on Long Island. I grabbed the phone and called Sergeant Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, this is Diamond.
Oh, the boys are here now. You were right about the time of death, around 7:30.
What about the professor?
We sent a car over to pick him up, but he skipped. We got some dame, though, and she told us that the prof was giving one of them sea answers from 7 to 8.
Did you check it?
Yeah, and you was.
Good. Now check and see who gets the dead woman's money in event of her death.
Well, how am I going to find her lawyer at this time of night?
Just find him and meet me at the Flyaway Airport on Long Island.
Okay. Did you get the doctor?
That's what I'm going to do now. And if this fog keeps up, I've still got a good chance. Sometimes a case starts off like a party and ends up like a funeral. This was one of those times, and when it happens, you're never really prepared for it, so you've got to work fast. I used my last $10, besides the 200 the girl had given me, and got to Flyaway Airport in a hurry. The fog was so heavy, I had to almost kick it aside. But I finally found the row of hangars and started looking. I reached the last hangar when I spotted the plane. It was sitting on the strip, and as I moved nearer, I could see the man.
Who's there? Who is that?
I got a gun out, Doctor, so just stand the way you are.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want that little suitcase you've got. I want to take you back to the police.
Police? Oh, what on earth for?
Mrs. Van Dyke is dead, been murdered.
Oh.
Oh, now, come on, stop that.
Why, I know nothing about the killing. I swear I had nothing to do with it.
What's in that suitcase?
Why, just some clothes.
Not the Van Dyke collection of jewels?
Of course not. What would I want with them?
Miss Nancy Van Dyke seemed to think you did.
Oh, that's absurd. Here, you can look at the bag if you like, sir.
Well, I'd like. Let's take a walk over here where we can see some light.
If you insist.
Where were you between 7 and 8 this evening, Doctor?
Why, I was at home.
Ah, now, you're a two-time loser. If you're lying, they'll wash your mouth for 20 years.
You know about my record, do you?
Looked it up this afternoon.
Well, I suppose I may as well tell you. I wasn't home until nearly 8.
Where were you?
Mrs. Van Dyke's apartment. I was supposed to put her jewels in the downstairs vault.
What happened?
She was dead when I got there.
You sure she was dead?
Yes. She was lying on the bed under a sheet. Pulled it back, saw she'd been stabbed in the throat. I left, packed, came out here. I knew I'd be accused, but I didn't do it.
Hold it. Here's the light. Well, if the jewels are in this bag, you're going to be in a tough spot.
You're welcome to look.
Thanks, loads.
Oh!
Whatever it was, it caught me across the back of the head, and I went down like a dead palm tree in a hurricane. It wasn't the doctor who had lowered the boom, but someone who had sneaked up in the fog and gotten around behind me. I wasn't knocked out, and I could still hear things, so I just lay there and listened.
Oh, thank goodness you came along. He was going to take me to the police because someone had killed Mrs. Van Dyke and stolen her jewels. He thought I had them. What are you doing? No! No! No!
I rolled over and looked at the doctor. He was very dead. I got up as fast as I could and started after the killer, but in that fog, it was like looking for a hangnail in a mine shaft. I went into one hangar after another, and I guess if you keep after it long enough, sometimes you get lucky. I went into the last hangar and stopped to listen. Okay, you, come on out. If I have to come in after you, it's going to be the hard way. Well, you're the boss. Now, why don't you stop it? You can't see me any better than I can see you, but I've got the door covered. Now, come on out. If I guess right, that's one big sergeant, and he's so stupid he's liable to shoot you.
Diamond! Diamond, where are you?
In here, Otis. Watch your step. We're playing cops and robbers.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh, stop.
You all right, Otis?
Yeah, but this cement's hard.
Crawl over here.
Okay. Hey, who's shooting?
Well, one of two people. Just shot Dr. Langley back on the airstrip.
Yeah? Why don't you blast him?
I guess I'll have to. He doesn't want to come out. Otis, crawl over about 12 feet and make him shoot.
Me?
Yeah, I ought to get a good line on him. He's behind those oil drums, and I've got to stand up to do it.
Oh, all right. Hey, Diamond, now?
Yes, Otis, now. Okay, like I said, you're the boss.
I've been hit.
Come on, Otis.
Good shooting.
Glad you liked it. Well, how about you, Professor?
I'm not happy. I got all three of them.
He won't be around long.
Well, why did you hit me, and why did you kill the doctor?
I wanted the bag. I thought the jewels were in it.
Aren't they?
No, I opened it back here. I thought the doctor was double-crossing me. Well, if you ain't got the jewels, why'd you try to kill the old lady? I didn't. Oh, come on. This ain't no time to lie.
He isn't lying, Otis. You told me yourself his alibi was good.
Hey, that's right. Then who did?
The one who would benefit most by the death of the woman. The one who had a perfect setup because two con artists could be blamed for it. Let's go.
Yeah, what about this guy? How do you feel, Professor? Oh.
Like I said, Otis, you keep. Come on, let's go.
Well, hello, Mr. Diamond. You come to see the bathing suit?
I hope it comes in stripes.
What?
This is Sergeant Otis, homicide.
Has someone been killed?
Your aunt.
Oh, no.
Isn't that touching, Sergeant?
Yeah.
With that horrible doctor. Well, you've got to arrest him.
Why would he want to do it?
Why, for the jewels, of course.
Now, put your hat on. You must have known that the doctor was going to get the jewels tonight, so you killed your aunt, knowing he'd get there and wouldn't have an alibi.
Why, you're insane.
The trouble was, he got so scared he ran off without him. So he had no motive.
That it was the professor.
Strike two. He didn't have them either.
You're crazy. You can't prove a thing. I didn't stab my aunt.
Who said she was stabbed?
Well, I just...
Something else tipped me to you. The minute I took a good look at your aunt, I knew it couldn't have been a man who'd done the job.
Why not? You're just presuming.
Because there were no signs of a struggle. Your aunt must have known the killer pretty well.
She knew the doctor very well.
Well enough to meet him with a towel around her head and her wig in plain sight on the dresser?
What?
Yeah. And I got in touch with a lawyer, and he said you was the sole heir to the estate.
Were, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah. You were the sole heir, and I'm arresting you because I were there and saw the wig.
Rick, wasn't it fun at the fortune teller?
Yeah, he's going to have to think up a new racket. Like contacting the living.
What?
No, forget it. What's to eat?
I'll go look in the icebox.
Bring some milk, will you, dear?
Mm-hmm. If you'll play something.
I'll try.
Oh, no, not again!
Oh, swell. Can't you get on the night shift or something?
I can't get anything around here, especially sleep. Now, please, will you kindly shut your big fat face?
What do you mean? I haven't sung anything yet.
Oh, but you will. I just know you will.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no, please, please. I'm a nervous man.
Oh, it calms you right down. Don't blame me for falling in love with you. I'm under your spell, but how can I help it? Don't blame me. Can't you see when you do the things you do? If I can't conceal the thrill that I'm feeling, don't blame me.
Oh, that's pretty. Don't stop.
Oh, I must. Food looks too good.
Did I hear you talking to someone?
Mm-hmm. Listen. Don't blame me for falling in love with you.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, that's funny. He was there a minute ago. Don't blame me for falling in love with you.
I still don't hear anything. Rick, who are you calling?
Sergeant Otis. I'm afraid the guy next door just cut his throat.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Peggy Weber, and Jack Crucian. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evenings. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, and the Ethel Merman Show. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial turned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. Theater Guild on the Air returns tomorrow night on NBC.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, A War of Words, concerns an American agent who personally delivered a message to the colonel of a Japanese camp and is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
Okay, Harry, I've spotted it. There's our target.
Check.
Ready to let him go?
Ready. Bombs away!
There she goes.
I dropped every one of those bomb shells we had in the plane, and they hit the target right on the nose. And the explosion that followed sounded like this. Just as much noise as paper makes when it flutters to the ground. Those were our bomb shells. Propaganda leaflets. Leaflets designed by OSS to lower the morale of the Japanese soldiers in that camp in Burma. Those were our silent weapons.
I'm going to turn back now.
Okay, Pete.
Harry, what'd you think of that phonied-up picture of the bombing at Tokyo we just dropped?
Looked authentic to me.
Oh, and I like that little pamphlet, too. You know, the one that began, Sons of the rising sun. It is better to surrender than fight without bullets or die of starvation in the jungle.
Yeah, that one was real cute.
Yeah, it sure ought to give those lousy Japs something to think about. Sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have said that.
That's okay, Pete. Forget it. Let's beat our own record, get him back this time, huh?
Yeah. Here we go.
Sometimes the guys forgot that Harry was short for Haruyoshi. Haruyoshi Nabura. And though I like to think of myself as an American Japanese, even Pete Barno thought of me as a Japanese American. I had to learn not to be too sensitive.
Come in, boys. Come on in.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Sit down. Cigarette?
Thank you.
Now, you two have done a good job in the past few months peppering Burma with that propaganda material.
Oh, here's a light, Harry.
Thank you.
And we already have begun to see the results.
Oh, how's that, Colonel?
Well, you know how live Japanese prisoners used to be at a premium. Rather than be captured, they'd commit harakiri, almost in defiance.
Oh, yeah, I hear a lot of them are surrendering lately.
That's right. Their morale isn't what it was.
Good.
And you, too, can take part of the credit for that. But tomorrow, I want you to go one step further.
We're listening, sir.
Take a look at this document.
What is it? Chinese or Japanese? It's all Greek to me.
I can tell you what it is, Pete. It's obviously a forged order to the commander of the Japanese camp to withdraw his troops 3 miles east.
Well, I hope it's not an obvious forgery to him, Lieutenant Nabura, because if he falls for it and moves his camp, our armies will have a clean road right into Bamo. And once we get there, Burma's practically in our hands.
Oh, I see. Oh, begging your pardon, Colonel, but what are we supposed to do? To walk into that Jap camp and deliver these orders?
Oh, no. Your job is much simpler. All you have to do is fly over the OSS Detachment 101 at Assam and drop this document. The Kachin natives and our agents there will do the rest. We've contacted them by radio. They expect it.
Check, Colonel. Yeah, this'll be a snap.
Nothing to it.
This'll be a snap, huh? Nothing to it, huh?
How'd I know we'd run into a Jap Zero?
Right back at you, buddy.
Now, he dived too fast for you, Harry. I'm going to grab more sky. Maybe you can lose him up there.
He's on a tail.
Maybe not. that for long. Hang on, boy.
Most of the way up, the air was thin enough so that I could see the nose of that Zero following us. And then at 7,000 feet, the air became thick, and we lost him. But the plane had taken quite a beating. How bad is it looking you, Pete?
Well, we haven't more than 50 miles to go. Then we can set down in Cochin territory, make repairs before heading back to India.
Okay. Instead of dropping that document, we'll deliver it in person when we get there, huh?
If we get there.
What?
Watch that wing. It's coming off or he hit us. There she goes.
What do we do now?
I'm going to kick the stick forward as hard as I can, put her in a loop.
Oh, that's crazy.
Now that'll toss us backwards out of the cockpit. Don't pull your ripcord before you fall free of the plane.
We'll land in the river. Now keep your feet dry.
Here we go.
We fell free of the plane. I jerked the ripcord and my chute opened. On the way down, I inflated my Mae West and the little lifeboat swelled up. Below me, I could see Pete drifting slowly in the Brahmaputra River. And then I hit the water.
Boy. This is a nice mess to be in. Not even sure exactly where that 101 detachment's located.
It's somewhere to the south, isn't it?
Yeah, huh? That's a help. Whew. This jungle stinks, doesn't it?
I can think of a lot of places I'd rather be.
For instance?
For instance, anywhere. This place is probably crawling with enemy patrols.
Ooh, that's a pleasant thought. Careful, careful. Don't trip over those roots.
The jungle was heavy and oppressive. The tall trees spread a canopy over our heads and shut out what little sun there was. After a few miles, our shirts were ripped to shreds on the brambles, and blood ran into our eyes from the leeches on our foreheads. And then Pete stopped short.
Harry, look. The river.
What river? What is it?
The Brahmaputra, where we landed. You see it? See it to the right?
I don't get it. We passed it a few miles back.
Yeah, we sure did. You see that clump of roots? They look familiar? That's where you almost tripped, right there by the swamp.
But... Hey, Pete.
Yeah, huh? We made a nice big circle. We're right back where we started.
How the devil did we do that?
Well, anything could happen in this lousy... Harry.
Jap patrol.
Oh, this just isn't our day.
They're coming this way, quick, the swamp. They'll never see us. Let's get in the water till they pass.
All right.
All right, that's it. Now get down. Just keep your nose up to breathe. If you have to, get down under and don't breathe.
All right.
That thing. They're not out.
I could have reached out and untied their shoelaces.
Let's get out of here. That night, we lay side by side deep in the jungle on top of coarse undergrowth, underneath the trees from which lianas hung down like braided ropes. We shifted our positions every few minutes as a regiment of ants and bugs crawled into our clothing and kept us awake. And then towards morning, we fell asleep, exhausted. When we awoke, the sun had found a hole in the branches and crawled through.
Oh, boy, that sun's hot.
Is it?
What do you mean, is it?
I'm cold, Pete. I got the shakes.
Fever?
I don't know. I just feel sick. Sick at my stomach.
We can't sit here. You think you can travel?
Huh? Oh, sure. Come on. Boy, that sun's blazing, isn't it?
Well, I thought you said you had the shakes.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. Well, come on, Harry. Come on now. Up on your feet, boy. You'll be all right. Yeah. Come on, boy. That's it. Come on. There we go.
We started walking again. Our wrists had open sores on them from jungle rot. My head was hot, my hands were cold, and I felt sick. Awful sick.
Harry, how do you feel? I'll be okay.
It was that swamp we hid in. Just those lousy bugs that got under your skin, huh?
I'll be all right.
Harry. Harry. Can you hear me? Harry. Harry. Okay, fella, now just take it easy there. That's it. This cold cloth on your forehead will make you feel better. You'll see, boy.
Pete?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Pete.
Where am I?
Couldn't you say anything more original than that, for crying out loud?
I blacked out, didn't I?
Now, don't talk so much. You blabbed enough when you were off your head. Who's, Okasan?
A girl I knew at UCLA.
I figured.
How long ago's it been since?
2 days.
Have we got enough rations?
We'll be okay.
Don't lie to me, Pete.
I said we'll be okay. Now, don't try to sit up, Harry.
Well, how far do you think we are from the Cutchins?
Well, I think I've got the direction pretty well mapped out now. About a day's travel, due south.
Well, not if you sit here with me for a week.
No, don't talk so much.
Go on, Pete. Get out of here. I'll tell you what, if you make it there by yourself, you can come back with some of the natives and get me.
Not on your life. I'm not leaving you.
But she...
Shh. Quiet. Someone's outside.
Pete drew his gun and crawled out to the mouth of the cave. My head was pounding harder than before. Maybe it was the fever. Maybe it was because I had to lie there helpless while Pete went out alone to whatever was outside.
Do not shoot. Friend.
Who are you?
Name is Shooting. Scout. Scout. Saw you this morning from top of tree. Saw you at Brook. Saw uniform.
Yeah, you've got good eyesight. But you still haven't told me who you are.
I told you. Shooting. Scout. Cutchin Scout.
Cutchin? Well, why didn't you say so? You're from Assam? You're from the OSS detachment?
It's right.
Harry! Harry, did you hear that? Well, how's this for the mountain coming to Mohammed?
It's great. It's just great.
Would like I take you to camp?
Would like? Oh, boy, would love. Oh, look, I've got a sick friend in here in the cave there. A fever. Can you fix him up?
We'll see.
I looked up from the bed of leaves that Pete had made. The Cutchin Scout who leaned over me was short and squat with long matted hair and teeth worn to a black stub by beetle nut. He took a good look at me and jumped back as if he'd been bitten.
Japanese! It's Japanese! I kill!
No, hold on there, wait a minute. You hold on, I said. Now listen, Suling. Suling, this is American. Just like I said.
It's Japanese.
It's no use, Pete.
Listen, Sue, is a Japanese, yes, that's right. But is American, too. You savvy? American. Friend. Look at his uniform.
You say friend. I say Japanese. We'll fix up from fever, then bring to camp. Let them say which is what.
I don't know what he mixed up in those witch doctor concoctions besides the juice of mahogany leaves and the roots of the liana vines. But whatever it was, I was on my feet 2 days later. We started out for Detachment 101. Only this time we had a guide. And then, the next night, out of nowhere, we came upon it.
Well, what do you know?
Here it was, the OSS secret hideout. Carved right into the jungle of Burma.
So this is Detachment 101.
There were neat straw-thatched pashas. A mess hall, a well-equipped hospital, mortars, bazookas, crates of ammunition.
Harry, look, a woman, a Red Cross nurse.
GI paratroopers in bright-colored shirts and unlaced jump boots were strolling about, mingling with the native troops.
Wow. Oh, this is just like a city in the wilderness, isn't it?
It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
And probably like nothing you'll ever see again.
Huh? Well, where'd you come from?
Yeah, sure, and I've been standing behind you all the time. Would you like to have me show you around, maybe?
Oh, well, not now, thanks. The guide who brought us here disappeared. We've got to find the head man around here. We have something for him.
Ah, but you'll live longer if you live slower and don't drive yourselves. My mother, rest her soul, told me that in Dublin many years ago. I'm Irish, you know.
No, you don't say.
Oh, yes. Now take a good look at our little camp. As I said, you'll probably never see anything like it again if you live to be 104. It's as if the leprechauns set it down right in the middle of the wilderness.
Well, we'll look around later if you don't mind. Who's in
now,
charge?
You take all these lads, the paratroopers who were fast down in the jungle. They all had the same look about them when they first came, as if they'd stumbled into a bed of far-leaf clovers.
Look, Mac, would you mind very
now,
much?
That lad there was a farmer in Wisconsin. And they went talking to the nurses from Boston, originally, that is. And the tall lad is a Texan.
What we want...
And it took a lot to make him say that this looked better to him than Texas.
Were you forced down here, too?
In a manner of speaking, yes, I was.
What did you do before the war?
Well, I'll tell you, lads. I operated a hot fur ring from Hoboken to Canarsie.
You what?
Furry.
A right thriving little business it was, too. And after the war, I'll probably go back to it.
This guy's off his rocker.
Oh, look, where can we find somebody in authority?
At evening mass with everyone else.
Mass?
Of course. You see that big straw hut at the far end? You'll find him there.
We went to Mass. And when we got there, we found our friend with the brogue. The one who told us he ran a hot fur ring from Hoboken to Canarsie, officiating at the service. Every once in a while, he'd look up at us, and I could see the suggestion of a smile around his lips. There was a soldier standing next to us.
Hey, who is that? That? Why, that's Father O'Toole. He practically organized the 101.
Sure, and I said it just to see the look on your faces later on.
Well, take a good look. Boy, mine's red. Oh, but Father O'Toole.
Yes?
Here are the forged Japanese orders the Colonel gave us in India. Of course, the original plan about dropping them over to you and turning back didn't work out, but just as long as we got them here.
Just as long as we have them, we know what to do with them. No, there's a Japanese mail courier coming through tomorrow night from the Groom to the Jap camp at Muklum. Now, I'll have Su Ling or one of the other scouts intercept him and deposit this document in his mail pouch.
Oh, I get it, Father. When he comes to, he won't know what hit him, but he'll keep going. With the forged papers, eh?
Yeah, sure, you got a quick brain, lad. And, by the by...
yes, Father.
Now, since you're Japanese as well as American, I'd suggest you stay close to me for the next day or so until you leave. You see, then the natives will get over their suspicions of you.
I see.
Which one of you men was down with fever?
I was, nurse.
I'm sorry for barging into your hut this way, Father O'Toole, but Su Ling told me one of these men had jungle sickness.
Wait, it's quite all right, nurse. Amy, lads, take a look at her. Isn't she a fair colleen, though?
That's enough of your blarney, Father. Come with me, please. What's your name?
Nabura. Lieutenant Harry Nabura. I'm okay now, really.
That may be so. We just want you at the hospital for a checkup. Come along.
Hey, wait. Do you mind if I come too?
No, not at all.
The doc who looked me over gave me a clean bill of health. It must have been those witch doctor herbs of Su Ling's. Later, Father O'Toole gave us a bashad to ourselves, and Pete and I fell on those army cots.
Oh.
And then about 3 o'clock in the morning...
Harry, what's that?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Hey, where's everybody running to?
Oh, there's that nurse maybe seen her. Hey, nurse!
Nothing to be alarmed about, boys.
What happened?
One of the camp approaches. Our watchdog caught a prowling enemy scout.
Well, I didn't hear any dog.
Oh, this is a silent watchdog.
What?
Actually, it's a crossbow with a 150-pound pull. It's set up so any intruder who touches the trip string is shot with a poisoned arrow.
Well, that's quite a watchdog, isn't it?
Yes. I've been thinking of putting one up in front of my tent.
Oh, so sorry, Father
Well,
O'Toole.
all right now.
So
it's all
Ling
right
did not
now.
mean...
And now it's done, Suling. It can't be helped. It's all right.
Oh, hello, Father.
Oh, there you are, lads. Come on in.
Oh, what's up, Father?
So Ling make big mistake, big mistake.
What
Su Ling.
kind of a mistake?
Well, I'll tell you, boys. It's like this. I sent Sue out last night to intercept the Japanese courier and deposit this document in his mail pouch.
What went wrong?
Well, it seems that Suling doesn't know his own strength, to quote a phrase, and he hit him too hard. I'm very much afraid the courier will not be able to deliver the mail after all to the camp at Muklum.
Well, look, Father O'Toole, that document is important. It's got to get there. Where's the courier now?
In the hospital, receiving the very best of care, I assure you.
And the mail sack?
In my possession.
Okay. Then another Jap courier is going to take his place and deliver the mail.
You're nuts, Harry. What other Jap courier?
Me?
What? Hell, I know you're nuts.
Pete, when I switch uniforms with that guy, take a good look at me. I promise you, you'll never recognize me.
The idea has a touch of genius, lad. I think it may work.
I hope it may work. Slip in an extra prayer for me, Father. While I was at it, I went after the letters and cards that were going to the Japanese soldiers and phoned them up. Erased everything but the signatures and wrote about how bad conditions were back in Tokyo, how the black market was flourishing, how they were being bombed every night. At dawn, I had changed into the captured courier's uniform. I had the mail sack over my shoulder and Suling at my side to take me most of the way.
Good luck again, me boy.
Thank you, Father O'Toole.
Oh, Harry, you sure that you want to do this? It's walking right into the lion's den. If they get wise to you.
If they get wise to me, shigadaganai.
What's that mean?
It's good Japanese for so what?
Who goes there? Answer, I shoot.
A courier from the Brigum with mail for your soldiers and special dispatch for your commander.
Mail courier, come close. Let me see your face. I do not know you. Where's the runner? Papers. Let me see your papers. Identification. Here. Very good. Pass. Where is dispatch you say is for me?
Here, Colonel Nagel.
Why you so late? Mail was expected yesterday.
It was unavoidable.
Answer my question directly. Why are you late?
Native Kachin warrior attacked me on the way. I had to fight him off, Colonel Nagel.
Those Kachans, silent devils in the jungle. Shadows. Impossible to know when they are about. They jump out at you. Devils.
Oh, yes, Colonel Nagel.
Well, what you waiting for? You may leave now.
Yes, sir. I leave. I was glad to leave. It had been easy up to that point. I tried to keep from walking too fast to the gate.
Pass. Let me see a pass to read.
Here, it was stamped at Colonel Nagel's headquarters.
Right, you can go. Wait! Wait! You're deaf? Did you not hear me shoot off a gun to call your attention?
Why you want me?
I do not want you. I received the word at gate from Colonel Nagel. He wanted you to come back. Come. There you are, courier. I want to make sure you did not leave here.
Is there something wrong, Colonel Nagel?
What you talking about? What could be wrong? Here, important message for your colonel. Take it.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Colonel Nagel. I should be glad to deliver this to my colonel. This time, nobody stopped me when I left the camp at Mokloom and started back for Cochin headquarters. I must have been within 2 miles of Detachment 101 when I realized I was being followed. I couldn't see anyone or hear anyone, but I knew someone was there. In the brush or in the trees, hidden somewhere along the trail. I started to run faster. My lungs started to ache with each breath, and my strength was gone. A hangover from the fever I'd just gotten over. If I had escaped from the Japanese camp and fallen into headhunter hands, I knew I didn't have a chance. I talk Japanese? English? What are you? Headhunter?
Good luck. Good luck. Ravanadi.
Now bless my soul, Lieutenant Nabora. I see you're awake.
How you feeling, Harry?
Father O'Toole. Pete. What are you doing here?
Sit up, Lieutenant. Let me change that bandage on your head.
Now, wait a minute. How did you get here?
Aren't you mixing things up a bit, lad? You mean, of course, how did you get back here to the OSS camp?
To the what?
Well, now, it is very simple. Oh, I have an apology to make for my friends, the Cutchins, who brought you here. They'd been out scouting for the past week, and they did not know you. Also, of course, the Japanese uniform you were wearing confused them.
But
It was a pity that they spake only their own language, so that you couldn't clear up the situation. I'll have to teach them how to speak English. English the way it should be spoken.
Lieutenants Haruyoshi Nabura and Peter Barno were returned to India by plane from the rescue camp at Assam. And a few weeks later, a special dispatch informed OSS headquarters that the strategic city of Bamo had been taken. Thus, once again, the report of another agent closed with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in tonight's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Pete was Chuck Webster. Harry was played by Ralph Bell. Father O'Toole by Eric Dressler. Others were Joan Allison, Raymond Edward Johnson, Carl Weber, Jerry Jarrett, Maurice Tarplin, and Guy Rep. The script for Cloak and Dagger was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon, and the music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Wes Conant, Manny Siegel, and Norman Gruenfelder. Tonight's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
This you can really call a fish story. And I was the live bait.
This is another in the adventures of America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, Johnny Dollar. At Insurance Investigation, Johnny Dollar is only an expert. At making out his expense account, he's an absolute genius.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Intercontinental Marine Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during assignment in San Pedro, California. investigating the loss of 2 pieces of property insured by you. Or the tuna were running and so was everybody else. Or I caught a fishing boat, but you should have seen the one that got away. Expense account item 1, $176.87. Airfare from home base in Hartford to off base in California. Expense account item 2, $10. Cab fare, Los Angeles Municipal Airport to the waterfront office of the Pacific Deep Sea Canning Company in San Pedro. There was perfume in the air, channel number 5. Inside, the name on the door said Walton. That's who I wanted to see, so I walked in.
Well, who are you?
I'm here to follow up the claim you made to Intercontinental Marine Insurance Company. My name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, when you bring the money, I need boats. The tuna are running.
No, Mr. Walton, I didn't bring any money. All I brought is a suspicious nature and an inquisitive mind.
What the devil do you mean by that crap?
Now, don't get your fish in a stew, Mr. Walton. This is standard procedure. No insurance company is going to shell out $400,000 without first taking a long, lingering look.
Well, there's not much to look at.
Yeah, so I understand. According to your claim, 2 of your boats, the Frank Walton and the Nancy Walton left port Monday afternoon and headed out on a southerly course. When you tried to establish radio contact Tuesday morning, you couldn't raise them. Pieces of wreckage and the bodies of 2 men were found Tuesday night, indicating that both boats were lost.
That's the story.
What made you so sure that both boats went down?
Because of those 2 men whose bodies were found, one sailed in the Nancy Walton, the other sailed in the Frank Walton. What more do you people want?
Just enough time to check everything thoroughly. You know, this wouldn't be the first time a shipwreck has been faked to collect insurance.
I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess the faster I get you satisfied, the faster I'll collect my money. Sorry I lost my temper, Dollar. I'll do everything I can. Send Captain Carpo in. Carpo's my fleet captain, Dollar. He can give you all the details. But I'm telling you, there aren't any more.
Well, one thing for sure, Mr. Walton. We can't blame it on the Pacific Ocean. According to my report, those boats sailed in fine weather.
That's right. You call me, boss? Yes, George, this is Mr. Dollar from the insurance company. He's here to investigate the sinking.
So? I'm happy to meet you, too, Captain.
What do you want?
First, I want your theory as to what could have happened.
I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe they run into each other.
As fleet captain, you hire the hands for the boats, don't you?
That's right.
Are you the kind of man who would hire the kind of skippers who'd run into each other in clear weather?
They were good skippers. Now you listen to me. I've been captain of this fleet for 5 years. First time we ever lose a boat to lose a man. You think we like this idea?
No, I don't, Captain Carpo. I don't think you like it any better than the insurance company likes the idea of losing $400,000. Well, at least if I find those sunken boats, that'll be salvage.
No, Mr. Dollar. That'll be a miracle.
The meeting busted up without me getting busted up, which was unusual in itself. And I hitched myself a ride out to an outfit who knows more about salt water than a Coney Island taffy maker. The U.S. Coast Guard. Enclosed find the statement of the commander of the station, Lieutenant Senior Grade Miles P. Endicott, Jr.
We made thorough patrols using both air and surface craft. The bodies of the men recovered show signs that lead us to believe that they were blown clear of the lost ships by violent explosions.
All the lieutenant needed to say to make my eyes light up was that one word, explosion. Because in a marine insurance investigator's book, the word explosion sets off another word, scuttling. A widely used wet variety of fraud. In other words, blowing up your own ship to collect the insurance. And continuing this chain reaction, I followed the best available lead. The man in charge of the vessels involved, Captain George Carpo. I found him at 11 that night at a combination restaurant and bar named after the oriental fishing bird, the cormorant. As I looked in through the greasy window, an interesting sight greeted me. Captain Carpo slipping into a booth already occupied by an olive-skinned brunette, who was good enough looking, but obviously less than a queen. Carpo stuck his face in hers, spat a few words at her that I couldn't hear, shook his sledgehammer fist at her, and stomped out through a back door. I gave the front door some business, and, trying to look like I belonged to the place, strolled to the bar, bought myself a blast, and walked it over to the ladies' booth.
Well, who sent for you?
Do you mind?
I haven't got anything to lose if you haven't.
What do you mean by that?
If those are your own teeth, maybe you don't want to lose them.
Oh, Carpo's a jealous type, huh?
You don't believe in sharing the wealth.
Are you Carpo's girl?
Part-time. Who are you?
Well, if Captain Carpo comes back, he'll tell you anyway. So the name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Investigating what? Marine life?
Marine death. There was 2 sinkings in the Walton fleet. The company that sent me here insured the boats.
Sounds to me like you got yourself a tough job.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Who are you going to ask questions? They've been reported with all hands lost.
Who knows? Maybe I'll bump into a talkative seagull. Or maybe, if I'm lucky, a talkative girl.
What have you got that could make a girl talkative, mister?
Well, discounting my natural beauty and charm, I have money. Not too much money, but money.
Keep coming. I know enough not to talk before I give what I want.
Well, that makes it a Mexican standoff. I know enough not to pay for something I haven't heard yet. Let's start out with an inexpensive question, like, what's your name?
You can have that for free. Anita Vargas.
How long you known Carpo?
If you'll pardon the expression, on and off for the last 6 months.
How's he for money? Has he turned into a big spender recently?
Sure. Instead of 2 drinks a night, he's now buying me 4. Carpo will never be a big spender.
Where does he live?
1423 Parade Street.
How far is that from here?
It's here. He lives upstairs.
That called for a change of scene. I didn't know whether Anita Vargas really had anything to sell or not, but I didn't want what was left of our tete-a-tete to be interrupted by a violent re-arrival of the mighty Captain Carpo. So, expense account item 3, $4, picking up our tabs. Item 4, 6 bits, picking up a taxi, which dropped us at another bar, slightly less oriental, but definitely more obnoxious. We grabbed ourselves a table with a view of the sawdust on the floor, and waited for a waiter. He didn't come, but somebody else did. The owner of the lost fishing boats, Mr. Roscoe Walton.
What are you doing with this character, Anita?
I met him in college, Roscoe. Now beat it. And since when have you been getting drunk?
Don't tell me he's your boyfriend, too.
Part-time.
Maybe I'd better get lost. I'll call you later.
Yeah, maybe you better get lost. And stay that way.
Go ahead, Johnny. You better go.
Well, happy hangover, Mr. Walton.
You don't look like no college boy to me.
I was no professor of mathematics either, but I could add this much up. If those tuna clippers had gone down by explosion, somebody had to buy some explosives. Maybe locally. That problem I took to the local police, who went to work looking up names in the dynamite register. And since those explosives would have been planted while the boats were under the care and supervision of Captain Carpo, that problem I decided to take to him. It was 1:30 in the morning when I got back to the front of the Cormorant restaurant and bar. The grease joint was dark, but a light was burning on the second and top floor. I got halfway up the front stairs to ask my leading suspect a few questions about explosions when I heard something. Carpo was still moving when I got up there, but not for long. The back door was as open as the captain's life was closed. I looked down the back flight of stairs. It was either too dark or there wasn't anybody there, and I wasn't going down to look. I'd been over the body just to make sure. Oh. First they beat him half to death. I wonder why they didn't finish him that way. Huh?
Well, sir, perhaps it would be best if you were to remain where you are. At least my pistol seems to recommend it. Well, well, you seem to have done inestimable damage to my good friend Captain Carpo. The poor fellow seems to be definitely dead.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Johnny Dollar. But first, you might be interested to know that CBS has acquired a couple of blocks of wood. You're not interested? Well, would you be interested if you knew that those blocks of wood had been carved into certain figures?
No. Well, then let's try this. Would you be interested if you knew that those carved blocks of wood could talk? Ah, now you're beginning to sit up and take notice. Well, we might as well come out and tell you that these talking blocks of wood are named Charlie McCarthy and Mortimer Snurd. That they and a lively fellow named Edgar Bergen will be making their first appearance over most of these same CBS stations this Sunday evening, and that you'll be able to hear them every Sunday thereafter. Now, with our star, Charles Russell, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
There I was again. Always the suspect, but never the tried. With a dead body at my feet and a pistol at my head. The man holding it was neither small nor large. Thomas Mitchell type. His frame was fighting the seams of a sloppy tweed suit, and his pouchy face was fighting the alcoholic content of his blood.
Well, sir, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I came to talk to this man. Killing him would hardly be the way to kick off a conversation. How about you? What are you doing here at 1:30 in the morning?
Most amusing, most. Two accused men, each of them judging the other. With a dead man for a jury. All right, then. As for my testimony, my name is Cricket. I was on my way to discuss with the good Captain Carpo a matter of possible mutual profit. Naturally, when I heard the shots from the street, I hastened to his assistance.
I won't ask you how you knew Carpo was getting shot instead of doing the shooting. My name is Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator from Hartford, Connecticut. I was sent out here to look into two sinkings in the captain's fleet.
Oh, then you and I share a common interest. My business is ship salvage. It's obvious that I should put up this pistol and replace it with a shake of a hand. How do you do, sir?
In my business, you never know. How do you do?
This is indeed a most fortunate meeting. A pity that it should take place upon the very threshold of tragedy. Poor Carpo. His face seems to have enjoyed the worst of an encounter with a monkey's fist.
How's that?
A monkey's fist.
I mean, what's that?
Well, a monkey's fist, sir, is a highly complicated knot woven about a slug of lead to lend weight. Ordinarily, it is intended for use at the end of a heaving line. However, it is sometimes used by seamen in the forecastle in the administering of torturous beatings. Now, what do you make of that?
Well, if we can take the word of the centuries for it, torture suggests the violent seeking of information.
That would indeed seem to be the case.
From the looks of this room, a monkey's fist or any other kind of knot wouldn't be hard to lay your hands on. What's that one on the wall there?
Oh, that is a miniature of a knotted ship's fender.
Fender?
It's a device for cushioning the shock between a ship and a wharf or another vessel. In modern sailing, this type has largely been replaced by the commercial cork variety. Oh, somebody evidently heard the shots and notified the police. Awkward.
Look, Mr. Cricket,
Yeah?
I feel like talking, but not to the police.
Splendid. Perhaps then you would be kind enough to join me in a nightcap at my quarters?
Lead me to it. Mr. Cricket's quarters turned out to be afloat and moored to a dock. It was a PT boat, ex-Navy.
Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Now, first, that nightcap. Yo-ho-ho, sir, and a bottle of rum. And now, if you'll do the honors...
Delighted.
I will invite the London Symphony to play behind our chair. Tchaikovsky, the Pathétique. Oh, utterly beautiful.
Wow. Sweet phonograph records, soft lights, and hard liquor. This is the kind of stuff I enjoy on my time off, which this doesn't happen to be.
There we are. Now to business. Mr. Dollar, I assume that the insurance company that sent you out here is not satisfied with the story of the sinking of the two vessels, Frank and Nancy Walton. I assume further that you have been authorized to spend any necessary monies to not only view the evidence firsthand, but also, if that evidence proves a criminal intent, to be able to retrieve it from the ocean floor for use in court. Are my assumptions correct?
They are. But it can't be as simple as you make it sound. The first job seems to me the toughest. Finding the spot where those clippers went down.
I would venture to say that with my special equipment, I could detect the presence of the fillings in Davy Jones' teeth. It is fantastic, sir.
And about your price. Is that fantastic, too?
My proposition is this. A flat price of $5,000. And, in the event that criminal intent is proved, the possession of the recovered hulks.
I assume this $5,000 is only payable if you succeed in locating the boats.
Let us substitute the term returnable for the word payable. I will need $5,000 in advance, and our contract shall state that in the unlikely event of failure, you shall get your money back less my necessary expenses. Agreed?
Agreed. Good. I'll have your money for you in the morning.
Good. I trust I shall have your boat for you in the afternoon.
I couldn't tell yet about his fantastic sonic sounding device, but otherwise, Mr. Cricket was well equipped. By ship-to-shore telephone, he ordered me a taxi, which I ordered to a corner near Roscoe Walton's Pacific Deep Sea Canning Company. Carpo's death made me want to get a good look at Carpo's office. Something about the way he died kept baiting up the thought that there was something fishier about this case than just plain old-fashioned insurance fraud. The only thing that was out of place in the place was under a rug, under Carpo's desk, a wall safe sunk in the floor. That proved easier to open than a poker hand with 3 aces. I lifted the heavy steel door. The first thing I saw was an oblong package, brown paper. I stuck one hand in to lift it out, and I couldn't. So I used 2, and my back was as heavy as lead. But when I tore off the wrapping, I saw that it was as valuable as gold, because that's what it was, a gold ingot. I didn't even have time to wonder, because the subject suddenly changed from lead to gold to cold steel in his voice and his hand.
Hold it there.
Hey, Mr. Dollar.
It's a little late to be canning fish, isn't it, Walton?
Yes, it seems to be just right for breaking and entering. What are you doing here?
Entering the last phase of this investigation, Walton, and breaking the back of your little racket. Or I should say big.
What do you mean, racket?
To me, it looks like your boats have been bringing in more than fish from the Mexican coast. This heavy little handful makes it look like they've been hauling in Mexican gold.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to stand here and be accused.
You're so right you're not going to stand there. Not on those feet. Give me that.
You
take this.
Johnny, are you hurt?
Are you kidding? You'll never make a living being a fight referee. I'm what is commonly known as the winner.
Johnny, do you really believe what you said is true?
What about smuggling in Mexican gold?
Yeah.
Listen, Anita, when you find a private citizen with a gold ingot, he is not using it for a watch fob. The only thing I learned after that was that 2 hours in the sack does not constitute a good night's sleep. By 10 in the morning, 1 phone call east and 1 telegram west delivered $5,000 into my hands from a local bank. And I, after a quick call to the Coast Guard to cover a few final details, placed myself into the hands of Mr. Cricket, Deep Sea Guide Extraordinary. 2 jolting hours later, our bucking bronco with a briny had us crashing to the swell somewhere off the island of San Clemente, which is somewhere some 60 miles off the coast of Southern California.
Well, Dollar, my boy, enjoying the voyage?
Yeah.
Oh, come now. This isn't what a sailor would call rough weather, you understand?
I understand. I only hope my breakfast does.
Oh, this is nothing. Why, I recall one time off the Spanish coast.
Mr. Cricket!
Yes, my man?
According to my reading, we're about there.
Good. Reduce your RPM. Now, Dollar. Now, prepare to be amazed.
Mr. Cricket had good reason to chirp about one thing. He sure knew his business. An hour later, the hulks had been located. We were riding on a mushroom anchor. A diver had been put over the side and was tug-of-war topside by a cable on a winch.
All right, careful now. Okay, clear the rail. Easy does it. Far away. He's aboard and flat.
Quickly now, get his helmet off. Now, Dollar, we shall see.
For $5,000, I'm going to have to see.
Well, Riley, what luck?
We hit it right on the nose. They're both down there 30 yards apart.
Well, Dollar, are you satisfied?
Just about 90%, Mr. Cricket.
Oh, and the 10%?
Oh, look, it's this way, Mr. Cricket. If this case gets any place, I'll probably have to testify in court. So far, everything I've got is secondhand. That isn't worth much in court. I've got to see those boats.
What? Why, good heavens, man. You mean you want to go over the side?
I don't particularly want to, but it seems to be part of this job. Many times before in my career, I've thought I had a heavy weight on my shoulders. But that diver's helmet set the new record. And those lead shoes and that rubberized canvas suit didn't feel exactly zoot. The temperature of the water outside felt much cooler than that forming on my brows. This was a steam bath, airtight. 8 days later, in my mind at least, my lead wedgies groped for a foothold on a slimy bottom, and I had arrived shipside. As I had no immediate way of determining the sex of a sunken ship, I couldn't tell from abaft the beam whether I was looking at the Frank or the Nancy Walton. About then, a passing current grabbed me and invited me out to dance along the ocean floor. I grabbed out for anything for support, and it turned out to be a rope hanging from the clipper's gunwale.
Well, Dollar,
When the drift passed on in a huff, I had a chance to take a closer look at what I was hanging on to. The line was secured to a woven rope ship's fender, which Mr. Cricket had not so long before told me was fashioned about a buoyant core of cork. But this one felt heavy enough to be loaded with county cork. And as for buoyancy, this was about as buoyant as a lead balloon. It was resting on the bottom and heavy to lift. The next current that swept over me was mental. I clawed the shark knife out of the diving suit belt, started hacking at the woven rope, then through a thin layer of canvas. And that's as far as I got.
Dollar, is this phone system operating? Here now, Dollar. Are you there?
This ain't the three little fishies.
Oh, good. Have you seen the ships?
Yeah, they're here all right.
Are you satisfied that they were sunk by explosion?
Yep. They're blasted in all directions.
Then I have earned my $5,000, and I must bid you farewell.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, you have been all but lost in a diving accident.
Oh, yourself. What'll that get you?
In disposing of you, sir, I am confident that as well as pocketing your $5,000, I will also do away with the meddling of the insurance company. You see, when my diver comes down to recover your unfortunate body, he will continue our search for the gold.
Oh, well, I've got news for you, pal. You evidently didn't knock the hiding place out of Carpo before you killed him. But I was lucky. Not only have I already found that gold, I have stashed it.
Here now, Dollar, you're bluffing.
If you think so, turn off my air.
So you do know about it. Dollar, tell me honestly, are you open to terms?
Well, I'll think about it. Haul away! The trip up was slower than the trip down, which was luck for me. The first thing I heard when I broke to the surface was muffled by the helmet, but unmistakably gunfire. The Marines hadn't landed, but by George, the Coast Guard certainly had, and I had a grandstand seat for the whole affair. My winchman was busy ducking bullets, and the winch just didn't decide to stop on its own hook, so I went riding skyward until I was stopped by the tip of the boom. And there I was, hanging on its own hook, suspended over the deck, looking through my helmet glass at the raging battle below. Cricket, directly below me, was pumping a high-powered rifle, and between shots, shouting curses at whoever had opened fire on the U.S. government. Lieutenant Senior Grade, Miles P. Endigan Jr. stood silhouetted against the sky on the flying bridge of the Coast Guard cutter. I looked down 20 feet between my dangling lead-weighted feet and saw Cricket taking careful aim in his direction. So once again, I grabbed my razor-edged shark knife, stuck it under the copper rim of my breastplate, and ripped at the canvas, and bombs away. My weight did the rest. Expense account, item 5. Cab fare to the San Pedro Police Headquarters, where I made my statement and heard Mr. Cricket's. A badly damaged Mr. Cricket.
Well, sir, during a short stay in Cleveland, it was brought to my attention that every city in the country was suffering an epidemic of small-time gold robberies. Dentist offices, pawn shops, and so forth. Such a condition piqued my curiosity. As well as my love for money. And I studied the situation more closely. To my amazement, I learned that the gold was being melted down, fashioned into ingots, and sent off somewhere to the Orient for use in the gold and gun smuggling traffic. It occurred to me that if I could intercept the gold immediately after its dispatch, under the guidance of Captain Carpo, to a larger ship, being met at sea by his tuna clippers, then I could realize for myself a tidy profit.
Expense account, item 6. $7.50. A 5-pound box of chocolates for Miss Anita Varghese. Address, San Pedro Municipal Jail. It seems that the police sometimes classify a part-time girlfriend as an all-time accomplice. Expense account, item 7, airfare, Los Angeles to Hartford, $176.87. And being Friday, what do you think they serve for dinner on the plane? What else? Tuna fish salad. Expense account total, $1,264.28. Yours, truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Gordon P. Hughes and stars Charles Russell. Script by Paul Dudley and Gil Dowd. Featured in the cast were Willard Waterman, Junius Matthews, Edmund McDonald, Georgia Ellis, Larry Dobkin, and Paul Dubois. The special music is written and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure and be with us at this same time next week when another unusual expense account is handed in by
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Every fall, the ladies like to go out and get some new fall clothes. Well, CBS has gone out and gotten some new fall shows. One of the gayest of these new programs is The Red Skelton Show, which makes its bow over most of these same CBS stations this Sunday night. There's no one quite like Red Skelton, as you'll find out when you tune in tomorrow. The Red Skelton Show is a part of the CBS Great Sunday Night Laugh lineup. Don't miss it. Now stay tuned for Vaughn Monroe, who follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Paul Masterson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Saturday Night Theatre.
The following program is brought to you courtesy of the BBC. We present Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon, dramatized by Michael Bakewell. In the role of Sam Spade, Tom Wilkinson, Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Jane Lafotaire, Mr. Gutman, Peter Vaughan, and as Joel Cairo, Nicholas Grace. San Francisco, 1928.
Thought you'd like a cup of coffee.
Thank you, sweetheart. Put it down, will you?
What are you reading?
Celebrated Criminal Cases of America. In default of anything coming my way. Anything new?
Oh, no, Sam.
No missing husbands or unfaithful wives who need tailing?
You should be grateful for that, at least.
Where is Miles, anyway?
Oh, he went out a couple of hours ago. Didn't say where he was going. Oh, I expect that's him now. There's a girl wants to see you. Her name's Wonderly.
Customer?
Guess so. You'll want to see her anyway. She's a knockout.
Sure in, darling. Sure in.
Will you come in, Miss Wonderly? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. Won't you sit down, Miss Wonderly?
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Spade, could you... I thought... well, that is...
I suppose you'd tell me about it from the beginning, and then we'll know what needs doing. Begin as far back as you can.
Oh, that was in New York.
Yes.
I don't know where she met him. I mean, I don't know where in New York. She's 5 years younger than I am, only 17. And we didn't have the same friends. I don't suppose we've ever been as close as sisters should be. Mama and Papa are in Europe. It will kill them. I've got to get her back before they come home.
Yeah.
And they're coming home on the 1st of the month. I didn't know what she had done until her letters came. There wasn't anyone I could go to for advice. I didn't know what to do. I mean, what could I do?
But then her letter came.
Yes, and I sent her a telegram to general delivery at the post office here. I waited a whole week, but no answer came. So I came to San Francisco to get her. I wrote her I was coming. I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Maybe not. It's not always easy to know what to do. You haven't found her?
No, I haven't. I wrote her that I would go to the St. Mark, and I begged her to come and let me talk to her, even if she didn't intend to go home with me. But she didn't come. She didn't even send a message. It was horrible. I wrote her another letter to general delivery, and yesterday afternoon I went to the post office. I stayed there until after dark, but I didn't see her. I went there again this morning, and I saw Floyd Thursby. He wouldn't tell me where Corrine was. He wouldn't tell me anything except that she was well and happy, but that's what he'd tell me anyway, isn't it?
Sure, but it might be true.
He wouldn't take me to see her. He said she didn't want to see me. I can't believe that. He promised to tell her he had seen me and to bring her to see me if she would come this evening at the hotel. He promised to come himself if she wouldn't. He said...
Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize...
It's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
Miss Wonderly.
Hello.
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in town. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister and get her away from him and back home, right?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Spade.
Oh, well, we're always happy to help a lady in distress. Aren't we, Sam?
You shouldn't have any trouble with it. It's simply a matter of having a man at the hotel this evening to shadow him away when he leaves and shadow him until he leads us to your sister.
Yeah, we can manage that for you, Miss Wonderly.
Oh, but you must be careful. He's a dangerous man. I honestly don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corrine if he thought it would save him.
You sure he hasn't married her?
Oh, he has a wife and 3 children in England.
Oh, they usually do, though not always in England. What does he do for a living?
I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea.
What time is he coming to see you?
Oh, after 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there. It'll help if you could meet...
Mr. Spade, could you, or Mr. Archer, could either of you look after it personally? I mean, I don't mean that the man you'd send wouldn't be capable, but I'm so afraid of what might happen to Corrine. Could you... I'd expect to be charged, of course. $200. Would that be enough?
Yeah, it would. And I'll look after it myself.
Oh, would you, Mr. Archer? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spade.
Not at all. It'll help some if you either meet Thursby downstairs or let yourself be seen in the lobby with him at some stage.
I will.
And don't look out for me. I'll see you all right.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wonderly.
Goodbye.
Effie, will you show Miss Wonderly out?
$200. They're right enough. They had brothers in a bag.
Well, don't dynamite her too much. What do you think of her?
Sweet. You're telling me not to dynamite her. Maybe you saw her first, Sam, but I spoke first.
Well, you'll play hell with her, you will. You got brains. But go easy on her. Hello? Yeah, Spade. What about Miles? Burrett Street. Where the hell's that? Off Bush Street. Sure, I know it. It'll take me 15 minutes. 5 minutes after 2.
Stop right there. What do you want?
Sam Spade. Tom Polehouse phoned me.
Sure you are. I didn't know you at first. They're back there. Bad business.
Hello, Sam. You didn't waste any time.
Hello, Tom.
I figured you'd want to see Miles before we took him away.
Where is he?
He's down there on the boulder. The shot must have knocked him right through the fence. He took a stretch of it with him.
That the gun?
Uh-huh, a Webley. English, ain't it?
Yeah, a Webley Fosberg automatic revolver. They don't make them anymore. How many got out of it?
One fell. He must have been dead when he cracked the fence.
He was standing just about where you are now.
Right.
He was back to the fence.
Yeah, that's right.
The man that shot him stood about here. Lets him have it. Miles goes back, taking the top off the fence and going on through and down till the rock catches him right.
That's it. The blast burned his coat.
Who found him?
The man on the beach showing. He was coming down bush, and just as he got here, a car turning through headlights up here, he saw the top was off the fence. So he came up to look at it, found Miles.
What about the car that was turning round?
Not a damn thing about it, Sam. Schilling didn't pay any attention to it, not knowing that anything was wrong then. He says nobody didn't come out of here while he was coming down from Powell, or he'd just seen them. The fog's got the ground soggy, and the only marks are where Miles slid down and where this here gun rolled.
Anybody hear the shot?
Oh, for the love of God, Sam, we only just got here. You coming down for a look at Archer before we move him?
No.
You sure?
You've seen him. You'd see everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip, hadn't been fired, his overcoat was buttoned. There's $161 in his clothes. Was he working, Sam?
Yeah, he was.
Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for? What for?
He was an Englishman, maybe. I don't know what his game was exactly. We were trying to find out where he lived. Look, don't crowd me, Tom. I'm going to break the news now to Miles' wife.
It's tough him getting it like that. Miles had his faults, same as the rest of us, but I guess he must have had his good points, too.
I guess so. Good night, Tom.
Uh-huh.
Effie, now listen. Miles has been shot. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, now, don't get excited. Yeah. You'll have to break it to Iva. No, I'm damned if I will. You'll have to do it. That's a good girl. And tell her to keep away from the office. Tell her I'll be round to see her, but don't tie me to anything. That's the stuff. You're an angel. Bye. For God's sake, Tom, it's 4:30.
Just you let us in, Sam.
I see you brought your keeper with you. Hello, Dundee.
Hello, Spade.
Well, you better come in. Take a seat. I'm drinking Bacardi. That do?
That'll be fine, Sam.
Success to crime.
Sam, did you break the news to Miles' wife?
Uh-huh.
How did she take it?
I don't know anything about women, Tom.
What the hell you don't?
What kind of a gun do you carry, Spade?
I don't carry a gun. I don't like them very much. Of course, there are some in the office.
I'd like to see one of them. You happen to have one here?
No.
You sure of that?
Look around. Turn the dump upside down if you want. I won't squawk if you got a warrant.
Oh, Sam, what the hell?
What do you want, Dundee? Talk turkey. Who the hell do you think you are coming in here in the middle of the night and trying to rope me?
All right, sit down and listen.
I'll sit or stand as I damn well please.
I warned you your foot was going to slip one of these days.
Everybody's foot slips sometime.
And this is yours.
I don't like this, Dundee. What are you sucking around for? Tell me or get out and let me go to bed.
Who's Thursby?
I told Tom all I knew.
You told Tom damn little.
I knew damn little.
Why were you tailing him?
I wasn't. Miles was. For the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good United States money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
You know, I can't tell you that until I've talked it over with the client.
You'll tell it to me or you'll tell it in court. This is murder, and don't forget
I'll tell it or not as I damn well please.
Oh, be reasonable, Sam. How can we tell anything on Miles' killing if you won't give us what you've got?
You needn't get a headache over that. I'll bury my dead.
I thought you would. That's just exactly why we came to see you, isn't it, Tom?
What's itching your boyfriend now?
Just this. Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel just 35 minutes after you left Barrett Street.
Take your goddamn paws off.
Tom says you were in too much of a hurry to even stop for a look at your partner, and you didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. We called up, and that girl in your office was there, and she said you sent her. Okay. I give you 10 minutes to get to a phone and do your talking to the girl. I give you 10 minutes to get to Thursby's hotel. You could do it easy in that time. And that gives you 10 or 15 minutes of waiting before he showed up. So, what time did you get home?
20 minutes to 4. I walked around thinking things over.
Where did you do your walking?
Out Bush Street way and back.
Did you see anybody?
No witnesses. Sit down, Dundee. You haven't finished your drink. Get your glass, Tom.
No thanks, Sam.
I'm sorry I got on my hind legs, but you birds coming in and trying to put the works on me made me nervous. Having Miles knocked off bothered me. It's all right. Now I know what you're up to.
Forget it.
Thursby die?
Yeah.
Tell me, how did I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back with a 44 or a 45 from across the street when he was going into the hotel. Nobody saw it, but that's the way it figures.
And he was wearing a Luger in a shoulder holster. It hadn't been fired.
What do the hotel people know about him?
Nothing except it had been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
What did you find on him or in his room?
What do you think we'd find?
Something to tell you who he was, what his store was.
We thought you could tell us that.
I've never seen Thursby, dead or alive.
We've asked what we came to ask. We've told you more than you've told us. You know me, Spade. If you did or you didn't kill him, you'll get a square deal out of me. I don't know that I blame you a hell of a lot, but that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
Fair enough. But I'd feel a whole lot better about it if you drink your drink. Morning, sweetheart. What's eating you?
She's in there.
Iva?
I'm afraid so.
I thought I asked you to keep her away.
You asked, but you didn't tell me how. Oh, don't be cranky, Sam. I had her all night.
I'm sorry, Angel. I haven't had much sleep either. And I've drawn a blank with the Wonderly woman. She's checked out of her hotel. She left a forwarding address, the Ambassador, Los Angeles. You might give it a try. You never know.
I will, Sam.
Well, here we go. Hello, Iva.
Sam, I must talk to you.
I know. Poor darling. Look, I don't have much time.
Oh, Sam, did you kill him?
And who put that bright idea into your head?
I thought it was possible. Be kind to me, Sam.
You killed my husband, Sam. Be kind to me. Jesus Christ. Now, Iva, don't. You shouldn't have come here today, precious. It wasn't wise. You can't stay. You ought to be home.
You'll come tonight?
Not tonight.
Soon?
Yeah.
How soon?
As soon as I can. Goodbye, Iva. Did you kill him? Jesus Christ.
Well, how did you and the widow make out?
She thinks I shot Miles.
So you could marry her.
The police think I shot Thursby.
Who's he?
Who do you think I shot? The guy Miles was supposed to be tailing. Did you try the Ambassador?
Yes, they have no reservation for Miss Wonderly. Are you going to marry Iva?
Don't be silly.
She doesn't think it's silly. Why should she, the way you played around with her?
I wish to God I'd never seen her.
Oh, maybe you do now, but there was a time.
I never know what to do or say to women except that way. And then I didn't like Miles.
Do you suppose she could have shot him?
You're an angel. A scatterbrained angel.
Oh, am I? Well, suppose I told you that your Iva hadn't been home many minutes when I arrived to break the news at 3 o'clock this morning.
Are you telling me?
She kept me waiting at the door while she undressed. I saw her clothes where she dumped them on a chair. Her singlet was still warm.
You're a detective, darling, but she didn't kill him.
Oh, that louse wants to marry you, Sam. Did you see her last night, Sam?
No.
Honestly?
Honestly. Don't act like Dundee, sweetheart.
Look at me, Sam. Oh, you worry me. You always think you know what you're doing, but you're too slick for your own good, and someday you're going to find that out.
I'll get it. Spade. It's about time. Where are you? The Coronet, 1001. Yeah, what did he say? LeBlanc. I'll be right over. That was our Miss Wonderly, or LeBlanc, as she now calls herself. Now, have the Spade and Archer taken off the door, and Samuel Spade put on.
Don't you think it's a bit soon?
That's the way it is, dear.
I'm sorry everything is in such a mess. I haven't finished unpacking. Please, sit down.
So?
Mr. Spade, I've a terrible, terrible confession to make. The story I told you yesterday was all a story.
Oh, that. We didn't exactly believe your story.
You didn't? Then why
We
did you...
believed your $200.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean that you paid us more than if you'd been telling the truth.
And even now you'd still be willing to help me?
That depends. The hell of it is, Miss... Is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy. Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
The hell of it is, Miss O'Shaughnessy, that a couple of murders coming together like this makes the police all stirred up. Makes everybody hard to handle and expensive.
Mr. Spade, tell me the truth. Am I to blame for last night?
Not unless there are things I don't know about. You warned us that Thursby was dangerous.
Thank you. But I'll always blame myself. Mr. Archer was so alive
There's
yesterday,
no time
so...
for worrying about that now. Out there, a flock of policemen and district attorneys are running around with their noses to the ground. What do you want to do?
I want you to save me from it all. Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
Not yet. That's why I've been stalling them till I could see you.
But must they know about me at all? I think I'd rather die than that, Mr. Spade. I can't explain now, but can't you somehow manage so that you can shield me from them? So I won't have to answer their questions?
Maybe, but I'll have to know what it's all about.
I haven't lived a good life. I've been bad. Worse than you could know. But I'm not all bad. Look at me, Mr. Spade. You know I'm not all bad, don't you? Then can't you trust me a little? I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. I know I've no right to ask you to trust me if I won't trust you. But I can't tell you. I don't mean I don't trust you, but I trusted Floyd, and I've nobody else, Mr. Spade. If I hadn't believed you could save me, I would have run away instead of sending for you. If I thought anyone else could save me, would I be down on my knees like this? Be generous, Mr. Spade. Don't ask me to be fair. I've no right to ask you to help me blindly, but I do. You can help me. Help me.
You won't need much of anybody's help. You're good. You're very good. It's chiefly your eyes, I think, and the throb you get into your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
I deserve that. I deserve it, but... Oh, I did want your help so much. And the lie was in the way I said it. Not at all in what I said. It's my own fault if you can't believe me now.
Now you're dangerous.
Then you won't help me.
What happened last night?
Floyd came to my hotel at 9 o'clock, and we went out for a walk. I suggested that so Mr. Archer could see him. We stopped at a restaurant in Geary Street, I think it was, for supper and to dance, and came back to the hotel at about 12:30. Floyd left me at the door, and I stood inside and watched Mr. Archer follow him down the street on the other side.
Do you know what they'd be doing in the neighborhood of Bush and Stockton, where Archer was shot?
Isn't that where Floyd lived?
No, it was nearly a dozen blocks out of his way. What did you do after they'd gone?
I went to bed. And this morning, when I went out to breakfast, I saw the headlines in the papers. I hired an automobile and went back to the hotel for my luggage. After I found my room had been searched yesterday, I knew I would have to move, and I had found a place yesterday afternoon, so I came up here, and then I telephoned your office.
Your room at the St. Mark was searched?
Yes, while I was at your office. Oh, I didn't mean to tell you that.
That means I'm not supposed to question you about it.
I'm afraid so.
I've got nothing against trusting you blindly, except that I won't be able to do you much good if I haven't got some idea of what this is all about. For instance, I've got to have some sort of line on your Floyd Thursby.
I met him in the Orient. We came here from Hong Kong last week. He had promised to help me. He took advantage of my helplessness and dependence on him to betray me.
Betray you? How? Why did you want him shadowed?
I wanted to find out where he was staying. Wanted to find out what he was doing, whom he was meeting, things like that.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
He had a Luger in his shoulder holster. Archer wasn't shot with a Luger.
He had a revolver in his overcoat pocket.
You saw it?
Oh, I've seen it often. I didn't see it last night, but I know he never wears an overcoat without it.
Why all the guns?
Well, he lived by them. There was a story in Hong Kong that he had come out there to the Orient as bodyguard to a gambler who had to leave the States, and that the gambler had since disappeared. I don't know. I do know that he always went heavily armed, and that he never went to sleep without covering the floor around his bed with crumpled newspaper so nobody could come silently into his room.
You picked a nice sort of playmate. How bad a hole are you actually in?
As bad as could be.
Physical danger.
I'm not heroic, Mr. Spade. I don't think there's anything worse than death.
Then it's that.
It's that as soon as I'm sitting here, unless you help me.
I'm not God. I can't work miracles out of thin air. Who killed Thursday?
I don't know.
How is he supposed to be helping you? Why did you bring him here from Hong Kong? Oh, this is hopeless. I can't do anything for you. I don't know what you want. I don't even know if you know what you want. It's no use.
You won't go to the police.
Go to them. They've been running me ragged since 4 o'clock this morning. I've made myself God knows how much trouble standing them off. For what? For some crazy notion that I could help you. Well, I'll tell them what I know, and you'll have to take your chances.
It is hopeless and useless, I suppose. I'll have to take my chances.
How much money have you got?
I've got about $500 left.
Give it to me. There's only 400 here.
I have to keep some to live on.
Can't you get any more?
No.
You must have something you can raise money on.
I've got some rings, a little jewelry.
You'll have to hawk them. The Remedial's the best place, Mission and Fifth.
Then here's the rest. It's all I have.
Thanks. I'm going out to see what I can do for you. I'll be back as soon as I can with the best news I can manage. I'll ring 4 times. Long, short, long, short. You needn't go to the door with me. I can let myself out.
I've got Mr. Wise on the line for you, Sam.
Thank you, sweetheart. Sid. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to tell a coroner to go to hell. Can I hide behind the sanctity of my client's secrets and whatnot? Uh-huh. Good. I'll let you have the details. Dundee's getting snotty, and maybe it is a little thick this time.
There's a man that wants to see you. Here's his card.
Joel Cairo. Shipra.
This guy is queer.
Oh, in with it then, darling.
Okay. Mr. Cairo?
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Cairo.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Cairo?
May a stranger offer condolences for your partner's unfortunate death.
Thanks.
May I ask, Mr. Spade, if there was, as the newspapers inferred, a certain relationship between that unfortunate happening and the death a little later of the man Thursby? I beg your pardon, Mr. Spade. More than idle curiosity made me ask that. I am trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped that you could assist me.
Uh-huh.
The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird. I am prepared to pay on behalf of the figure's rightful owner the sum of $5,000 for its recovery.
$5,000 is a lot of money. Come in.
Is there anything else?
No, good night. Lock the door when you go out, will you?
Sure. Good night.
Good night.
You will please clasp your hands together at the back of your neck. I intend to search your offices, Mr. Spade. I warn you that if you attempt to prevent me, I shall certainly shoot you.
Go ahead.
I shall first have to make sure that you are not armed.
As you wish. You still got a lot to learn. Let's see what you got on you. A wallet containing $300 and 5 pounds. Greek passport. A page of Hotel Belvedere writing paper with my name and apartment address. You feeling better?
I could have shot you, Mr. Spade.
You could have tried.
I did not try.
I know.
Then why did you strike me after I was disarmed?
Sorry, but imagine my embarrassment when I found that $5,000 offer was just hooey.
You are mistaken, Mr. Spade. That was and is a genuine offer.
What the hell?
I am prepared to pay $5,000 for the figure's return. You have it?
No.
Well, if it is not here, why should you have risked serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
I should sit around and let people come in and stick me up? You got my apartment address. You been there yet?
Yes, Mr. Spade. I am ready to spend $5,000 for the figure's return. But surely it is natural that I should try first to spare the owner that expense if possible.
Who is he?
You will have to forgive me for not answering that question.
Will I?
If you wish some expression of my sincerity, I could offer a retainer. Would that serve?
It might.
You will take, say, $100?
I'll take $200. Here's your wallet back.
Oh.
Your first guess was that I had the bird. There's nothing in that. What's your second?
That you know where it is. Or if not exactly that, you know it is where you can get it.
What sort of proof can you give me that your man is the owner?
Very little, unfortunately. But nobody else can give you any authentic evidence of ownership at all.
It might be better all around if we put our cards on the table.
I do not think it would be better.
Right. So you're not hiring me to do any murders or burglaries for you, but simply to get the blackbird, if possible, in an honest and lawful way.
If possible. And in any event, with discretion. I confidently expect the greatest mutual benefit from our association, Mr. Spade. May I have my pistol?
Sure, I'd forgotten it. Here.
You will please keep your hands on the top of the desk. I intend to search your offices.
I'll be damned. All right, go ahead. I won't stop you.
Mr. Spade, do you bring me good news? Let me take your coat.
We won't have to make anything public that hasn't already been made public.
The police won't have to know about me?
No.
However did you manage it?
Most things in San Francisco can be bought or taken.
And you won't get into trouble. Oh, do sit down.
I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Good evening. This is Peter Lorre. People have many different ways of spending their spare time. Some collect stamps, others build model planes and ships, and there are a couple of people we know whose hobby is murder. No, they don't indulge themselves, but they track down the ones who do, as you hear tonight, in a mystery playhouse. Tonight, the Mystery Playhouse calls back for a return engagement those two lovebirds of crime, those babes in the underworld, Mr. and Mrs. North. That is, we call back Pam North. Seems Jerry North is away someplace on business. Before he left, the master of the North Menage made his loving spouse promise faithfully to keep out of other people's murders, which, knowing Mrs. North, as we do, seems like a waste of good breath, doesn't it? However, she's making an effort along those lines as we drop in on her this evening. She has just settled herself purposefully with a good book, and is about to open it when the doorbell rings. She closes the book and hurries to the door.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, Weasel, hello. Come in.
Oh, thanks. Where's Mr. North?
Oh, Jerry's out of town on business.
Oh, that's too bad on account of... I would have liked to have seen him on account of you and him is always interested in what I do. On account of it was you two, it's reformed me, and so I wanted to tell you what I'm doing on account I got me a new job.
Oh, that's wonderful, Weasel. What's the new job?
I am bouncer and general folderol at Thurman Fox's club.
But, Weasel, that's a gambling club.
Well, I hate to contradict you, Mrs. North, but I happen to know it ain't. I interrogated the boss thoroughly on that point before I took the job on account of I am an honest man now, and I wouldn't stoop to sully my hands with anything which wasn't strictly legitimate.
Oh, I'm afraid you made a mistake this time, Weasel.
Oh, no, I didn't. I know what I'm talking about. Look, what is gambling?
Why, it's taking a chance on something.
That's right, taking a chance. Well, that don't never happen at the club. They don't never take no chances.
What do you mean?
The tables is all fixed. So, you see, it ain't gambling. It's a sure thing for the club.
Oh, but Weasel, that's terrible.
Gee, Mrs. North, it sure grieves me if I've strayed from the straight and narrow. On account I am strictly reformed, but I still don't see what is wrong about not gambling.
Plenty, the way Mr. Fox does it.
Well, if you say so, I guess it must be so.
Weasel.
Yeah.
It's wrong to cheat, and Mr. Fox cheats.
Oh, okay. So what must I do?
Well, I really don't think you ought to work for him.
Gee, I come here thinking you was going to congratulate me on my job, and instead you say I ought to quit it. Well, that's life. Being ever so humble is always a fly in the ointment.
I'm sorry, Weasel.
Oh, well, what is what is what is. I shall abdicate myself for Mr. Fox's premises forthwith.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I wonder how he's going to take it, though. Look, Mrs. North, would you maybe be so good as to tender in my resignation for me to Mr. Fox on account of maybe he'd take it better from you? I wouldn't know exactly what to say.
Well, of course, Weasel. I'd be glad to help you.
Gee, thanks, Mrs. North.
Of course, I did promise Jerry I'd stay clear of people of questionable character while he was away. But I know he'd want me to help you. And anyway, Mr. Fox's character is something like the not gambling.
What do you mean?
Just that he's not a questionable character. Because as far as I'm concerned, there's no question about it. He's all bad.
Hello, Weasel.
Hello, Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, may I present Mrs. North?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Crane manages the club.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Crane, is Mr. Fox here tonight on account of me and Mrs. North has some business to conclude with him?
He's upstairs in his office.
Oh, good. Come on, Mrs. North. Let us proceed thenceforth.
All right, Weasel. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Who is this coming toward us?
Oh, that's Mr. Lawson, one of the regular customers.
Does he always have a gun?
Huh?
All right. Stay where you are, all of you. Don't move or I'll shoot.
Why, what's the idea, Terry?
The idea is I'm going to put an end to this dirty racket you've been running.
What do you mean?
I mean I've lost over $5,000. 3 nights in a row now, and I don't like it.
Well, I can't help it if you've been having bad luck.
Luck? Don't hand me that. The tables are fixed. You know they are.
Now, please, don't make a scene.
Don't make a scene, he says. My friend, you don't seem to understand. I'm going to kill you.
No, Terry, wait.
You shouldn't do that, Mr. Lawson, on account of it ain't right for people to kill people, is it, Mrs. North?
No, it isn't.
You keep out of this.
But it ain't. Just suppose everybody went around killing everybody. Why, pretty soon there wouldn't be anybody left, and then where would you be?
Please, Terry, give me a break.
I'll give you a break, all right. Like you gave me at the tables.
But if you're mad at the club, Mr. Lawson, you'd ought to rather shoot Mr. Fox instead of Mr. Crane on account of he owns the club. And on second thought, you hadn't ought to hit him either, or kill him either, on account of you hadn't ought to kill nobody.
I told you to keep out of this.
Now, wait a minute. I resent your tone of voice.
Look, if you want trouble, too, you'll get it.
Now, look, don't point that gun at me.
Look out, Weasel.
Stand back. That gun.
Good work, Weasel. You knocked him out.
Yeah, but he got me.
Oh, Weasel.
It's okay, Mrs. North. It's right that I should go like this. I've been a bad man. But you can remember, I died saving somebody else.
Mr. Crane, where's the telephone? We've got to get a doctor.
Okay,
It's too
right
late.
away.
It's too late. But don't worry. I die happy.
Weasel. Wait a minute. Look.
Huh?
That table. See, there with a hole in it? That's where the bullet went. You're all right. He missed you.
He missed? You mean... Well, how do you like that? And I was already hearing pretty music.
Oh.
Well, that just goes to show you can't always believe what you hear. Mr. Fox, this is Mrs. North.
Delighted. Sit down, both of you. What was the commotion downstairs, Weasel?
One of the customers got peeved with Mr. Crane on account of he dropped $5,000 3 days running.
$5,000?
Yeah, so we decided the tables was fixed, and so we decided Mr. Crane ought to be fixed, and so we decided to fix him.
With a gun.
What?
Yeah, only I removed it from him forcefully, and we tied him up and left him in a coat room.
Indeed. So Crane owes his life to you, eh? Well, well. And I am indebted to you for preserving the manager of my club. Well, Weasel, it looks like you rate a bonus.
Oh, I don't want no bonus, Mr. Fox.
Huh? What? Why not?
Well, that's what I want to see about. You tell him, Mrs. North.
Mr. Fox, Weasel would like to resign, if you don't mind.
Ah, looking for greener pastures, eh?
Huh? Greener pastures?
Oh, no, it's just that, suppose you decided to make a new start in life, Mr. Fox. Only after you did, you found out it wasn't. You'd want to too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, want to what?
Resign. Except you wouldn't, of course.
Resign?
No, decide to make a new start. Only he did, so he does. I hope you don't mind.
I beg your pardon?
It's okay, Mr. Fox. I never can understand it neither, except, of course, I ain't very bright. But is it okay for me to quit?
Well, if you're not happy here...
Oh, it ain't that I'm not happy. It's just that, well, like she told you, whatever she did tell you, it's like that.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll think it over.
Okay. And I sure hope you decide to let me quit. On account of, that's what I'm going to do. Well, here's the coat room. I'll go and see how Mr. Lawson is.
All right.
But where's Lulu, the hat check girl? I told her to stay here and watch Mr. Lawson and holler if he tried to get away.
There she is, Weasel.
Where?
On the floor.
No, that's Mr. Lawson. We left her. I know you're right, that isn't. It's Lulu. She's sleeping.
She's been knocked out.
Yeah, I guess she has. Mr. Lawson must have come to and got loose and conked her.
It looks like it.
Come on. We gotta warn Mr. Crane.
All right, Weasel, but how about Lulu?
Oh, I think she'll be okay. But Mr. Crane won't if Mr. Lawson gets to him first.
Doesn't seem to be in here at the table.
No, that's funny. He don't seem to be no place. Wait a minute. There's his wife. Maybe she knows where he went. Come on. Oh, hello, Mrs. Crane.
Weasel, you're just the person I want to see. Where's my husband?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
What?
I was about to interrogate you on the same point.
Oh. Haven't you seen him?
A little while ago, but not since Mr. Lawson escaped.
Well, who's Mr. Lawson?
One of the customers which wants to shoot Mr. Crane.
Oh. Well, if you find Kenneth and he hasn't been shot, tell him I'm looking for him.
Okay.
You don't seem very concerned about your husband's life.
The only concern I have about anyone killing him is that it would keep me from having that pleasure myself.
Maybe he went upstairs to see Mr. Fox.
Well, let's go see, Weasel.
If you find him, tell him I'm waiting.
What has she got against her husband?
Mitzi McGilroy.
Who's she?
A dame which Mr. Crane is infatuated with.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Crane is all the time playing upon Mitzi all kinds of expensive gifts, which Mrs. Crane thinks it ought to be by right extended at her.
Well, no wonder she doesn't.
What's the matter?
Look, Weasel, the bottom of the stairs.
Quiet.
Mr. Crane.
Looks like he's had an accident. Let's see. His neck seems to be broke. Or something is broke, anyhow. On account of he's dead.
Oh, Weasel.
He must have fell down the steps.
Mm-hmm. Fell or was pushed.
Gee, Mrs. Crane will be sore on account of somebody spoiled the fun.
Unless she's the one who killed him.
Oh, she didn't do it.
What makes you so sure, Weasel?
On account of the way she talked. If she had just killed him, she wouldn't say she wanted to kill him on account of that would make her liable to be suspicious.
That's sound reasoning, Weasel. Unless that's just the way she wanted us to reason.
What's going on here? Oh, Crane. Is he dead, Weasel?
Oh, well, hello, Mr. Fox. Yes, he is very dead.
Well, what happened? Did Lawson get away?
Yes, Mr. Fox, but I'm not so sure he's the murderer.
Why not?
Well, he made quite a scene when he threatened Mr. Crane. Practically everyone in the club noticed it. And they'd know that if Mr. Crane was killed tonight, Mr. Lawson would be suspected.
I see. So you think?
Any enemy of Mr. Crane might have taken advantage of Mr. Lawson's threat.
Yes, quite possible. Or, for that matter, any enemy of Mr. Lawson. Weasel, get in the other room and see that nobody leaves the place.
Yes, Mr. Fox.
We'd better call the police. You know, Mrs. North, I don't like this.
Were you very fond of Mr. Crane?
Oh, that's not what I meant. But murder in the club, bad for business. Very bad for business. Well, the police should be here pretty soon.
Yes. I suppose, Mrs. North, you feel it's your duty to tell the police about my little chat with you.
Well, naturally, Mrs. Crane.
Yes, of course. You're just the type.
What type?
Good deed for the day and all that.
Well, you did say you'd like to kill him.
Well, so did practically everyone who knew him.
Yes, he wasn't exactly what you'd call popular.
However, I wasn't the one to have the good fortune to do the job.
Do you think it was Lawson?
Possibly. But if I were trying to solve this case, and come to think of it, perhaps I'd better try to before Miss Girl Scout here has them pinning the rap on me.
Mrs. Crane,
I'd begin looking for the source of my dear departed husband's sudden affluence.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Fox isn't the most generous employer.
Why, I gave Crane a good salary.
Oh, yes, but not good enough to buy mink coats and diamond pendants and the like.
Do you mean that all of a sudden your husband started buying you expensive presents?
Oh, no, not me. That's what gripes me. He bought them for that dizzy little McGilroy dame.
Oh.
And it would be very interesting to find out just where the money came from.
Maybe he was blackmailing someone.
And the blackmailer killed him.
Perhaps. At any rate, it's a thought worth toying with. So you see, Mrs. North, the case isn't quite as simple as you might like to make it.
Gollies.
What is it?
I just thought of something. It is simple. It's very simple. I know who killed your husband, Mrs. Crane, and I can prove it.
Really?
Only there's one thing I need, and I think I know how to get it. I've got to go home now, but when the police get here, tell them that I'll be back as soon as I can. It won't be long.
But how, Mrs. North, can you be so sure you know who the murderer is?
Because, Mrs. Crane, you just told me.
All right, this is it, men. Now we can... Oh, dear, I might have known. I might have known.
Oh, hello, Sergeant Mullins.
Mrs. North, as I live and breathe. Although I sometimes wonder if it's worth the trouble. What are you doing coming out of a building that a murder has just been reported in?
I was just
Never mind that. What's more to the point, what were you doing in there?
Well,
Never mind that either. By now I know that where there's a murder, there's a North. So I might just as well accept it and let it go at that.
Well, I can't stand here talking to you. Someone might see me.
What's wrong with that?
It'll spoil my plan.
Oh, you have a plan already?
Well, naturally.
Naturally.
So I'd better get going, Sergeant.
All right, I'll take you. Where to?
Oh, but you have a job to do here.
I'll send the boys in, but I'll go along with you.
Oh, but Sergeant Mullins...
Mrs. North, when a Mullins makes up his mind, it's as good as made up. Okay, boys, go on in and get started on the routine.
All right.
I'll be back as soon as I can. But first, me and Mrs. North are going for a ride. Get in, Mrs. North.
Well, all right.
That's the idea. Now, where are you going?
Home. Oh, wait a minute, Mullins. You're going the wrong way.
Am I now?
Yes, I want to go home.
So you said.
But this isn't the way.
I know. I'm taking you to headquarters.
Why?
Because, Mrs. North, I'm going to hold you on suspicion of murder.
What?
That's right.
Oh, are you joking?
Indeed, I'm not.
Huh?
Didn't I find you myself running away from the scene of a crime?
But I had a plan.
Sure. A plan to conceal evidence, no doubt.
What evidence?
Now, how should I know that? With you concealing it.
Oh, really, Sergeant Mullins, you're not serious about this.
No, I'm not, am I?
You can't really suspect me.
I'd suspect my own wife if she gave me reason. Come to think of it, since many the time she has.
But, Sergeant Mullins...
Now, let's not argue about it, Mrs. North. I hate to do it, but duty is duty.
You're making a terrible mistake.
Well, now, we can't all be perfect, can we?
But, Bill, Sergeant Mullins has locked me up. But, Bill, you're a lieutenant on the homicide squad. He's only a sergeant. I see. Well, all right, Bill. I think you're horrid. But, Mr. Burgess, you're my lawyer. Make them let me get out of here. Why, people can't just go around putting people in jail. It's not only unconstitutional, it's mean. Hello, Jerry? I'm in jail, and I have a dreadful cold. Uh-huh. Well, all I did was I didn't do anything. But Jerry... Well, I won't stand for it. Just because I was running away doesn't mean I was running away. And I could prove it if somebody'd only believe me. Hello, operator. Get me the White House.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Oh, hello, Weasel.
How are you?
As well as can be expected after a night in jail, I guess. Weasel, I want to get out of here.
It's a cinch. I got a hold of Jigger McFidget.
Who?
Jigger McFidget. He's the mouthpiece which always sprung me before I will reform. He's hot stuff on them habeas corpus and stuff like that.
Oh.
So don't worry, he's fixed everything.
You mean I'm to be released?
That's right.
Oh, Weasel, I could kiss you.
Gee. Ah, here comes the train cook. Train cook, unhand this woman for me. Mrs. North, you are a free woman of the world. Gee, she did kiss me. What do you want to see Mr. Fox about?
Well, there's one thing I still have to find out before the case is completely solved, Weasel. And perhaps I can find it out from him.
Oh.
With the police suspecting me, I'd better solve it as quick as I can.
Well, here we are. I'll knock.
Who's there?
Me, Weasel.
Oh, all right. Come on in, Weasel.
Mr. Fox, we just wanted to... Mr. Fox, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Mrs. North, where did you... How did you... I've got to get out of here.
Weasel, get him. He's going for the back door.
Hey, Mr. Fox, wait.
Let go.
Hold him, Weasel.
Ha, I knocked him out.
Good for you.
Gee, it's a good thing I'm quitting on account of this. Would get me fired on account of employers usually resents getting socked by their employees.
Wait a minute. Weasel, I hear someone coming.
Oh, he must have pushed the button.
What button?
On his desk. It's a signal for the boys, and them boys are rough. We better get out this back way.
All right.
Only you wanted to talk to Mr. Fox. Well, I'll bring him along. Help me pick him up.
Here's his feet.
Okay, the fireman's carried. Come on, let's go. Quick, down these stairs.
All right.
I wish Mr. Fox didn't eat so much. He's heavy. Oh, here comes the boys.
Oh, golly.
They're shooting. Hurry, Mrs. North. The door to the back alley is right ahead. Keep going and keep praying. Here's the door.
Oh, thank heavens. There's a cab at the head of the alley.
Good, we'll try and make it. It's hard carrying Mr. Fox.
Can I help you, Weasel?
No, just keep going.
Oh, here they come.
And here we go. Get in, Mrs. North. Start moving. Drive it quick. It don't matter where. Keep down, Mrs. North.
I am.
Ah, we made it. It's okay, Mrs. North. They're out of sight.
Oh, good.
Oh.
What's the matter, Weasel?
I've been shot. I'm dying.
Now, Weasel, we were all through that before.
But this time it's real. I'm all over blood.
Good heavens, you are.
I'm dying.
Oh, wait a minute, Weasel. That's not your blood.
Huh?
No, it's Mr. Fox's. The bullets hit him, see?
Oh.
We better get him to a hospital.
Me too, because even if I ain't shot, I certainly feel sick. Maybe I should have stayed at the hospital. I still don't feel so good.
Well, come on in, Weasel, and I'll give you a nice cool drink.
Okay, thanks.
Go on into the living room. I'll be right in. First, I want to call the hospital again and see if Mr. Fox has regained consciousness again.
All right. I think I better lie down on account of I can't stand so good.
Well, you can stretch out on the sofa.
No, I can't.
Well, why not?
Because somebody's on it already.
What? Who?
Mr. Crane's wife.
Well, what's she doing here?
I don't know.
Well, why don't you ask her?
I can't. She's dead.
You see, Sergeant Mullins, when Weasel and I told Mr. Fox about all the money that Mr. Lawson had been losing at the club, Mr. Fox seemed very surprised.
So you said.
Then when Mrs. Crane mentioned Mr. Crane's sudden wealth, I got a hunch that he'd been pocketing some of the club's money and not reporting it to Mr. Fox. And when Mr. Fox found out about it, they had a fight, and Mr. Fox killed Mr. Crane.
And so you say you know the murder and run out, hoping Mr. Fox will follow and try to shut you up. And that would give him away.
Yes. But Mrs. Crane evidently came to my apartment to find out what I knew, and then Mr. Fox must have come and in the dark mistook her for me and killed her.
That's right. I just been at the hospital, and he's been talking. It all happened like you say.
Well, then you see, Sergeant, the case is all solved. And it would have been sooner if you hadn't gotten the crazy idea of locking me up.
Oh, it wasn't so crazy.
What do you mean?
Well, just look now. You get a murderer to go gun for you. And, but for the grace of God and Aloysius Mullins, he'd have got you too. And then you go into his den again and get yourself shot at by a bunch of his thugs. Is it any wonder Mr. North wanted us to keep you locked up?
Mr. North? Do you mean that Jerry, that he...
Yes. He tells us if we find you mixing in murders while he's away, to lock you up. And a good idea it is, too.
Of all the nerve. I'll never speak to him again as long as I live. Oh, just wait till I see him. I'll tell him a thing or two. I won't forget this ever. Of all the low, mean, rotten, sneaking... just a minute, Sergeant Mullins. Hello? Oh, Jerry. Now, listen here, Gerald North. If you think I'm going to stand for your... What did you say? You are... Sergeant Mullins is coming home. Oh, yes, darling. Oh, please hurry. I've missed you so much. Of course, darling. Oh, wait a minute, Jerry. Did you say something, Sergeant Mullins?
Oh, I was just talking to myself. Love ain't blind, I was saying. It's dumb.
And so we leave Pam North. What a woman. Huh? Another in the adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Tonight's presentation in a mystery playhouse. Now for the green room and a quick listen to a part of our next mystery. Hey, my spies tell me this one involves a murder of a radio quiz expert. Sounds like an interesting subject, huh? Well, let's find out for ourselves. Follow me, please. Come.
Sid, I want a showdown. Do you want me back?
Yes, I do.
You're lying. You don't love me. You never did.
I like your company, like your looks, and I miss you.
The way you'd miss an old pair of shoes. You never noticed me till I left you.
Could be.
Could be. That's just like you. Absolutely shameless. You have no more idea of what love is than...
For you, it's Charlie Robinson, eh, Joni? A nice, shiny agency boy 4 years younger than you.
Sid, you... Sid, I want a divorce. Please, Sid, this is no good. Be decent, will you?
I'm just thinking of you, Joan. The kid's got nothing but a glossy smile. Wouldn't last a year.
That's not true. Said, will you?
No.
Your answer to that question is all wrong, Mr. Sherman. Because I'm going to have it my way.
Hey, Joan, wait. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Sherman, Ellery Queen. I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, no, not at all, Queen.
Got a minute? I'm not taking away from any guests or anything.
No, I'm all alone. What's on your mind?
The mock turtle.
What?
The mock turtle in Alice in Wonderland, who sang Soup of the Evening, Beautiful Soup.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know Alice practically by heart. We get questions on it every other week. You're wrong, Queen. The Mad Hatter sang that at the tea table.
How about looking it up, Mr. Sherman?
Well, all right, I will. Hold on a minute. Alice. Where'd I put that book? Oh, here we are.
Sherman, what's happened? What was that explosion? Sherman! Operator, get me police headquarters.
And that was the end of Sid Sherman, Chris Expert Extraordinary. A murder that the master detective Ellery Queen accidentally became a part of. The whole story starts when Ellery receives an offer to become a guest expert on a well-known quiz program, but thereby hangs another tale. A murder case that you in our audience are invited to solve along with Ellery and his guest detective. So be in your seats next time when we present Ellery Queen and the adventure of the booby trap. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Standard of California, on behalf of Standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If the trouble you're in is way off the beaten track and you need help that's strictly confidential, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear sir, you employed the word confidential in your advertisement. Well, I need confidential help. My enthusiasm for birds has led me into a predicament. I was watching starlings, but I saw something that was never meant to be seen, and it keeps haunting me, if I really saw it. Unless my eyes deceive me.
My eyes deceive me. I was the witness, the only witness to an outrageous crime. There's nothing more I can say in a letter. Please contact me at once, and it's signed Elliot Wormsley.
Wormsley. That sounds like a name out of Dickens.
Elliot Wormsley, MS, PhD, Statistical Services, Baxter Building.
Birdwatcher, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of canaries is this statistician interested in anyway?
Oh, stop kidding, George. That's a pretty grim phrase. I was the only witness to an outrageous crime.
And he's in a predicament. That's a twist.
What was it he could have seen?
I don't know, Brooksy, but let's see what we can see. Let's drop in on Dr. Wormsley.
These are the binoculars, Mr. Valentine. The ones I used to watch starlings on that penthouse roof down there.
Uh-huh.
But that's almost 3 blocks away, Dr. Wormsley.
I know.
The river house, huh? Pretty swanky.
Golly, George. You can see halfway around the world with these binoculars.
All right, Angel, stop playing. Back to you, Dr. Wormsley. So you looked for starlings and saw a killer hawk.
Something like that, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. Now, just what was this outrageous crime? What did you see that you shouldn't have seen?
Murder.
Oh, I guess I dropped your binoculars, Doctor.
Did you say murder?
I can't be sure. But I just trained my eyes down there, as I've been doing for weeks. And in that instant, I'm almost certain I saw a man push another man off the roof. Of course, he had his back to me.
What do you mean, almost certain, Dr. Wormsley?
Well, it was over in a second. And I didn't expect to see what I think I saw. Besides, statistics show that the element of error in visualization over 100 yards is 14 to 1,000.
Yeah, well, we'll take your word for that. But why didn't you go to the police with this story?
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. I'm a modest man, and I don't like publicity. Besides, I'm coming up for the presidency of my club. And, so many people think bird watching is, a little peculiar.
Yes, I know. You wouldn't make it. But murder is a very serious business.
Mr. Valentine, if I'd seen any mention of what I suspected in the newspapers, I would have volunteered this information to the police. But as it is, no crime has been reported.
Well, that's right, George. I didn't see anything about it.
Still, the picture of those 2 men keeps haunting me. I'm thinking of my reputation, but I do have some public spirit, and I have to make sure. My conscience wouldn't let me rest if I didn't.
Oh, I see. And you want me to check at the river house and soothe your conscience?
That's it, young man, precisely. It shouldn't take you more than a day, and I'm willing to pay your usual fee.
Okay, it's a deal, Wormsley. Oh, Brooksy.
Yes, George?
Just on a hunch, get down to the Bureau of Missing Persons. See Finley.
Okay.
Find out if anybody's been reported missing from the river house.
You will keep my name out of this, won't you?
Oh, yes, we'll do our best, Professor. I'll meet you back here later, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
I'm going over to the river house.
Oh, you're very fortunate, Mr. Valentine. Penthouse B is vacant, and it's only $5,400 a year.
Yeah, a point of information, Mr. Stevens. As I get it, the sun deck of this wing facing the river is for the exclusive use of Penthouse A and B.
Oh, it's very private. And Penthouse A is occupied by the Dunlaps, Philip Dunlap, the broker. So that would put you in very good company, and only $5,400 a year.
Well, I was thinking of something a little better, but I'll let you know.
Look who went and rang my doorbell. Wouldn't be the full of brush man, would you?
Not unless my samples are showing.
Oh, come on in anyway. I hope you'll pardon the sunsuit. I wasn't expecting company.
No, it's nothing at all. I mean, practically.
I was out on the roof, sunbathing.
I'm Mrs. Dunlap?
That's right.
Well, I'm the chap
It's been a dull afternoon. Suppose we wait a while before you tell me what you want. Hmm?
Well, as a matter of fact...
You aren't going to stand there, are you? Here, sit down.
The truth is, Mrs. Dunlap, I may be your next-door neighbor in Penthouse B.
Oh? Well, that would be the first improvement they've made in River House without raising our rent.
I thought it'd be a nice gesture to sort of drop in on my possible neighbors and introduce myself. There is a Mr. Dunlap, isn't there?
Yes, but you needn't worry about him. He hasn't been home for 2 days.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Oh, there's Philip for you. Thank heavens. He must have decided to go up to our cabin in the mountains to brood. Or he may be staying at his club. But as I said, this looked like a dull afternoon. We're not going to let it be one, are we?
Ah.
Oh, fine. That wouldn't be Philip. He has his key.
Well, whoever it is, just explain I'm looking at the penthouse next door.
Hal.
Listen, Paula, we haven't heard from Philip yet, and there are letters and contracts he has to sign downtown.
All right, Hal. I'm not my husband's keeper.
Oh, just the same, I thought you might be worried. Oh, I didn't know you were having company.
Well, this gentleman may be our next-door neighbor, I hope. Mr.
The name's Valentine.
Really, Paula? At least now you know his name.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. This intense young man is my husband's secretary, Hal Sterrett.
How do you do? I don't know what you're going to do, Paula, but I'm going to call the police and report Philip missing.
Please do that, Hal. I'd feel so much better. Lord, how I hate righteous men, especially when they're young. So petulant. Now, where were we, Mr. Valentine?
I was just about to leave.
A mood is a very fragile thing, isn't it?
Oh, you've been right neighborly, ma'am. Goodbye.
I don't think it's goodbye. Anyway, it was very nice, even not having known you.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Dr. Wormsley.
I was waiting for you to come out of the river house.
But why? I thought you made it a point you were to be the unknown factor in this to you.
After you left, I did some calculating.
Yeah, good for you, good for you. There must be a way of getting into this empty lot without climbing over that fence.
And in my calculations, I discovered that the odds against anything as extraordinary as this happening to an ordinary man like me would be about 14,000 to 1.
You don't say.
So if you don't mind, Mr. Valentine, I'd sort of like to tag along with you and see if I'm really that 1 in 14,000.
Uh-huh. Looks as though there's a gate in this fence. If we can get these trash cans out of the way.
George!
Hey, Brooksy, you should have brought a friend. We'd have a fourth for bridge.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, George, there's been no report of anyone missing in this district.
Oh, thanks.
I was on my way to your office, Dr. Wormsley, when I saw you heading for the river house. So here I am.
Well, kids, let's see what we shall see.
It's just an overgrown lot.
That's right.
George, you think that if Dr. Wormsley is right, the man would
Nothing like checking, Brooksy. Dr. Wormsley, you did say that when you saw a man pushing another one off the roof, his back was towards you?
If I saw what I thought I saw. That's right.
That would mean he was facing away from you, toward the river.
Yes.
Well, there's the river behind that high board fence. And on this side of the building, there are only the windows and the elevator shafts and the stairway.
So no one would have seen him fall.
Mr. Valentine, over here, look.
Huh?
That's a man. I mean, it was.
Huh? Past tense is putting it mildly.
Oh, George.
Then it wasn't my imagination after all.
No, Dr. Wormsley, it wasn't. And just to quote a few more odds, it's at least 1,000,000 to 1 this is the body of Philip Dunlap.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about the great American pastime. If you're a baseball fan, check these 2 tips for getting the most out of this season. Number 1, when you're driving to and from the game, use fast-starting Chevron Supreme gasoline. Special blending agents in Chevron Supreme give your car speedy warm-up and quick pickup for traffic getaways. And when it comes to hill climbing, premium quality Chevron Supreme gasoline takes you smoothly over the steepest ones. Number 2, at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where you can get Chevron Supreme gasoline, there's a grand gift for you. It's a 48-page book about baseball written by Bert Dunn. You'll find in your free copy of Batter Up the fundamentals about this great American sport. One illustrated section shows how to play each different position. Ask for a free copy of Batter Up tomorrow. It's yours at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's only natural for a member of the Bird Watchers Society, even when he's a professional statistician like Dr. Wormsley, to be watching starlings on a penthouse roof. But when instead his binoculars revealed one man pushing another off that self-same roof, well, that's just sort of a case George would get involved in. It's about an hour since George found Philip Dunlap's body in the weed-covered lot back of the apartment building. And now we find George and Claire talking to Lieutenant Riley at Homicide.
Yeah, what is it?
Lieutenant Riley, Donnelly just brought Hal Starrett in. Do you want to see him now?
No. Let him cool his heels out there a while with Mrs. Dunlap.
Yes, sir.
How about Dr. Wormsley, Lieutenant Riley?
Okay, Valentine, okay. When Lieutenant Johnson turned the case over to me, I didn't know what I was getting in for, but I'll do my best to keep your client's name out of the case.
Oh, you're a pal.
Well, as a matter of fact, Lieutenant, you owe our little bird watcher a debt. He did uncover a murder.
Miss Brooks, I don't want to appear ungrateful.
Oh, no.
I can always use a new murder.
Oh?
I'm overjoyed that when you and Valentine stumbled over this homicide, you were thoughtful enough to let me know about it.
Oh, well, it's nothing at all.
If you hadn't, I'd lock both of you up and throw the key away.
Well, now that you're back to your own sweet self, would you mind telling us what you found out from Mrs. Dunlap?
Well, she said she was out shopping all that afternoon, and the doorman is alibying her. When she got back, this kid, Starrett, was still there, waiting to see his boss, Mr. Dunlap. He hung around a little longer and then beat it.
Did Mrs. Dunlap suggest that there might have been any bad blood between Starrett and her husband?
Well, she wasn't too anxious to admit it, but it seems young Starrett was being fired.
Yeah, but what was the reason? Bad spelling or making Google eyes at the boss's wife?
I wouldn't know, not yet. Mrs. Dunlap was too broken up to go into every little detail.
Broken up, huh? I can just see her tears flowing like wine.
What do you mean by that?
Well, just thinking out loud.
Yes, Lieutenant?
You can send Starrett in here now.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks to me as though Mr. Starrett has some explaining to do, or else.
Well, we know that he was there that afternoon, and your Dr. Wormsley saw a man push Dunlap off the roof. Come in, son. Come in.
Lieutenant, I don't understand any of this. Oh, you.
Hello, Starrett.
What are you doing here?
Just a neighborly interest in the fate of your late employer.
Say, what is this?
Yes, George, I didn't know you two had met.
Well, never mind. Now, what's this about Dunlap deciding to fire you, Starrett?
Well,
Why?
He didn't like my work, I guess. That's the usual reason, isn't it?
You'll save a lot of time if you tell us the truth.
You asked me a question, and I gave you the only answer you're going to get.
You had a fight with your boss, didn't you?
No.
In the struggle, you pushed him off the roof.
No.
A man saw you from an office building.
He couldn't have.
Oh, Lieutenant. Yes, Donnelly?
Can I see you a minute?
Yeah, okay. I'll be right back.
Hey, tell me something, Starrett.
Yes?
If you were already fired, why were you so worried about Dunlap? Even going to the Bureau of Missing Persons yourself?
Because he was the best friend I ever had.
It hardly jives with the story Lieutenant Riley is building up.
Say, Starrett.
Yes?
You're a college man, aren't you?
Oh, what of it?
Syracuse, 1942.
What? Why, yes, but how did you know?
This, Phi Beta Kappa, too, aren't you?
That's right. But what are you driving at, Lieutenant?
Well, this Phi Beta Kappa key. The medical examiner found it clenched in Dunlap's fist. It's yours.
I don't know how it could have gotten there.
He must have ripped the key off your chain as he fell off the roof. Okay, Starrett, I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
It's nice of you to visit me in jail, Valentine. But what's the use of going over the same story again?
Let's say it intrigues me, Starrett.
Paula would go right on denying I ever gave her that key. I can't prove it. Why should you believe me any more than anyone else?
Because I happen to know a little more of the lady in question. Now, look, friend, let's stop being delicate. Paula decided she liked your type and made you the odd man in the triangle. That's why Dunlap was giving you the gate.
Oh, I tried to break off with her, but she always managed to be around, taunting me. She had me spinning on my head.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Say, did you have a fight with Dunlap when he fired you?
No, I wish there had been. That would have been easier than the way it was.
Go on.
He was hurt, and I was sick and ashamed of myself. He knew there were others, and that made the whole thing even cheaper.
Now, surely just firing you, Starrett, wasn't the answer for Dunlap.
Oh, he knew that. One of my last acts as his secretary was drawing up papers that cut her out of his will.
Hey, now, wait a minute. That just puts you in deeper. That means Paula had no motive. Hey, how about insurance?
Well, there was a big policy Philip took out recently with Paula's beneficiary. He didn't change that.
Oh, wasn't that kind of strange?
Oh, it wasn't something he overlooked. There was a funny smile on his face when he told me he was leaving that as is.
That's very interesting.
Oh, look, Valentine, I didn't kill Philip. When I was there, I didn't even know he was out on the roof.
Okay, Hal, just take it easy. I'll do what I can.
What can you do? You'll never get the truth about that key out of Paula. And Dr. Wormsley swears there was a man out there struggling with Philip. What man? A burglar? One of Paula's ex-boyfriends? Or possibly the man on the moon?
I think I'll drop in on Paula again. I don't know what I expect to find, but with a gal like that, the unexpected is bound to be interesting.
If it isn't my next-door neighbor. What now? Cup of sugar? Couple of eggs?
Well, maybe I did make a little fib, but you didn't believe me anyway, did you, Mrs. Dunlap?
Paula.
Okay, Paula. Too bad about young Sterrett, isn't it?
What a thing to say to a grief-stricken widow. Can I get you anything? We may as well make ourselves comfortable.
You've got a head start in those lounging pajamas. They're really something.
I was wondering when you were going to notice them.
Hey, you know, I never appreciated before what lounging pajamas can do for a woman.
Didn't you?
No. I might say if she were out on a roof and someone happened to see her from Dr. Wormsley's window, he might mistake her for a man.
If he'd never seen a woman before.
His office is more than 2 blocks away. But to get back to our hypothetical woman,
yeah.
How much do you guess she'd have coming to her if her husband were murdered and there was a nice fat insurance policy, the only thing he didn't cut her out of?
We've gotten a long way from lounging pajamas.
Oh, I don't know. And I can't help wondering what the lady in question would do if she had a perfect patsy and a difficult young man who was suffering pangs of conscience. She might even do something brash if she happened to remember the Phi Beta Kappa key he gave her in a tender moment.
Tell me, have you confided these flights of fancy to anyone else?
Oh, no, my sweet. I wanted you to be the first to know.
And you, my sweet, will ruin your eyes reading all those pulp magazines. There's another angle to this lady of the rooftops.
Oh, what's that?
With all the insurance money she's sure to get, with an admiring eye for a certain broad-shouldered character who seems to know what it's all about, she might make life very pleasant for him. Very.
You couldn't say he knew what it was all about if he fell for a pitch like that now, could you?
Oh. I'd better get my cigarette before we go on with this little game.
Or you can quit playing any time you want to.
My dear old father used to play a lot of poker. He used to say the game was never over till the last bluff was called.
Uh-huh. Didn't your old man tell you that even one of those effeminate-looking automatics make a loud noise and leave holes when they go off?
I have a permit for this gun.
Uh-oh. Come on now, Paula. Let's see if you can answer that phone with one hand.
You know, Georgie, that could be your next to the last glib remark.
When that phone stops ringing, you don't worry yourself into a tizzy trying to guess who it was.
We've been supposing a lot of things here tonight. Now let me top it off. Suppose they found you draped on the floor there with a bullet in your head.
Okay, what then?
I was in bed when I heard sounds in the living room. I opened the door. There was a figure in the darkness. After everything I'd been through, I didn't stop to think. I shot the prowler.
I gotta hand it to you, Paula.
Skip it. Just sit there on the couch a few minutes till I get my story straight. When I shoot you, I may have to tell the story 12 times tonight, so it's got to be perfect.
Okay, you stalled too long. You missed your chance, beautiful. It'd be a mistake to shoot me now.
What are you talking about?
Behind you. There's somebody out there on the penthouse roof.
You know I'm smarter than that. Well, who's it?
I'll take the toy now.
Oh, you
drop it.
Go, that's you.
Oh, George, there you are. I tried to call, and then I remembered about the empty penthouse next door and the adjoining sun deck, and... Well, for Pete's sake, somebody say something.
Oh, just a little parlor game, Brooksy.
Yes. I was just showing Mr. Valentine how I almost mistook him for an intruder.
Oh?
Lieutenant Raleigh will probably find it very amusing when we tell him about it.
Oh, that ain't the way I seen it.
For the time being, Angel, we have to see things Paula's way. But more important right now is to see if we can get a man out of bed.
No trouble at all, Valentine. Don't mind selling a little insurance any time of the night.
Are these all representative policies, Bennett?
Yes, sirree. Anything you want, we've got it. Life, accident, comprehensive liability, tornado insurance, plate glass.
Any insurance against fatality during parlor games?
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Just a private joke.
This life insurance policy.
Oh, any amount you want. Just a simple physical
Well, these
examination.
clauses at the beginning, they're pretty standard in all life insurance policies, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. Each one of them meant to protect policyholder and the company.
What's up, George?
Well, thanks a lot, Bennett. You've been a great help.
Yeah, but look, old man.
Sorry, shopping around, but I'll keep you in mind. Let's go, Brooksy. Now, Brooksy, first thing in the morning, I want you to check with all the druggists in this section of town around River House, Dr. Wormsley's office, 20 or 30 blocks in each direction.
Oh, my aching
I'm going to be
feet.
with Lieutenant Riley. I hate to think of his blood pressure when I mention one little word.
Autopsy?
That's the word.
Valentine, if I had any hair, I'd tear it out. What are you talking about?
Well, now, look, it can't do any harm, Lieutenant.
No one in his right mind can doubt how Dunlap died. This Wormsley saw him shoved off the roof. Then the body was found sprawled all over an empty lot 12 floors below. Cause and effect.
I have every reason to doubt that Sterrett killed Dunlap.
I suppose you're going to tell me Mrs. Dunlap killed him, huh? That she used to be the strong woman in the circus.
I didn't say she killed him.
Then who? What? Ah, for the love of heaven.
How about that autopsy, Lieutenant?
All right, Doctor. Will you tell Valentine here that he's just been wasting our time?
I wouldn't say that, Lieutenant.
Huh?
What'd you find?
Enough poison in Dunlap to stop an army dead in its tracks.
All right. All right, I can't argue with the laboratory. But I don't get it, Valentine. How many times do you kill a man, poison, throw him off the roof? It's a wonder we didn't find a knife in his back, too.
Doctor, just how does this particular poison work?
Instantly. Every muscle in the body becomes rigid all at once and stays that way.
Uh-huh. Then it's possible that after a couple of days, the effects of the poison could be mistaken for rigor mortis.
Not only possible, Mr. Valentine. It seems just what happened.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. If Dunlap's fist was clenched like that the moment the poison took effect, how did that Phi Beta Kappa key get in his hand?
That's the point, Lieutenant. It was forced into it. And certainly Hal Sterrett didn't do it.
That does it. That does it. I'm going to have Paula Dunlap picked up, and she'd better have all the answers. Oh, no. No, Mrs. Dunlap, you're going to have to do better than that.
I know how it looks, Lieutenant Riley, but you're wrong. Believe me.
Paula, you had to be the one who put that key in your husband's hand. Sterrett wouldn't sign his own death warrant.
I know, but
Here are the facts the jury will hear. You were the man Wormsley saw wearing lounging pajamas. You had the motive, the insurance money, so you poisoned Mr. Dunlap, then pushed him off the roof to implicate an innocent man.
All right. All right. I'll tell you just what happened.
Remember, Mrs. Dunlap, you're doing this of your own free will.
Hal Sterrett left that afternoon. I went out on the roof for a moment. Philip was there, an empty highball glass next to him. He was dead. Oh, don't look at me that way. He was already dead. He'd committed suicide.
How do you know that?
There was a note, cruel note, saying that I was the cause of all the unhappiness in his life. He was leaving me without a cent.
Okay, I suppose you have the note.
No, I destroyed it.
Oh, no, that wasn't very smart.
Don't you see? I had to, so no one would ever find out it was suicide.
Now, wait a minute.
There was a clause in his policy. It's in most policies, saying that if he killed himself within the first year, the beneficiary wouldn't get a cent.
That much is true, Lieutenant.
What I did was wrong, but I wasn't going to let Philip leave me without a cent. That'll stand up in court, won't it? Even though I did destroy the note, they'll believe me, won't they?
Since you asked my opinion, the answer's no. But my job is finished now.
Oh, no.
George.
Hey, how goes it, Brooksy? What luck?
You were right. I found out what you wanted to know at the Gotham Pharmacy on Morton Boulevard.
Now what?
What am I going to do? I've got to find a way to prove I'm innocent. This isn't fair.
Remembering that gun you held in my face and Hal Sterrett, I'm tempted to keep my mouth shut and let you stew in your own juice.
What do you mean?
Me and you both.
I don't know what charge you're going to hold her on, Lieutenant, but it won't be murder.
What?
Did you hear what he said, Lieutenant?
What are you talking about, Valentine?
Brooksy just found out that Philip Dunlap bought that poison himself at the Gotham Pharmacy.
On a doctor's prescription he forged.
Oh, George. Oh, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, that's easy. The next time you're up on that roof alone, see if you can prove the law of gravity really works.
George, don't you think that was sort of a morbid joke for Dunlap to play on his wife?
Well, Angel, Paula played a few pretty grim jokes herself.
Yes, but to leave her name in that insurance policy, knowing that she wouldn't get a penny.
Crime, punishment, so forth.
Hello. Anybody here? I just thought I'd drop in and take care of that little bill I owe you.
Oh, thanks.
How do the birds look these days, Doctor?
What? Oh, yes. That reminds me. I must thank you, Valentine, for keeping my name out of the Dunlap case. After all, I was the key witness, and oh, dear.
Well, that's all washed up now.
Thank goodness. Oh, yes. Mrs. Dunlap isn't living there anymore, you know.
No?
It seems 3 young ladies are sharing that apartment now. And yesterday...
Why, Dr. Wormsley, what kind of birds are you watching now?
Oh, well, they were very wild canaries. Oh, goodness, what am I saying?
And now, a message of importance to motorists. If this is the time of year your family gets travel-minded, it's probably the time you start thinking about new tires. And you know which make of tire gives you a written warranty against ordinary road hazards? The answer is easy. Atlas Tire. That's right. Each new Atlas passenger tire is warranted for 12 months against blowouts, cuts, and bruises that might happen to ordinary tires. And each Atlas tire has a double warranty. First, by the manufacturer, and second, by the distributor. Another thing to keep in mind when you're buying tires is that 2 or 4 wear better than an uneven number. Give you softer riding and easier car handling. For that extra margin of safety, get Atlas tires at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, Brooksy, looks like playing Big Brother a la Spencer Tracy didn't work out. Eddie beat it while I was shaving.
Oh, that crazy little kid.
He left this note. He's on the prowl. To quote, he's going after Stan Lucas.
Oh, no. What can we do, George?
I gotta stop him somehow. Hey, listen, you look up Emily. Maybe she can give us a clue on how we can find Eddie.
Okay, George.
And remember, Brooksy, it's a race against time.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Amer appeared as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard cast were Louise Arthur, Fred Howard, Peter Leeds, Charles Seal, and Charles Lund. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Don't forget to listen again next week, 1 hour earlier, over the same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Carol. I'm glad you called. Hey, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I've got a date to learn all about gambling. Mm-hmm. Some boy's going to show me how to play a long shot and make myself a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the baby brother. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing, the one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the baby brother. It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and a frightened blonde named Diana Wayne hurries down the second-floor corridor of the Maxton, a shabby rooming house on Manhattan's west side. And when she comes to room 2C, Miss Wayne announces herself in no uncertain fashion.
Steve. Steve, let me in. For heaven's sake, let me in.
All right, give a guy a chance, will you?
Lock it.
Why, what's the matter?
Lock it.
Okay.
Give me a drink.
Aren't you starting kind of early, Diana?
I said give me a drink.
All right. Here.
Let me have another.
Why don't you wait till that one hits? Now sit down.
Listen, we gotta blow town.
Why?
I saw Josh Brady in Times Square today.
You're crazy.
Don't tell me I'd recognize him anywhere.
What's Brady doing away from Washington?
That's obvious, isn't it? He's after me. I've got to get out of here.
Now, take it easy, Diana.
Take it easy. Take it easy. It's all right for you to talk. Brady doesn't know about you.
Would it make things any better if he did?
Well, if you hadn't thrown away the money I took from him on the horses, we wouldn't be in this jam.
There's no use crying over spilt milk.
We've got to leave New York, Steve.
You tell me how. There's $18 left in the kitty. You know how far that'll get us.
I'll borrow 100 from Roger Clayton.
No, you won't.
Why not?
We've put too much work on that sucker to let him get off with train fare.
But if Brady finds me...
Forget it.
Forget that a man wants to kill me. Forget that
Shut up.
Oh!
Now behave yourself.
Go on. Hit me. Hit me some more, you big hero.
You don't know how close you are to really getting it.
Well, what's stopping you?
You enjoy it too much. Now listen to me. We've still got a chance to wind up with a bundle, but you got to work fast. You got to take Roger into camp tonight.
No, I can't.
It's the only way. We haven't got time to string him along. You said the guy's nuts about you already.
But
There are no buts about it. You want to get out of New York, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to get out alive, you'll go to work tonight.
Now, where the devil did I put that thing?
You in the bedroom, Roger?
Yeah.
Are you going out tonight?
You mind, Paul?
Or maybe I do. You haven't stayed home one night this week.
So what?
So maybe you ought to start taking it easy.
Look, Paul, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Now, don't get me wrong, kid. I only meant...
I'm not interested in what you meant. I don't have to account to you for anything.
Oh, yes, you do. While you're living with me, you'll keep in line. Who's this gal you're running around with?
None of your business.
I asked you something, Roger.
And I still say it's none of your business. I'm sick and tired of your running my life. Just because you're my brother doesn't give you a license to tell me what to do.
What? I'm sorry, kid. I didn't mean that.
That's okay, Paul. I'm glad you did it. Because that's the last thing I'm ever going to take from you.
Well, what do you say, Roger?
I suppose I'm not very bright, Diana, but... Well, really, I don't understand you.
It isn't very difficult, honey. Remember this man I mentioned last week?
No.
We were sitting right here in the same booth. He's the one who's got all the connections in the stock market.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he phoned me this afternoon. He's got an inside tip on a stock that his office is going in for very heavy. He told me he's going to jump at least 10 points in the next 2 days.
Well, I don't see
If we play it smart, we can make a fortune.
Well, sure, but where am I going to get the money to invest in the first place?
Borrow it.
From whom?
Well, what's the matter with your brother, Paul?
I wouldn't take a nickel from Paul. But
I've got a couple of thousand of my own.
Don't talk like a fool. How much stock do you think you can buy with a couple of thousand, maybe 20 or 30 shares? It doesn't even pay.
Well, then I guess we better forget the whole thing.
We can't afford to.
Well, I don't see where we have any other choice.
Well, how about your office?
You mean Mr. Schnabel?
Mm-hmm. You told me he was one of the biggest betting commissioners in New York.
Oh, look, honey, if he knew.
Why would he have to?
I don't follow you, Diana.
You've got the combination to the safe.
So?
So, if you went to the office tonight and took, say, 50 or 75 grand.
Forget it.
Why?
Why? It's stealing.
No, it isn't. By Tuesday morning, you'd have the money back.
What? I knew that last drink was a mistake.
By Wednesday morning, we could be on a plane for Hawaii.
Now, Diana, look.
Think of it, darling. We could do anything we wanted.
You don't know what you're saying.
All right, Roger. If that's the way you feel.
Wait, Diana. Where are you going?
What's the difference?
No. Come back here.
Yeah?
Well, at least give me time to think it over.
Time is the one thing we don't have, Roger. If you're going to do it, you'll have to do it tonight. You've got a key to the office, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
Take this.
Diana.
Don't worry, it's on safety.
But what do I want with a gun?
It's a great morale builder, kid. Come on. Put it in your pocket.
Honey, just listen to me for a minute.
If I do, we won't have time to say goodnight. Move over to the corner of the booth.
Please, baby, let's be sensible.
Oh, Roger, I am just crazy about you.
Diana. Wait for me at your place. I'll call you the minute I'm through. $47 right. 51 left. 38 right. What the devil's the matter with this thing?
Obviously, you have made a mistake.
What?
It must be very difficult working with only a flashlight. Allow me.
Mr. Schnabel.
Well. I suppose I ought to apologize, Roger, for inconveniencing you.
Listen, Mr. Schnabel.
You're probably wondering why I came back to the office. It was sheer destiny. For the first time in a year, I forgot my medicine. Now, why do you suppose it happened tonight, of all nights?
Please.
It makes you think, doesn't it? Now, a cynic might ascribe it to coincidence, but I prefer to... Oh, operator, would you be so kind to get me police headquarters?
Put on that phone.
I am sorry, Roger. What do you say?
Put on that phone.
98th Precinct, Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, Sergeant, my name is Walter Schnabel. I have an employee
No, Mr.
in
Schnabel.
my office who I...
No!
You? Roger...
I told you to put it down.
Hello, Mr. Schnabel.
I told you to put it down.
Does that clock fast, Diana?
I've told you a dozen times before. It's right on the minute, Steve.
What do you suppose is keeping that schmo?
How should I know?
He was going to call you the minute he was through.
Yeah.
You don't think he'd be stupid enough to come up here without giving any...
Here, Steve.
All right, what are you waiting for?
Hello?
Is that you, Diana?
Yeah, where are you, Roger?
Over at my place. Listen, darling.
Don't talk over the phone. I'll meet you at Tony's in 15 minutes.
It's no use. I didn't get it.
You didn't get it.
What?
Schnabel came back to the office before I was through. He caught me trying to open the safe. He was going to call the police, honey. I told him to put the phone down. I begged him, but he wouldn't listen to me.
I don't want to hear anything about it. You promised me you'd get the money and you let me down. Goodbye, Roger.
You don't understand, Diana. I killed... Hello? Diana? Diana!
Mr. Clayton.
Who is it?
Police.
I'll be with you in a second, officer.
Come on, pal, open up. Giving you fair warning, you haven't got a chance. Clayton!
Yes?
I'm looking for a Mike Waring, the Falcon.
I didn't know what the good book says. Seek and ye shall find. Come in.
Thanks. Nice place you got here.
I'm glad you approve. Sit down.
I suppose I should introduce myself.
It's customary.
My name's Clayton, Paul Clayton.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't I read something?
Yeah, it was my kid brother, Roger, who committed suicide yesterday.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Why? He was a dead duck anyway. He killed the man he worked for.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Well, that's the kind of a guy I am. I've always believed in an eye for an eye. I hear tell the Falcon is the best private dick in New York.
You want me to deny it?
No, I just want you to prove it. Take a look at this picture.
Not bad. Who is she?
That's what I expect you to find out. She's the gal who got my brother in this mess.
What makes you so sure?
I found that picture in his wallet.
Doesn't prove anything.
It does to me.
All right, Clayton. Assuming this is the girl, and assuming I find her, what then?
What do you think?
I think you intend to kill her.
Now, where did you get that idea?
Now, look, Clayton. I know how you must feel about your brother.
Never mind the pretty speeches. Will you find her for me?
No.
Okay. I guess there must be other private detectives in New York.
Look, if anything happens to this girl...
You'll yell copper.
Yes.
I wouldn't do that, fella. Because after I take care of her, I could drop back and take care of you. It's been nice seeing you, Waring. Let's both hope it doesn't happen again.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish, because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring was approached by Paul Clayton to hunt down the girl who was responsible for his brother's death. And now we find the Falcon. He's in a cheap dive, doing a little hunting on his own.
Hello, Eddie. Oh, hiya, Mike.
Sir, can I have 60 seconds of your valuable time?
Well, I'm talking to this gentleman here, right?
Right. It's very important.
No, this is too. He was buying.
So will I. That is, if you don't mind.
No, go right ahead, sir. I'll try my luck at the slot machine till you get through.
Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it.
Listen, Eddie, I need your help.
You said something about buying.
Oh, yeah. Bartender, give Eddie a refill.
And leave the bottle, Jack.
Eddie, you want to watch it?
Oh, I haven't touched this stuff in weeks, Mike. I'm just trying to break up a cold. Now, what can I do for you?
Take a look at this picture.
Where'd you get that?
And you recognize her, huh?
No, why should I?
Because you know every grifter who blows into New York. Sometimes I think they register with you.
Well, I don't know this dame.
You're lying, Eddie.
Now listen, Mike.
Come on, spill it. Who is she?
Her name's Diana Wayne.
Diana Wayne?
Yeah. I can't get over it.
Can't get over what?
I guess they're right when they say truth is stranger than fiction. See that guy I was talking to when you busted in? He wanted to know where he could find Diana, too.
Oh, it certainly is a small world, huh?
Yeah. Let's have a drink on that.
Hold it, Eddie. What's his name?
Who?
The man you were talking to when I busted in.
Oh, Josh Brady.
What does he want with Diana Wayne?
Why don't you ask him?
That's a good idea. you doing, friend?
I can't seem to beat this machine. Nothing but lemons on it.
Eddie tells me your name is Josh Brady.
Uh-huh.
I'm Mike Waring.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, sir. Ain't that the limit? Those lemons again.
You new in New York, Brady?
Yeah, I'm from Washington.
That where you met Diana?
I beg your pardon?
Diana Wayne.
Well, just what business is it of yours, mister?
I just thought maybe we could join forces. I'm looking for her, too.
Oh, how much did she take you for?
Enough.
Well, if I ever get my hands on her, I'll wring her neck.
You're going to have to stand in line.
Not me. When did you meet her?
Oh, about a month ago.
You're a liar, Mr. Waring.
Huh?
Diana only left Washington a couple of weeks back.
Now, look, Brady.
Go on, Waring. Peddle your papers elsewhere.
Look, suppose we sit down and have a little talk.
I'm not interested.
Now, don't be a fool, Brady. You won't get away with it.
Well, what do you know? I hit the jackpot. Guess nothing can stop me now, Mr. Waring. This is my lucky day.
Come on in, Steve.
Huh?
What's the matter, honey? Did I frighten you?
No, I just thought you'd be out, Diana.
Lucky I got back in time. There was a man here asking for you.
Who?
He didn't leave his name. Just left this envelope.
Oh, thanks.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
It's nothing important.
And why are you making such a mystery out of it?
What are you babbling about?
I know if I received an envelope like that, I'd naturally be devoured by curiosity until I found out what was inside.
Well, I know what's inside.
So do I.
What?
A one-way bus ticket to Detroit.
How do you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I opened it.
By mistake, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose. You know, Steve, that's what I love about you. You're full of surprises. You're even a bigger rat than I thought.
Shut up.
If you think you're going to walk out on me and leave me holding the bag for Roger's suicide, you got another thing coming.
I was just going to Detroit to see if I could dig up something.
Ha, I'll bet.
Now, don't be silly, sweetheart. Would I lie to my wife?
You certainly would.
Look, will it make you feel better if you hold the ticket?
Yes.
All right, here. Now, you feel better?
Much.
What's the idea of tearing it?
I just wanted to make sure you don't go off without me. So if Josh Brady drops around or anyone else, he'll be right alongside to take your bows.
And that's when I figured I'd better phone you, Sergeant.
That was very sweet of you, Mike, but I still don't see why.
You don't see why? 2 men have threatened the life of this girl in the past 24 hours.
I only have your word for that. Why won't you tell me the names of these two characters?
Because there's no reason to involve them. One came to my place, and the other I ran across by accident.
It's a pity you couldn't hold on to the last one.
Well, I had enough work on my hands as it was. It took me another 2 hours and a bottle of bourbon to get the complete story out of Eddie Lewis. Whoa, slow down. 621, 623, must be the next house. Yeah, here we are.
What a dump. What floor does she live on?
Second.
You better brief me before we storm the heights.
Well, according to my informant, this girl, Diana Wayne, is working a racket all over the country.
She work by herself?
No, she's married to a boy named Steve.
What does he do?
Picks out the suckers and spends the money. I understand he's got a system to beat the horses.
That probably explains why they're living in a dive like this.
Oh, wait a minute. 2A, B. Must be the last one down the hall.
You know, there's nothing we can actually hold her on.
I know that, Sergeant. All I'd like you to do is just throw a big enough scare into her so she'll leave town.
Suppose she won't scare?
Well, she will if you tell her that 2 gentlemen are looking for her with murder as their objective.
I still got a feeling you haven't told me everything.
You don't think I'd hold out on the police?
Yeah, I do. How do I know? Uh-oh.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yeah, it's open.
I get a guess what's inside?
Go right ahead.
A dead blonde named Diana Wayne.
You're doing fine, Mike. Keep it up.
What do you mean?
Well, having supplied us with a body, I'm going to have to insist you supply us with the name of the party who done it.
Oh, now look,
Come
Sergeant.
on, pal. Start talking. You better if you want to save your own hide.
Well, how do you figure that?
Well, there are some people around who might think you were responsible.
What?
Now, I'm not saying I'm one of them.
Oh, thanks.
I'm keeping an open mind. Now, convince me you're innocent. I dare you.
Remember, tomorrow at your grocer's, you can get a wonderful new salad oil for your homemade salad dressings, your cooking, your baking. It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil for home use ever offered by the makers of all those wonderful Kraft dressings. Kraft Salad Oil is a lighter-bodied oil, superfine to blend perfectly with other ingredients. Get a pint or quart bottle tomorrow at your grocer's. Ask for Kraft Salad Oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. Just a few minutes have passed since the discovery of Diane Wayne's body. And how much to the Falcon's surprise, Sergeant Corbett regards him with a jaundiced eye.
All right, Mike, let's start with page 1. You knew this girl was murdered before we walked in here.
Oh, you're being ridiculous, Sergeant.
Well, who do you work for?
No one.
What about that guy who came to your place and asked you to find her?
You mean Paul Clayton?
How would I know his name? You wouldn't tell it to me before.
There was no reason before. He's the brother of the kid who committed suicide a couple of nights back.
Because of her?
Yes.
Well, guess that takes care of everything.
Don't you think Clayton strangled her?
Don't you?
What do you think a jury would say to that?
You tell me.
They'd acquit him in a minute. It's too pat. Look, if you're going to murder someone, you don't go around telling the world all about it.
So where does that leave us?
Well, I told you there was another boy Diana trimmed.
Oh?
A lad from Washington named Josh Brady. And what about husband Steve?
What about him?
Well, don't you think it would be advisable to find out where he disappeared to?
You're certainly there with the questions, aren't you?
Well, somebody's bound to ask them, Sergeant. Might as well start digging up the answers. Say, any idea when she died?
Yep, I can tell you that to the minute.
Oh, how?
Come over here. Notice those scratches all over her face and the broken fingernails?
Yeah.
Well, she must have put up quite a battle with her killer. Now come over behind this bookcase.
Oh.
Yeah, in the battle, they knocked over the electric clock.
So she must have died at 25 minutes past 8.
Yep.
Say, is that clock broken or just disconnected?
Well, let's try it.
Here's the outlet.
Oh, you blew a fuse.
Thanks. I never would have known it.
Well, that answers one of our questions. Now, let's see if Paul Clayton can clean up the others.
Yes?
Hello, Clayton. Remember me?
How could I ever forget, Mr. Waring?
Well, I want you to know we found the girl.
We? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your friend in the hallway.
This is Sergeant Corbett.
Hi.
Sergeant?
Yes.
Well, come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, what's this about the girl?
Her name is Diana Wayne, and she's dead.
Oh.
Is that all you can say?
What do you want me to do? Pretend I'm all broken up? You know how I felt about her.
That's why I would like to know what you were doing at approximately 8:30 this evening.
Why?
Because that's the time someone put their two hands around her throat and squeezed, none too gently.
What time was that again?
8:25, to be exact.
Well, then that lets me out, because from 7 to 10 I was in a bar near Times Square called Jack's.
Can you prove that?
Sure, by the proprietor. I was waiting for a man named Eddie Lewis.
What did you want with him?
I was told he could put me in touch with a girl.
What happened?
Well, he didn't show, and I got tired waiting.
Well, what do you think, Mike?
Same as you do, Sergeant. I think we all better go on to suspect number 2.
I still don't see what all you gentlemen want with me.
Well, I don't know about the sergeant and Waring, but I came along to congratulate you.
For what, Mr.
For
Clayton?
doing something that I wanted to do. And if you need any dough for legal expenses, you just let me know.
What's he talking about?
What were you doing at 8:30 tonight, Brady?
Probably playing a slot machine someplace. You know, it's the funniest thing. I just can't stay away from those gadgets.
And where was this one located at?
Oh, I don't rightly remember.
But you do recall being clipped by a girl named Diana Wayne.
It's funny. I don't seem to recollect that either.
Look, that you-all routine isn't going to get you anywhere, Brady. The sergeant here could disprove it in 5 minutes.
I'd like to see him try.
That's easy. You probably made a complaint to your local DA after Diana clipped you. All I have to do is call Washington, D.C., and I'll have...
Hold the line, Sergeant.
What now?
I know who killed Diana Wayne.
You mean Brady just gave himself away?
No, I mean he just gave you away, Clayton.
The heat's got you.
In December? Don't be ridiculous. Wait a minute, I'll take that back. It is possible for the heat to get you this time of the year. And you're going to find that out at Sing Sing very shortly.
Got time for one more, Mike?
No, got to run, Sergeant.
No, you don't. A couple of questions I want to ask you first.
No? Well, while we're on the subject, there's one I want to ask you. Did you pick up Steve Wayne?
Yeah, in Detroit. Lucky the bus driver remembered him. Steve gave him a ticket that had been torn up and glued together. It was like you suspected. He ran out in the missus.
Sweet kid. So you left Diana alone to face the music, huh?
Yeah, but what gets me is how you knew that said music was provided for by Paul Clayton.
Well, first of all, he had an alibi for 8:30, whereas Josh Brady didn't.
What kind of logic is that?
Oh, the best kind in a case like this, Sergeant. Because when Clayton was so ready with his alibi, it occurred to me that maybe Diana wasn't murdered at the time we originally thought.
What about that electric clock?
Just a prop supplied by the killer. Never could have belonged to Diana.
How do you know that?
Well, an electric clock works only on alternating current. And in that section of New York...
Yeah, sure. There, they only have DC, direct current.
Mm-hmm. Remember how you blew a fuse when you tried to get it going?
Well, as a matter of fact, the medical examiner now says that Diana was killed around 6:45. But what gets me is how you knew that.
I didn't. All I knew was that the clock never belonged to Diana.
How?
Well, when you said you were going to call Washington, D.C., that D.C. rang a bell. Then I realized Clayton must have brought that clock with him to fix his alibi.
Didn't I say all along that Clayton killed her?
That you did.
You wouldn't believe me.
Well, he was the most obvious suspect, Sergeant. And we've all been conditioned by those mystery stories to believe that the most obvious suspect is always innocent.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, it's taught me a lot of things. If a man were to walk up to me this minute and announce he's planning to murder some girl, you know the first thing I'd do now?
What?
Set up a date in advance with some other girl, so I wouldn't have to end the evening with you. Good night, Sergeant.
There comes a time in the life of every homemaker when she has to fix a dinner fast, and that's when Kraft Dinner is such a help. You see, in just 7 minutes cooking time, Kraft Dinner makes delicious macaroni and cheese. Wonderful, tender macaroni with fine cheese flavor all through. Just like I said, in only 7 minutes cooking time. That's because every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated for that grand cheese flavor. So tomorrow, get a couple of packages of Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Where are you, Slate?
Stop yelling in my ear. I'm right beside you. Did you find the candles?
Where you told me, in the pantry under C.
I knocked over the Brussels sprouts under B to get them.
Serves you right. I told you to put the Brussels sprouts under S. Hold still till I light them. Yeah, that's a little better.
All the lines are down, huh?
Telephone is in. That's about all.
Oh, there goes that hotel sign again. It's always falling down.
Yeah, ever since the last time you sang in the shower.
I'll get it. Quickly, come on in.
Up there.
Out there, it's wet. Come in so I can close the door. You're going to have to register by candlelight, miss. The management isn't trying to be romantic. It's just that the electricity is out.
Who are you? Where is this?
What's the matter with you?
Tell me where.
Slade, come here. Look at her, Slade.
What do you think I'm doing?
Hold your candle up to her.
Yeah. Tell me when my hand catches on fire. Nice rain we're having, isn't it, miss?
Don't come near me. Don't come near me.
Slade, watch her. She's got a gun.
Hey, take it easy. You little fool, drop that gun.
Your hands, take them off. They're touching.
Drop it, I said. Okay, sis. You made a good entrance. Now tell me why you did. Well, me or the cops?
Cut it out, Slade. Can't you see she's sick? We'd better get a doctor.
When a girl roams around in a storm with a gun, she needs a cop.
This time we'll do it my way. We'll get a doctor.
Mr. Bentley! Let me in! Mr. Bentley!
What's the matter, Amy? Don't make you edgy. Make you want to go prowling?
Judith's gone.
Hey, get in here. Hey, you're fooling me about Judith being gone, ain't you? Well, you know you don't need no crazy excuse like that to come talk to me any time of the day or night. You're fooling, huh?
No. I looked all over the main house, in every room, every place she could hide. She just disappeared.
And you're her nurse, ain't you, Amy? You supposed to watch over my fiancée, Miss Judith, like she was a crawling baby.
I must have fallen asleep. We'll find her. All we have to do is call the police, tell them that she's sick.
And let Miss Judith cry and moan and wail on the shoulder, spill out what we've been trying to do to her for the past year?
Oh, they won't believe her. It'll just prove she's unbalanced. She's sick in her mind.
Just a little bit longer, a little bit. And I'd have had control of her sugar plantation, her money, the whole shebang. Me, just an ordinary boy from the country with a knack for managing. And you fell asleep.
I'll find her for you. You'll see. I'll find her.
Sure you will.
And they'll put her away. It'll be just you and me. Just the way you wanted, the way you planned.
You sure fancy yourself, don't you, Amy? John Bentley speaking.
This is Slate Shannon. The girl came into my place a while ago.
You're lucky, mister. I just lost one.
Maybe this one belongs to you, then. Judith Harper. This phone number, Eldorado 13.
You got acquainted fast, mister.
We found it in her purse. She wandered in here sick with a gun, tried to shoot me. We got a doctor. If she's yours, maybe you better come and get her.
Sure thing, mister. Just tell me where.
Shannon's place on the waterfront.
I'll send her nurse, mister. Because my Miss Judith is sicker than you know.
Someone found her.
She's at Shannon's place on the waterfront. You're so lucky, Amy. You just don't know how lucky you are.
John, I...
Get her. Bring her back to me. I don't care how. Just bring her back.
I have talked to the young lady, senorita.
How is she, Doctor?
Buena, very good. Quiet. She is tip-top.
That medical talk confuses me. An hour ago, that girl was ready to fall on her face.
A few seconds before that, she was ready to shoot me.
I don't blame her. Then you were her mortal enemy.
I always thought I looked pretty rakish by candlelight.
I meant to talk to you about that, Slade.
Hear me, senor. This girl is pursued by a fear of going insane. I have the fragments of the story.
And we want to hear it. Beautiful girl like that, sick, terrified.
He's trying to say he wants to help, Doctor.
And the young lady needs whatever help. Now that she has told me of herself, it is my guess she will recover quickly.
Recover from what?
I will not bore you with technical phrases. This girl is frightened of what is at home. She must not be sent back there.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. I can't take care of her. I got enough with this one.
Perhaps.
Look, Doc, if you think I'm going to fade out of the picture on account of her, you've got a silly little cerebellum. Cerebellum, Doc. I said it, and I'm glad.
I am suggesting merely a place of rest. I know of one.
Yeah, so do I. On Merino Key, there's a place there, kind of a hotel. People go there when they feel they've been in the world too much. It's a... Now, wait a minute. What can I do for you?
Where is she? Where's Judith Harper?
Who are you?
I'm a nurse. Where's Judith?
She's in that room. Don't worry about her. The doctor said she'd be all right.
I don't care what the doctor said. I want to see her.
All right. Hello, Judith. Someone wants to see you.
Get her out of here. Get her out. I'll teach you to talk to me like that. To me.
Hey, have you gone out of your mind? Leave her alone.
Get out of here, you. I said get...
You're all through saying, let's go.
Fool.
I said we're leaving. See, we just did.
You don't know what you're doing.
And you don't know what's happening to you. You're getting thrown out of a hotel. Good night, nurse.
We about ready to shove off, Slade?
Just about. Give me a hand with this line.
Aye, aye. Got it.
How's the girl?
She's asleep below. I tucked her in.
Well, I told you I'd take care of that.
And that's why I tucked her in.
I don't know about you, sailor. Sometimes I get the feeling you're possessive.
She shot at you once because you wanted to touch her.
Well, she was out of her mind. Besides, she missed.
But I'm not, and I wouldn't miss. And for the same reason.
Yeah, that's what I said. You tucked her in good like I told you, huh?
Soothed her fevered brow, hummed a lullaby, mentioned your name. Can we go now?
Yeah. Take the wheel, sailor. I'm going to go below to check on a few...
Hey, you, mister. Hold it up a minute.
Sorry, Buster, we're...
Hey. The reason I yelled hold it up is you may not be going no place. I thought I'd tell you.
You told me. Now you can get off the boat.
You're a cute one, Mr. Shannon. You throw Miss Judith's nurse away from her. Now you're going to throw me off the boat.
That's my Slate. He ain't partial to no one, never.
I told you on the phone, Shannon. Miss Judith is sick. She goes home with me where she belongs. Where she gets healed by my love.
The doctor said she...
Pardon me for interrupting, lady. But what's a doctor say against the opinion of my big fist?
You've got a point there, Buster. Maybe I can dull it for you.
You're just crying for it, ain't you, Shannon?
Your fist wasn't big enough. A big boy like you.
You didn't ask him if he could swim, Slate.
He'll learn. Let's go to Merino Key, sailor. Comfortable, Judith?
Yes. So wonderful here, sitting on the deck. The ocean, the air.
There isn't much that combination can't cure.
I want to apologize to you, Mr. Shannon.
But taking a shot at me, forget it. If it didn't happen at least once a week. Hey, sailor, what's the matter with you? You let her fall into the trough.
Look to starboard, Slate. Over there, those clouds.
Oh, yeah. The black squall. Better get below, Judith.
I don't mind. I like the rain.
Here it comes, Slate. Looks like a real one.
Come on, Judith, below. Steady as she goes, sailor.
She's okay, Slate. I just fixed her something hot to drink.
A nice rest cure we're giving her.
You know, I think she's liking it. She... Hey, Slate, what's happening? Look at the compass.
Your prying eye. Yeah, sailor, the rudder's broke. I think we hit a slab of driftwood.
You mean we've been drifting all this time?
The last 15 minutes. Now, look ahead, sailor.
Lights.
Uh-huh. If this current holds, we'll get through the channel between them.
Where are we?
Someplace in Merino Key. Only these lights aren't marked on the chart. I don't know who we can thank for them.
Maybe we'll find out. Watch that tide rip.
You all right, sailor?
What happened?
As far as I can make out, we're aground on a reef.
But the lights.
They put us there. Better go see about Judith. Tell her to get comfortable all over again. I got an idea. We're going to stay here for a while. The tide's out now. We can walk to shore along this reef. Think you can make it all right, Judith?
I think so. I feel wonderful.
I could carry you.
You heard her. She feels wonderful.
Here, Judith. I'll give you a hand over the side.
What about me?
Just don't rip your jeans. You left your other pair home.
That's about me.
We're lucky the storm only lasted the night. If it had gone on any longer, the Bold Venture would have been beaten to death against those rocks.
You check her, Slate?
Yeah, just a few scars. All we need is a new propeller and a new rudder. Maybe I can bite one out of that palm tree.
Why not just ask the man for one?
Huh?
The man standing underneath the palm tree, waving hello to us. I'll bet he's got lots of used propellers.
Welcome. Welcome. Thrice welcome to my island.
Look, you, whoever you are.
Charles Dane is whoever I am. And whoever you are, I am delighted the sharks did not smell you out during the night.
You shill for sharks?
Only for myself, dear one. And now you may kiss the sands of my island. For you have found a refuge.
Well, that's good, because...
Because it's a refuge you will never want to leave. Welcome.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
You see, dear ones, all the delicacies of civilization without its penalties. These rare books, these exquisite paintings, the gossamer objects of art. My last guests admired them deeply.
All loot from shipwrecks you arranged with those lights, Charlie.
Not loot, dear one. Let us say, rather, the spoils of fortune. These perfumes, Mr. Val, a fragile twilight fragrance at your disposal during your stay.
I like the one you're wearing, Charlie.
You have discerning taste. We shall get along famously, we two. And this radio. I hope it has music that becomes you, Mr. Val.
What do you think, Charlie? Does it become me?
A tawdry substitute, dear one. Your music should be of impassioned space, of fiery gardens, of...
Easy, boy, easy. Heel, boy.
Quite right. I mustn't overdo you. Yes, what is it, Prado? Oh, you may come whisper in my ear. Thank you, Prado. Prado informs me that Miss Harper is quite comfortable in the guest room, and that your boat has been floated and tied up at my private pier.
Which brings us to the question of...
Please, Mr. Shannon, I care to hear this.
Senorita Judith Harper, owner of the vast sugar plantation on the outskirts of Havana, has disappeared. Any knowledge of her whereabouts is to be communicated to her plantation manager, Senor John Bentley.
Mr. Shannon, my deepest bow to you. You are a kindred soul. I pirate ships, you...
Judith's a sick girl. We were taking her to Merino Key so she could rest, so she could get well. If she goes back, she'll have a relapse.
You can stop now, Spade. Charlie's not listening.
Come, Mr. Shannon. I want to show you a thing. Come.
Don't go away, sailor.
The thing. A shortwave radio transmitter. My contact with the other lonely souls of this world.
You going to get word to Bentley after what we told you?
Precisely. I believe Bentley should be with us. For the game.
Oh, what game?
A precious game. A delightful game. A game that could possibly kill you. Mr. Shannon! Hello! Hi, Mr. Shannon. I've been trying to attract your attention.
Well, to be honest with you, Charlie, I was hoping you'd never make it.
Have I done anything to affront you?
Now, let's put it this way. How am I going to get this propeller repaired? And how long do we have to stay on this island?
And I shall answer you. Of the propeller? Well, some time ago, there was an almost identical storm such as this. And an almost identical boat as yours pounded itself against the identical reef.
Oh, is the name of that boat the Capri?
The identical name.
Reported missing in a squall 3 months ago. Never heard from. What happened to the men on that boat?
Which brings us to the second question. When shall you leave here? Never, I'm afraid.
Look, friend, I asked you a civil question, so I want a nice, clear answer.
Please to note, you're soiling my linens, Mr. Shannon.
And please to note...
Well done, Prado. Prado watches over me, Mr. Shannon, and when you touch me, his hackles rise. And if you will, sir, you might cast a glance out there, seaward.
Another boat.
In haste to answer my message to Havana. Oh, have no fear, the tide is in. The boat will not crash on the reef. Now, do try to look more neat for dinner. Good afternoon, sir.
Aren't you grateful to Mr. Dane, honey, that he got word to me? So I could come and take you back with me in the boat.
Don't touch me. Keep away from me.
How can you say things like that, honey?
You don't want me. You want the plantation and the money and that woman.
Honey, just by saying things like that proves you ain't well in your mind. That's why I just got to take you back.
But not before we have our dinner, Mr. Bentley.
What are you doing in here?
Two things. One, eavesdropping, because I thrive on it. And second, inviting you to dinner. I thrive on that, too.
I'm taking her out of here now.
I don't think so. I'm afraid you have no choice, Mr. Bentley. You like games, Miss Harper? You haven't tasted the roast pheasant, Miss Harper.
I don't care for any.
But you should eat, my child. I've heard you've been ill.
Leave her alone.
Hey, sailor, you want that pheasant giblet?
I'll trade you for the neck.
Hey, Charlie.
Yes, Mr. Shannon?
The rye bread.
Save me the heel, Slate.
You people have fine appetites. I'm happy for you.
I've got to hand it to you, Charlie. You serve a fine blue plate.
Por favor, senor. How many will there be for dessert?
We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed my humble board. And now, the pièce de résistance. I give you a game.
Here.
Slate, you've been dying to say that ever since you saw that British picture.
A game, ladies and gentlemen, with this revolver I have here in my hand. Russian roulette.
Oh, hey, you really are crazy, Charlie. That game can be fatal.
As I told you, it could be. 6 chambers in this revolver, but 1 bullet. Each of you shall spin the chamber, place the gun to your head, pull the trigger.
So help me, Dane.
Hush, sir, hush. Or Prado will shoot you in the back. Now, shall we play so that Prado can signal the cook how many there will be for dessert? You first, Miss Harper. Take the gun. Thank you. Now, spin the chamber. Just so. Of course, you may close your eyes, my dear. I congratulate you. Miss Duval, if you please.
I'll keep my eyes on you, Slate.
All right, sailor.
You'll be with me another day, Miss Duval. I am thankful. Please pass the gun to Mr. Shannon.
Always pass a gun, but first, sailor. Hi, sailor.
I'm thankful, Slate.
Now, please pass the gun to Mr. Bentley.
You're crazy, all of you. I'm not going to have any part of this. You're all of you out of your minds.
Hello.
All right. All right, give me the gun.
I am pleased, Miss Harper. Mr. Bentley shot himself dead, and it amused you, too. I pronounce the dinner a success. May we have another try tomorrow?
Mr. Dane,
Yes?
I've been waiting for this chance to see you alone.
It sends a delicious thrill through me.
I've never known a man like you.
Of course you haven't, dear one.
I wanted to go on. If you sent Slate away, it could be any way you wanted it. Whatever you...
What a pathetic effort. And ludicrous. To waste your feminine guile so on me.
It didn't do anything to you, huh, Charlie? I must be slipping.
With any other man, you would have had a brilliant triumph. With me, I am a man of small pleasures, Mr. Val. Not you or anything will deny me my childish game. Beat it, dear one. Now it's your turn, Miss Harper. Give her the revolver, Shannon.
Yeah. It's 1 in 6, Judith.
I don't think it matters very much. We all die.
The approaching storm makes you moody, Miss Harper. Play. It will pass. Bravo. Well done. 3 days and you all still survive. However, there is still tomorrow. 4 for dessert, Prado. To work, Mr. Shannon, Miss Duval. Take them out on the reef, Prado.
Si, senor.
You're lagging, Miss Duval. Come, those lanterns aren't that heavy.
Why don't you light up your own shipwrecks, Charlie?
Don't worry about your conscience, dear one. It won't be with you very long.
Okay, Prado, take the gun out of my back. I'm walking.
But walk faster. You too, senorita.
I shall wait here and observe. Hurry back, dear ones. I'm desolate without you.
Aquí. Put a lantern here. Bueno. Adelaide, move.
What a racket this Charlie has. Arranging these lights to make it look like a clear channel.
Aquí, here. A lantern.
Sailor,
I can't hear you. Speak up.
after we set down the next lantern, slip, fall, grab Prado.
You too. No whisper. Here, a lantern.
Give me a hand, Prado.
Si, senorita. My pleasure.
You're wrong, kid. It's mine.
Senor Dane! Senor Dane!
You said the wrong thing, Prado.
Now what?
Now what is? We've got his gun.
What's the matter, Prado? What's wrong? Prado! Prado!
Get out of the way, sailor.
Out of the way is in the water.
That's right. Get in it. It's not deep. Just hold on to that rock.
Prado!
Quick, sailor.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to be a hero. Get in that ocean.
Did you get Prado, Shannon?
I got him.
My congratulations, sir. Does it hurt, Shannon? Where? In the stomach? Or did I get you? Oh!
It hurt, didn't it, Charlie, for a time? It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Sailor!
I heard you cry out when Charlie shot.
What do you do when a bullet creases your skull?
I run to somebody so I can put my head on his shoulder.
Lend me a shoulder, sailor. I got just the head for you.
Lean on me, Slate. I'll see you get home. Look, Slate, a postcard from the rest home on Merino Key. Judith is doing fine.
Yeah, look at the P.S. She wishes we were there.
I guess she figures we need a rest.
You want to go?
I might.
Why don't you? Nothing's keeping you here.
Yes, there is.
Me?
Uh-uh. I'm waiting for the man from the grocery store. I ordered a couple dozen candles in case the lights go out again.
What's the matter? You afraid of the dark? You don't know what to do?
What's to do?
This. That's what's to do. Hey, where you going?
The fuse box. Something's wrong with these lights.
What's wrong with them? They're on.
That's what's wrong, Slate. Nothing ever happens till the lights go out.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
About time you come to see me, Blackie. Where have you been for the last 2 weeks?
Around, Mary.
Oh, I was afraid you were ill. I called your apartment several times, but no one answered.
I've been busy.
But it's so unlike you not to phone me or drop me a line. You aren't in trouble, are you?
No.
Well, let's go sit down and you can tell me what you've been doing.
I dropped in just for a minute, Mary.
But it doesn't mean you can't sit down a minute.
I don't have the time.
Blackie, what's the matter?
I haven't seen you for the last 2 weeks, Mary, because I haven't wanted to see you.
Blackie.
I thought you'd take the hint, and I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh.
But you saw Shorty yesterday and asked for me, and so I thought I'd better end this once and for all.
But why? What have I done?
Nothing. Well, suppose you're a great girl, Mary. For somebody else. So long.
Blackie, what is this?
It's this. Open the window, Mary. What do you get?
Why, I get air.
That's just what I'm giving you, kid. And you don't have to bother about any window.
And now meet Richard Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, Oh, hello, Shorty.
Oh, hi, Miss Wesley. Blackie ain't home.
Oh, well, may I come in?
Oh, sure, Miss Wesley.
Thank you.
Gee, Miss Wesley, you sure are one beautiful dame.
Am I?
Uh-huh. What's the matter? You down about something?
Shorty, maybe you can help me.
Oh, Miss Wesley, for you, I'd jump off the Brooklyn Bridge in my Sunday suit.
Oh, well, thanks, Shorty, but I don't want you to do anything like that. I just want you to tell me something.
Well, if I know what to tell, I sure will.
What's the matter with Blackie?
Oh, that.
Then you do know about it.
Well, not exactly, Miss Wesley. You see, I don't ask Blackie no questions about nothing.
But you do know that he's broken off with me.
Well, sure. You see, Blackie's a funny guy. He treats all the dames the same as he treats you. Nice and friendly like 1 minute, and then like an old pair of shoes the next.
Oh, Shorty, that's just not true.
No? Don't bet. Look, I know how he treats his dames. Blackie just gave you the same air he gives them all, Miss Wesley.
I see. Well, that's it then, huh?
Well, I sure wish it wasn't.
Thanks, Shorty, thanks. You needn't tell Blackie I was here. No, please do tell him. If there is anything behind all this that I ought to know, maybe he'll tell you.
Oh, certainly, I'll tell him.
No, better still, Shorty. I'll write him a note. Maybe that's the way. I'll use this telephone pad. Is that all right?
Sure.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this address on the pad? 11 Bailey Street.
Oh, that's someplace that Blackie wrote down to go to this afternoon.
That's a strange part of town for Blackie, Bailey Street.
Well, he said he was going there on business. Look, Miss Wesley, I don't know what this is all about, only I kind of hope you ain't sore at him. Don't mind him, huh, Miss Wesley?
He needs somebody to mind him, Shorty, and right now I'm going to mind his business.
Hey, Leach, will you quit shuffling those cards so much? You're giving the king of spades a shave. Let's play.
When I'm ready, I'm thinking.
What about?
What you ought to be thinking about, too, Bernie. Blasting our way into that vault downstairs. Cut.
We gotta think about Blackie first. Here's your cut, deal him.
I'm thinking about Blackie.
Look, Leach, if he stands in the way of our little job, why don't we just knock him off?
Why don't we just go out and commit suicide? Same thing, it'd be much quicker. Much quicker.
Well, we gotta stop him somehow. He knows what we're up to.
Let's just be glad Blackie isn't chums with the cops, so we'd have more to worry about. You want that card?
No. Gee, if he only had a dame he was sweet on, we could grab her and Blackie'd hop on his head if we said the word.
That's very smart, Bernie, only Blackie doesn't have any girl. I took that card, Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, okay. He had a dame.
But he doesn't have one. Get that through your noggin. I knocked with 8 points.
Hey, you're lucky enough to do this for a living. You get 27.
You do.
Yeah. Hey, what's that?
Hold it. Come in.
Hello, boys.
Well, Boston Blackie.
I felt like slumming a little, so I thought I'd drop in and see how you boys are getting along.
Mighty white of you.
Let me lay one on this guy, Leach.
Sit down.
What's the matter, Bernie? Impatient to get at that bank vault downstairs?
Yeah.
What's stopping you?
Nothing. When we got you out of the way.
And just how are you going to get me out of the way?
We'll figure something.
Nothing that I can't figure first. Make one more move to crack open that vault, and I'll crack down on you.
Okay. We know you're smart. How about cutting you in, Blackie?
No, thanks. I see you have the floorboards removed. Are you sure you're directly over the vault?
We didn't move into this rat trap in an apartment because we like Bailey Street.
Cold water flat with plenty of cold cash on the floor below. Well, I hope you don't die of old age before you get what you moved in for.
Hey, Leach, I'm going in the kitchen. This guy gets me down.
Go ahead.
Well, Leach, do you give up?
No.
You might as well. Why don't you go home and be a nice boy?
I don't pretend to be a nice boy.
You know you don't dare break into that vault downstairs as long as I'm around.
Look, we got it all planned. Right there in that hole in the floor is where we're going down into the bank. We come through right on top of the vault. A little well-placed nitro. Bingo, we're in. You're in, too, if you say so.
Not a very subtle way to open a vault.
Vaults don't care if we're obvious.
Leach, you're an amateur. You don't have any more right...
Look, that poke in the head killed him.
Bernie, what'd you do that for?
I just couldn't help it. I don't like anybody calling us names.
Knocking him out doesn't help us any.
I'm sorry, Leach. I just had a conquer.
Oh.
Anyway, he's coming, too.
Wait. Hey, wait, I got an idea.
Yeah.
Tie him up, quick.
What?
Tie him up. Get that rope there.
Yeah, sure.
Don't look so happy, Bernie. I'm not going to let you kill him.
What are we tying him up for, then?
I don't know why we didn't think of this before. The best place for Blackie while we knock off this bank is in jail.
How are we going to get him in jail?
Tie him up good and tight.
I got him so tight if you pluck him, he'll twang. How's this going to get him in jail?
We're going to plant him where the cops can grab him. Go out and tell Joe to bring the car around back.
Hello, boys. Or am I supposed to say, where am I?
Try to get out of those ropes, Blackie, and you'll cut yourself in half.
Thanks for the warning, but maybe I'll like being twins.
Go tell Joe to bring the car around back.
Yeah, sure, Leach.
What's this going to be, a little joyride?
No, Blackie. We're going to a little candy store to buy a lollipop for an all-day sucker. And I do mean you. Turn left at the next traffic light. The candy store is down the Jefferson Pike, about a mile.
Lovely day for an automobile ride, isn't it?
Shut up, Blackie. Hey, Leach, what are we going to do at the candy store when we get there?
This guy who owns the candy store is a belligerent gent. He doesn't take things lying down. You and I going into a store, stick him up. You're going to let him swing on you. You fall like he's knocked you out.
Yeah?
Then I'm going to let him have it with a blackjack.
What about Blackie here?
As soon as I've knocked out the man in the candy store, I'm calling the cops. You're going out to the car, slap Blackie with your blackjack, untie him, drag him into the store, knocked out. Then we're going to beat it.
Oh, hey, Leach, you're great. I get it. When the cops get there, they'll find Blackie knocked out, and the storekeeper will say he knocked him out.
You boys are brilliant. Remind me not to light the whole setup, will you?
Shut up. Bernie got a match?
Yeah, sure, somewhere.
Here, let me light your cigarette for you. Draw in.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Leach, look, Blackie's out of the ropes.
Don't move, Blackie. I got a gun on you.
So I see.
How'd you get out of those ropes?
I'll write you a letter and tell you about it.
Yeah? Well, what kind of tricks do you know how to get away from guns? I've got one on you, too.
Well, that will take some thought, I'm afraid, but it can be done.
Better tap him with your blackjack again, Bernie. He talks too much.
With pleasure, Leach.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I don't mind if...
Hey, he sure passes out pretty, don't he, Leach?
Yeah, hit him again in a few minutes, and hit him once more before we dump him in the candy store. I don't want this guy to wake up again until he's in jail.
At least I gotta hand it to you. The cop sure made a rush go to that candy store when you phoned it and said Boston Blackie was in on a deal.
Yeah. So did you see? Inspector Faraday was there himself. It's only an hour since Blackie came to calling us.
How long you think Faraday will keep Blackie in jail?
Well, from what I hear, Inspector Faraday'd give Blackie a life sentence for breaking his shoelace. He'll keep him there long enough to suit us. Sam said he'd be up with our nitro this afternoon.
Oh, good. We'll be set to blast into the top of the vault tomorrow night then, huh?
Oh, easy.
Yeah. And I thought Blackie was gonna be trouble.
Yeah.
Somebody at the door, Lee. Want me to go around the other door, see who it is?
No. What are you worrying about? It's Sam with a nitro. I'll let him in. Well, always on time, Sam. You're a good...
Hey, Lee, it's the Dave.
Hello, I'm Mary Wesley. Is Boston Blackie here?
No, Blackie...
Shut up, Ernie. Come in, Miss Wesley.
Well,
What do you want with Blackie?
I just want to talk to him.
Hey, Leach, this is the dame Blackie said wasn't his
Shut
name.
up, Bernie. Sit down, Miss Wesley.
No, thank you. I just came to see Blackie.
What about?
Why are you looking at me like that?
I just got an idea, that's all. Maybe you and Blackie haven't busted like he said.
How do you know about that?
Because I think maybe the bust-up was phony, and for my benefit.
Well, I don't understand you at all.
Sit down, Miss Wesley.
No, thanks.
Sit down.
I'd rather not...
Let's sit down.
Yes, of course. As long as you insist.
That's better.
Hey, Leach, you thinking the same about this dame as I am?
Shut up.
Yeah, sure.
Miss Wesley, when did you last see Blackie?
Early this morning.
Where?
He came to my apartment.
What for?
To tell me that he didn't want to see me again.
Before that, when did you last see him?
2 weeks ago. Why are you so interested?
It's my business.
I came here to see Blackie. If he isn't here, I'll go, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. Bernie?
Yeah.
Tired of the chair. Tie us, take it loose.
Don't worry, Leach, the same ain't for some Blackie.
You're hurting my...
Ain't that true? There.
Gagger. Well, this is perfect. Blackie said we couldn't crack that vault downstairs as long as he was around to stop us, and he was right. But now, where's Blackie?
In jail.
And if he gets out of jail, we got his girlfriend. Now what can Blackie do to stop us?
Hey, maybe you can talk Faraday into letting him go.
Oh, I doubt that. Even if he does and then tries to stop us, we'll do what we told him 2 weeks ago. We'll deliver his girlfriend to him, slightly dead. We're glad to have you with us, Miss Wesley. We're very glad indeed.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. For some reason then unknown to Mary, Blackie has told her that their friendship is at an end. Trying to find the answer to Blackie's strange actions, Mary has fallen into the hands of two men planning to rob the Daly Street Bank and is now being held prisoner in an apartment just above the bank vault. Blackie, at the same time, is being held at police headquarters for a robbery into which the bank thieves have framed him in order to get him out of the way. As we return to our story, it's the next morning, and Shorty, who has heard through the underworld grapevine that Blackie is in jail, comes to see his friend.
Hiya, Blackie. Good morning.
Shorty, how'd you find out Faraday was holding me?
I get ears, boss. And my friends talk a lot. I'd have been here last night if I'd known sooner.
If you've brought me a loaf of bread with a steel file inside it, I'll never speak to you again.
Nah, boss, nah. Yeah, I'll bring you some bad news, boss.
Then go over there to the desk and give it to Faraday.
Look, this is real bad news, boss. The two mugs in Bailey Street have got Miss Wesley.
Mary?
Yeah.
Well, how did they get hold of her, and why?
I don't know, Black. I guess it's all my fault. Miss Wesley came up to your apartment to talk to you and found the Bailey Street address she'd gone to. She went down there to see what you were up to.
Shorty, you shouldn't have let her do that. Now I'll have to get out of here. You wait around the corner for me. I won't be long.
Okay, boss.
Hey, Faraday. Faraday.
What do you want, Blackie?
You.
What's the matter, chum? You lonesome in there? Or do you want me to give you my keys?
What keys?
These in my coat pocket right here. This may be just a temporary cell in my office, but it's hard to get out of unless you have the keys.
Well, why didn't you take me straight to the city jail, Faraday? Do you enjoy having me around?
When you're behind bars.
Listen, I've got to get out of here, Faraday.
What are you going to use for keys?
Proof I didn't hold up that candy store.
If you were as tall as the story you're about to tell, you'd be a giant.
Listen, Faraday, that candy store proprietor said he knocked me out by hitting me on the jaw once.
Yeah, and you were still out when I got there.
Sure, but where was I hit? On the back of the head. And not once, but several times. And not with a fist, but a blackjack.
That's your story. What happened was, you got socked on the chin, hit your head on the floor.
Oh, I see how you account for the bumps on the head. I was a bouncing baby, and so when my head hit the floor in the candy store, I bounced.
Very funny, Blackie.
Faraday, listen to me, will you? I was framed into being picked up at that candy store, framed by Willie Leach and Bernie Bernard, who want me out of the way so they can rob the Bailey Street Bank sometime tonight.
Oh, those bad boys.
Okay. You won't do anything for my sake. Do it for Mary's. Leach and Bernard are holding her in Bailey Street right now.
What's the matter, Casanova? You jealous?
All right, Faraday, be a sap if you want to. But for heaven's sake, tuck your handkerchief in your breast pocket. You're no dude.
Hey, take your hands away from that handkerchief. Looks all right the way it is.
Okay, Flash, okay.
And don't be too unhappy in that detention cell, Blackie. I'm moving you uptown to the city jail as soon as the wagon has a minute to spare.
Thanks, pal.
And don't let me hear any more complaints from you about anything, as long as you're in jail.
That, Faraday, may not be as long as you think. Thanks for waiting for me, Shorty.
Gee, Blackie, you sure got out in a hurry. How'd you do it?
I pretended to fix Faraday's handkerchief and lifted the keys out of his pocket and slipped through his office and out the back way.
Look, I guess we better bleed out of this neighborhood, huh, boss? But being this close to a jail when I don't have to, it makes me nervous.
All right, let's go.
Boss, look, I'm sure sorry I let Miss Wesley go see them two mugs in Bailey Street.
Well, you couldn't help it. That young lady has a mind of her own.
Well, what are we going to do? Them guys are holding her there, I bet.
You're betting on a favorite, Shorty. That's a cinch. Gee, and I tried to stop her, too.
Well, they're doing just what they said they do. Hold Miss Wesley so you would play hands off while they cracked the Bailey Street Bank. What are we going to do, Blackie?
What do you think, Shortman?
Well, unless we want them to knock Miss Wesley on the head so hard it's fatal, I guess we stay away from them. Huh?
I think what we ought to do is to keep after those guys. They might kill Mary because she knows too much, even if we lay off.
Oh. Well, then what?
I don't know. I'm going down to Bailey Street and see those two.
Oh, wait a minute, boss. I don't think that's so smart.
I don't either. But it so happens that it's necessary. Now, here's what I want you to do.
Yeah?
Hello, Leach.
Well, the bad penny, Boston Blackie. That door was locked. How'd you get out of jail? How did you get in here?
That's two more letters I owe you guys.
Let me slug him again, Leach. I don't think that'll be necessary. We got his girl.
I'd like to see Mary.
Oh, you want proof, do you? We don't kid about anything.
Where is she?
Open the door to the front room, Bernie. Yeah, sure. Don't worry, Blackie. We haven't heard her. That would spoil our plans for the present.
Yeah, there she is, tied to a chair, nice and tight. Yeah.
Mary, don't worry, honey. I'll get you out of here. Everything's going to be all right. Look, Leach, I'll make a deal with you. Let Mary go, and I'll help you get into the vault.
Nah.
Leach, you're a fool. You're going to blow the vault with nitro. Nitro makes noise.
Oh, it does, really?
I'm telling you, you're a sap to use nitro when you can use me. Take me to any vault in the world, and I can open it with my fingers, and you know it.
Are you suggesting that you want to come in with us?
I'm not suggesting anything. Release Mary, and I'll open the safe for you.
Sit down, Blackie.
Now you're getting some sense.
Don't do it, Leach is up to some trick.
Maybe. Then again, maybe not.
Now you're brilliant, Leach. Let Mary go now, will you? I'll stay here until it's time to open the vault.
You'll stay here until then. Your girlfriend stays here, too.
But that's the condition of our deal. You have to let Mary go.
That's the condition I don't like. The girl stays where she is.
How long?
Until after you've opened the vault.
Then you'll let her go?
Maybe.
Maybe? What's that?
That's our guarantee that you'll open the safe for us at 8 o'clock tonight.
Hey, Leach, what kind of a vault is this, anyhow?
It's in 2 rooms, Bernie, just like the plan said. The safe is in the 2nd room. We're only in the 1st room now. Come on, Blackie, I don't want this to take all night.
It won't, Leach. Don't worry.
Get us through that door into the 2nd room and get to work on that safe.
I'd better close this outside door first.
What for?
Oh, just a superstition. I don't like to work with open doors behind me.
Okay, close the door. Let's get going.
Don't be nervous, Leach. I go through doors that lock the way you go through doors that revolve.
Yeah. How long is it going to take you to get through the door into the 2nd room where the safe is?
No time at all. This is probably just a simple lock.
You, won't accidentally trip the burglar alarm, will you?
And bring the cops down on my own neck? Faraday still wants me, you know.
Yeah, all right. But no tricks.
I got a gun if there are any tricks.
Now, both of you boys keep quiet when I work on this door. Yeah, that does it.
I'm beginning to like you, Blackie.
How nice. Well, the door's open.
Yeah, you better try it and see.
Shut up. If Blackie says it's open, it's open.
Thanks, Leach. There you are, wide open. Now, I want to go the rest of the way alone.
Why?
Don't let him do it, Leach. It's a trick.
Why do you want to be alone, Blackie?
2 reasons. First, I'm superstitious about opening safes with somebody looking over my shoulders. Second, I'd rather you didn't know how it was done. Look, Leach, I haven't double-crossed you so far, have I?
No.
That's a good thing, too.
Shut up, Bernie.
How can I double-cross you from here on? There are no windows, no doors. You'll be between me and the outside. You both have guns. I haven't. I'd be a dope to try any tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you would.
Now, give me 5 minutes alone to open the safe, and then you can come in and get the money.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks.
You're making a mistake, Leach.
You let me run this. Blackie can't double-cross us now. How you doing, Blackie?
All right. In fact, I'm doing fine.
Careful you don't trip that burglar alarm.
I'll be careful that I do, Leach.
What? Hey, what's the idea?
Too bad, Leach. You can't get through that door. It's locked.
Let's get out of here, Leach.
But I'm not try it, either of you. Shorty is waiting outside with a Tommy gun.
I'll get you for this, Blackie.
There's still a locked door between us.
Come on, Bernie. We'll try the outside door. He's probably lying about Shorty. I know how to work this latch.
Okay.
That opened it.
All right, you guys. Stand right where you are.
Hey, Shorty ain't here, but the cops are.
Shorty is here. Me, without no uniform.
Keep your gun on him, Shorty. Rollins, turn off that alarm.
Sure thing, Inspector.
Hey, Faraday. Is that you?
Come on up, Blackie. Okay, Monahan, Rollins. Take these 2 bums out of here.
All right.
Okay, Blackie, come out.
Hi, Faraday.
Hello, Blackie.
I don't know what brought you down here, Inspector, but I'm certainly glad something did.
You did, Blackie.
But I thought you didn't believe me when I said the bank was going to be robbed tonight.
I believed you, but I didn't want you to think so. I'm not as dumb as you think. I believed your story as soon as you told me you'd been hit on the head, not on the chin, the way the candy store proprietor said.
Faraday, you're getting positively brilliant.
You mean you're just waking up to the fact that I'm smarter than you are?
Yes, Faraday, but when I wake up, I stop dreaming.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, Shorty?
Can I put down this Tommy gun now, huh? Makes me nervous.
Think how nervous it makes me. You're in back of it. Will you sit still, Mary? Or do I have to tie you to that chair?
But, I'm still nervous about last night.
You needn't be. It's all over.
You know, I was so scared when I heard you coming up those stairs. I thought it was Leach coming up to kill me. I was, more afraid only once in my life.
When?
When you came to my apartment and told me you never wanted to see me again.
Do you understand now why I did that?
Not completely.
Well, Leach and Bernard heard that you and I were good friends. They figured the only way to keep me away from them while they robbed the Bailey Street Bank was to hold you.
Oh, I see.
So I told them you didn't mean a thing to me. To go ahead and do whatever they wanted to, will you? I didn't care.
Well, I like that.
It worked, honey. Until you came looking for me and they realized I'd lied to them.
Did you lie to him, Blackie? About me?
What do you think?
Well, you could tell me.
We're right back where we started.
Goody, and where's that?
Good friends.
Oh.
With our troubles over and no more troubles in sight.
Oh, Blackie, if you only hadn't said that.
Said what?
No more troubles in sight.
But there isn't any trouble in sight.
I know it, but you'll go looking for it.
Any objections?
Definitely. But, where shall we look?
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato! We're out to strike the racetrack racket.
Fetch the ambulance. Pick him up and lay him down. Come on, Firefly. Come on,
It was just past dawn at the hillside racetrack. The morning mist still hung heavy across the paddock and the stables. Stretched in level layers across the track where the horses were getting their early morning workout. On the rail, a jockey perched a little distance from a heavy-set man.
They're coming around the backstretch now, Jerry. They're coming.
Don't forget to clock him.
That's Firefly in front.
Can't see in this mist.
I know how he sounds when he runs. That's Firefly. Come on, Firefly. Come on, boy. Pick him up, baby. Come on. Come on, Firefly.
Talking to me?
Your name Jerry?
It might be.
It's okay. I'm from the newspaper.
Oh, okay.
Where can we talk?
Well, what's the matter with right here?
The kid. You don't want any leaks. Want to keep this story exclusive, get it?
Okay. We can go over toward the stable.
Right with you. Plenty foggy, ain't it?
Here they come. Here they come. I got the clock on Firefly. Got it. Jerry, I got the clock. Firefly did a mile in one. Jerry. Gosh, he ain't here.
Okay. Guess there's nobody to listen now.
I didn't expect you so soon.
The newspaper goes to press. Boss didn't want any story to miss the first edition. This better be good. I ain't used to getting up so early. Shoot.
Oh, mister, I like horse racing, see? I've been around racetracks since I was old enough to stub my toe on a horseshoe. I worked as jockey, trainer, handler, starter, groom.
Yeah, never mind the personal history, huh?
I don't get you.
Just give me the facts.
Well, mister, Firefly is a favorite to cop the big race.
The Centralia Stakes?
Yeah.
Is that your story? Everybody knows that.
Oh, wait, you're beating the start. Firefly's the favorite, but there's going to be some dirty work.
Go ahead.
I got it straight. The race is going to be fixed.
Fixed, huh? Don't Wallaby own Firefly?
Oh, Wallaby's as straight as a string. I don't mean him. He never done anything crook in his life. I mean professional gamblers. That's why I call the paper.
You know a lot, don't you?
I've been around. You don't talk like a newspaper man. How do I know you're from the Sentinel?
Where else would I be from?
I don't know. Got one of them press cards?
I left it home. Now, come on.
Hey, maybe you ain't a newspaper man at all. I tell you, you get your press card, and I'll talk.
Don't be nuts, I tell you.
What in... Who's that?
I'm called Mr. X.
Mr. X? I thought that was a gag. The Sentinel carries stories about Mr. X, but I thought...
Tell us what you thought, Jerry. Tell us everything. Hear that car coming along the road? There'll be more people around soon. The sun will burn away the fog. Tell us everything.
This fella, he ain't a newspaper man. He ain't a newspaper man at all.
Better watch where you're driving, Reed.
I wish I could, Axford. This fog is still very heavy. You're the one who got that phone call last night?
Yeah, Reed. I was sitting in the city room when the phone rings. I picks it up and says it's the Sentinel. This fellow whispers to come to the track around dawn and ask for Jerry. He says he wants to tell us about a racetrack scheme, a crooked scheme.
Just ask for Jerry, huh?
That's all, just Jerry. Golly, Reed, you could have knocked me over with a feather bed when you said you'd come along with me this morning. And so early.
That's nice this time of the morning, Axford.
It will be when the fog lets up. Hey, slow down. That looks like something up ahead.
Yes.
It's a string of horses.
Coming in from exercise. Hello.
Hello. Is that you, Jerry? Oh, I thought you was Jerry.
No, son. We're looking for a man named Jerry. That's a fine-looking horse you've got.
That's Firefly. Jerry and I were watching him do a mile, but when I turned around, Jerry was gone. The first time he ever walked right away in the middle of a timing. We're from the Sentinel. He was expecting it.
Oh, that's odd. You don't know where he's gone?
No, sir.
He just wandered off?
Well, I had a kind of feeling someone was talking to him, but I was so excited clocking Firefly, I didn't notice. Firefly worked a mile in 1:38.
I see. Well...
Look up. Steady, Firefly. Please, holy crow, those were sharp.
Over this way. Come on, Axford.
Firefly, stop that cut now. Stop it. Who'd be shooting this time of day?
Over this low fence, Axford.
This doggone fog.
It's running out, Axford. We...
Suffering snakes.
Axford, this man's been shot.
Lying on the ground.
Roll a moment so we can see his face.
Golly.
Poor fellow. He's dead, Axford.
Firefly was nervous. I came as fast. Mister, that's Jerry.
Jerry must
no surprise, Don.
Jerry's dead.
Please, everybody stay out. Go on about your business. Stay out. Came as soon as I heard the terrible news. You must be Mr. Reed. You're Wallaby? Yes, sir. Bobby, I reckon you best get down to the tap room, eh?
I can't do anything now.
Well, of course you can. You took Firefly back to his stall, didn't you? Brushed him down and fixed him up fine. I want somebody to check over his saddle and stuff.
Jerry's dead. Murdered.
Yeah, Bobby. There's nobody I can trust now except you. You understand?
I'll do it.
Yeah. And he'll feel a heap sight better without something to do.
Mr. Wallaby, how was your groom killed?
Was it murder?
He called the Sentinel last night. He said the Centralia's stakes is fixed. He'd give us the inside story.
Fixed? Oh, it can't be.
So he couldn't learn a thing over the phone.
That's impossible. Firefly is a favorite, and there's not a chance of them losing. It couldn't be fixed. Jerry must have been killed in some private quarrel.
I sent my reporter back to the paper. There wasn't a single clue to the murder race.
A fixed horse race. The Racing Commission investigates everything. It's not possible.
Well, that might be for me.
Ooh. Hello? Mr. Reed. Oh, just a second. Here you are, sir.
Hello?
Hello, boss. Lowry talking.
Lowry? Is Axford there?
Just came in with the news, boss. He said you wanted me to call.
Anything stirring?
Gentlemen, I'm talking to the police department right now, Lowry. I got him on this other phone.
Okay, Axford.
Boss, Axford's got the police. What about a headline on that? Gotta get Scoop Huntwing to copy.
Hello. Hello, man. How about it? You ain't even got a clue. Ah, suffering snake. What's the police department for? Can you beat that, Tracy? The cops don't know nothing.
Do you?
Huh?
Well, that murder happened almost under your nose.
Well, we couldn't see nothing. There was a fog, Tracy.
Sure, and you have a fog in your mind, too. How do you expect the police to dig up news when you couldn't?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Oh, what do you mean? This is John and Jerry. Get off my desk, Axford. To start spilling Axford while I set up page one.
All right, what lit a fire under you? What did Mr. Reed say?
Did you ever hear of Mr. X?
This murder?
The boss said it's not for publication because it can't be proved yet, but he told me the Rossiter gang's behind that killing.
Racetrack gambler?
Yes, as good a guess as any.
But you said Mr. X was...
Why not? The boss figures the Rossiter mob, and he figures Mr. Rex is behind the Rossiter mob. And, sister, my money says he's right. Come on, Axford, stop mumbling, give. I can't play no cards. Hear me out. Sneaking here. Hey, come on, you guys. Logan, here, Rossiter. I see you give me the high sign. I'm in my office. Just got a phone call from the head man. Who is this, Mr. X, Rossiter? He says he talked to you when you killed Jerry this a.m. Yeah. You didn't see him? No, it's too foggy. He gave me the office to pull the trigger. Okay, forget it. Oh, yeah? No cracks. It don't pay to keep thinking about Mr. X, see? Listen, Rossiter, let me ask you one thing. When you came out of the state pen, right away you built up a gang. You went into prison broke, but you had plenty after. Did you get that dough in prison? Did you get it from Mr. X? Make your own answers. You don't get any from me. Listen, I done murder. I got a right. You're getting paid. Shut up. Now, you ready for orders? Okay. Who knows that Firefly horse? Jerry did. Jerry's dead. Jockey? Bringing a new boy on from the coast. Won't see Firefly till he gets the boot up into the saddle before the race. Yeah, which is the day after tomorrow. So? The Sentinel and all the rest of the newspapers call that murder a personal quarrel, Logan. That doesn't say nothing about maybe it's a gambling syndicate job. It's the anger, Rossiter. Just have it. They got a whole room full of phones behind this other door, Logan. I just give all the boys orders. Listen.
Hey, Chicago, play 10,000 on the nose. What have you got on Yeah. Number one, make it 5G. All right.
You get it? The boys are laying the bankroll on Stingaree to cop the Centralia Stakes day after tomorrow. Rossiter, you gone nuts? Race stewards will be watching. Stingaree can't come close to Firefly. We ain't using dope. You better not. They'll spot it fast. Firefly won't be in that race. Huh? Come on, we'll get down to the garage. I want to show you something. Mr. Rex told me to do it tonight. That means just you and me. That way there won't be no slip-up. Good thing I had you planted at the racetrack, watching all of them. You might never have spotted Jerry making that phone call. We're doing what tonight? Take a gander, Logan. It's a horse race? Yeah, with a horse in it. Well, Rossiter, that horse. That's Firefly. No, it ain't. It is Firefly. No, it ain't, Logan. That's Firefly's brother. Dead ringer for him, huh? Well, swear it was the same horse. Sure.
So would everybody that sees him in a big race. Firefly's a sure winner, Logan. But this horse can't run worth a lick. Now, with him in instead of Firefly, Stingaree wins in a cakewalk. That's what we're fixing tonight. We're going out to the racetrack tonight. We're leaving this horse and we're taking Firefly away. You get it? Mr. Blake, you sure we do wise thing? It's very dangerous coming here to racetrack.
And it's dark. We can stay outside. Stable's dark. We'll leave the car here. Take a look. Cato.
Mr. Blake, what is horse walking for this time, man?
Look, over there.
They've taken in the truck. Mr. Blake, something very strange. We must go after him.
No, Cato.
But Mr. Blake...
This way.
But this way goes the stable, Mr. Blake. What about truck? What about horse?
I want to see Firefly stall.
I don't understand. Oh, it's all right, sir. There's Firefly. He's not been taken away. I'm so much relieved.
Wait a minute, Cato. There's something
Sir,
else.
sir, I told you somebody was at Firefly stall. I see him. He's wearing a mask.
Cato, quick, back to the Black Beauty.
Hurry, go get him. Firefly, you all right, boy? Did they do anything to you? Stop that car. Stop it. It's the Green Hornet. It's the Green Hornet.
Continue our story. In spite of the appearance and the narrow escape of the Green Hornet at the racetrack, the gamblers made the substitution of the horses and got away with a favorite, Firefly. The following morning, at a hideaway far from the racetrack...
Big raw-boned ape. Kick at me and I'll bust you across the muzzle with this whip again. Logan, hey, Logan. Consider. This horse gives me the willies. He's tough.
He don't like me. But what's the difference?
Clip him.
Hey, no, you don't. You gotta put him back after his double loses that race.
Orders from Mr. X, I suppose.
Yeah.
Why not get rid of the nag?
Don't be a dope. Someday they'll find out about that switch. We might call off all bets, start an investigation. Now, this way's better.
The dough all placed.
150,000 so far. Spread all over the country. We'll clean up.
You called on the phone?
Yeah. And you know all that shooting we heard? You know what it was?
Wasn't it us? You're already on our way.
It was the Green Hornet.
Huh?
Yeah, the Green Hornet. He showed up at the stables. They fired at him, but he took a powder.
What's the Hornet mixing in this for?
I don't know.
Is he a pal of Mr. Rex or what?
Search me. But I think I better head for town. I'm going to be on the spot in case there's more dope.
You mean I got to stay out here?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, but I don't like it.
Oh, it's only for a day and a night. Not until tomorrow.
What? What's it? That door was open.
It must have been the wind slammed it shut. Nobody out here.
Yeah, nobody now. But I could swear I saw somebody looking in that door. A little guy with a dark skin and wearing a mask. I tell you, Casey, my theory is that the Green Hornet done that racetrack murder.
Prove it, expert.
Holy crow, I'm going to. Just because the police can't get the answer, that don't mean Michael Ashwood.
Excuse me, Mr. Fitz.
Hello, what are you doing, Mr.
Yeah.
He is in? Well, yes, but he's...
Thank you, please.
Hey, wait, you can't go into Reed's office. He's talking on the telephone.
No, Commissioner, the Daily Sentinel will give you all the help you need.
Mr. Fitz, easy, please.
I'll call you back, Commissioner. Cato, you trailed the band?
That is true, yes. Like you say, I trailed down in Black Beauty. Then I come back this morning early and put car in hiding place. Mr. Fitz, you correct, sir. Gamblers, they steal horse named Firefly. Tonight, we get busy, yes? It's 8 o'clock, Mr. Brett. Now it's time for us to go, yes?
There's been a lot of money bet on the second choice horse in tomorrow's race, Cato. Undercover money.
Horse named Stingaree?
Yes. If Firefly doesn't run in that race, Cato...
Yes, Mr. Britt. It make much money for crooked gambler. Is it not so?
We've got to put Firefly back in that race.
I understand, Mr. Britt. And we must do it without gambler know about it, yes? If not so, then they withdraw all their money.
The car's below.
Black Beauty ready to travel. Should I open sliding panel to go hiding place of car?
The sliding panel opened. Carrying the hornet mask and the gas weapons, Britt Reed and Cato stepped through. Then went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. A passage that led directly to the adjoining building. Seen from the streets, this building looked abandoned, deserted. But within stood the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed crossed the concrete floor, swiftly seated himself behind the wheel of the huge auto. Cato slipped in beside him. The doors slammed, the motor roared. As the great car leaped forward, a section of the wall slid up on oiled hinges, and the Black Beauty rushed into the darkness and the night.
There's place, Mr. Britt.
No lights.
Perhaps one called Rogan has retired for night.
Where was the horse kept?
Barn over this way. The van was inside.
Oh, let's see if...
Mr. Britt, door to stable, it's wide open. Van is gone. I think when I leave here that maybe I was seen. Perhaps Rogan gets nervous. Perhaps he go away fast. Gone. The horse was here. He also gone. What shall we do?
Cato, look, tire tracks. Back to the car. We've got to trail that van. We've got to locate it. Hurry. Heading west, Logan.
Look, Mr. X. Rochester told me to stay there, but I know I seen someone looking in this morning. If you hadn't dropped around, I might have taken that powder anyway.
5 miles further, there's an abandoned farm. Use that.
What about Rochester?
I'll let Rochester know. Careful, you fool. Don't waste time stealing glances at me.
You've got your head full down. Your coat collar turned up. I can't get a good look at you, Mr. X. Here, there's a car. Way behind us, but coming fast.
The car?
Hey, what's the idea?
Getting off here, Logan. I can't afford to be in any trouble.
No,
With your brakes off, get rolling. Lose it. The Green Hornet.
Lose it? That's all I got to do, he says. He got something to release me. Hey, he said the Green Hornet. The Green Hornet. I got to find a place where I can turn off the road. Drive with no lights. I got coming like a street. I can't get any place. Stop. I'll get out. If the wreck can do it, why not? Hey, end of the line, Logan. Don't lose it. It's up right to the truck. Slow down. I'll knock that mask off.
You're asking for it?
I got it. Yes, the wheel. Mr. Britt, that's very narrow escape. Truck go very fast. I see you give him gas.
Take a look at the horse. Firefly. Easy, boy. We're taking you back where you belong.
What do we do with Crook?
Roll him off and leave him at the side of the road.
Yes, sir. Mr. Britt.
Well?
Mr. Britt, truck go very fast. Horse bounce around inside. Maybe when we get him to race, him not so fast anyway. Maybe him lose race anyway, yes?
We've no time to waste. We got to get working fast.
Hiya, Casey. What's this?
Just work, Lowry. Just plain old-fashioned work.
I don't suppose the boss is in.
This early in the morning? Don't be silly.
Oh, it's too bad you're a slave to that typewriter, Casey. Sun is shining, the little breezes are breezing, and your pal Lowry is off to the races.
How come? You're supposed to be a reporter.
The best.
I thought a reporter work. When do you play the horses instead of the news?
Uh-huh. Well, once they go together. Here, my ducats. 3 passes. And that's my assignment. Gunnigan gave it to me just now. I'm covering the Centralia Stakes for the Daily Sentinel.
I'll bet Axford is burning.
He will be when he finds out. You know his job? He's supposed to be watching Rossiter. He covers the crime angle, and I cover the race. I'll tell you all about it, Casey, when I get back.
You won't have to, Lowry.
Oh, boss.
Mr. Reed, good grief, what are you doing in so early? Or didn't you sleep?
Yeah, you do look sort of washed out, boss. You've been out all night.
Lowry, you'll have 2 tickets. Who goes with you? Well, I haven't asked anyone yet, boss. I just got him from Gunnigan. Okay. I'm giving you the day off, Miss Case. You're going to the races. Yes, Cato. Keep talking. I'm alone.
At the racetrack, Mr. Big. I watched Rochester very close.
Does he suspect?
I believe nobody suspects we change horses back to original form, if you please. However, there is still 1 hour before race begins. What can happen?
Logan?
Logan did not yet arrive at the racetrack. It's a long walk from country, yes?
Fine, Cato. Stick around and see that things are going.
Reed, come around and...
Goodbye, Cato. I'll see you later.
You won't have time to see nobody later, Reed. You got to come out to the racetrack. I was just talking to Mr. Wallaby, and I come right in for you.
I thought you were watching Rossiter.
Ah, Rossiter. Fuckers, days. Who gives a hoot about that hoodlum? Wallaby just got to town. He took one look at his horse Firefly and hit the ceiling. Reed, he said it ain't the right horse.
Mr. Reed, I could swear this horse in Firefly's stall is not Firefly. Look, he's got a bruise across his muzzle, a mark from the butt of a whip. I'm positive no one hit Firefly.
That's right. He didn't have it yesterday.
What's the matter, Wallaby? You backing out? You scared your horse won't make a good showing? Anybody can see that's Firefly.
Rossiter, I've heard rumors that you plunged heavily on this race.
Sure. I bet on Stingaree. I think he's going to take it.
This horse couldn't be Firefly.
Looks the same.
Yes, but Firefly had a brother. The same sire and the same dam.
Gosh, maybe this is that other horse. They look just as much alike as two peas.
Fixing your alibis ahead of time, huh, Wallaby? Come on, Wallaby, scratch your horse. Either way, I win.
If this horse isn't Firefly, it doesn't stand a chance. Why should I put my jockey up on a horse that can't run for...
Seventh race, Centralia Stakes. We have 10 more minutes before the mutuals close.
Mr. Wallaby, what are you going to do? We're going to race him, Bobby. It's too late to do anything else.
Firefly was never nervous.
Gosh, Axel, I can't look.
They're ready. They're ready. They're ready.
Get on!
Keep your eyes on Stingaree, Wallaby. Your nag hasn't got a chance.
Get out of here.
Sure. See you at the finish line.
What's the first? Too late.
Hello, Logan. We come down. Hey, what are you doing here?
That's Firefly out there.
What? Are you batty? Firefly's upstate.
Oh, no, he isn't. No more. They got him. He gassed me. I'm on my way to town. You got to call up those bad.
Call them off, will you, dummy? They're at the half already.
At the half is Four Cry by a head. Chickle in second place, right ahead of Stingaree. Then Black Abbott fourth, and Firefly in fifth place.
Well, it wasn't Firefly. I tell you, that horse out there is Firefly.
Get out of my hair, Logan. Touch him out. When this race is over, we'll go out behind the stable. I want to talk to you. Yeah, I want to talk to you. Win, lose, or draw.
At the three-quarter post, Four Cry still in front. Stingaree moving up fast to the inside. Stingaree takes the lead. Stingaree, Four Cry, Black Abbott, Firefly, bunch to the turn.
Expert, Jerry. Remember, you're watching Rossiter. Okay, I'll keep one eye on him and one eye on the race. Come on, Firefly!
Coming up the fast, Stingaree has the rail. Four Cry is, here comes Firefly. He's coming up on the inside. He's coming fast to the inside. Stingaree got his whip. He's driving, but Firefly is closing in. Closing in. Stingaree done it. It's Firefly. Firefly opening again. 2 lengths, 3 lengths. Into first the big line.
So the race is over and Stingaree lost. Stingaree lost and I lose my $150,000. Taken to the cleaner. Ain't that what was for that? Leave Mr. X out of this. Logan, I'm sunk, I'm licked. I had a good mind to tell a cop it was you that murdered that groom. You'd go to the chair.
No, you can't. You go with me. You gave the orders. Listen, I couldn't stop the Green Hornet. He's out after Mr. X. That's
why...
why...
between you and me, get it? The Hornet won't ever get Mr. X. Forget that. But I'm going to choke you within an inch of your life. You're all right for wiping out bums like Jerry, but when it comes to a job with Spade...
No, officers. We heard everything. The law can take care of you now.
You two rats are under arrest for murder.
Perhaps you were listening.
Yeah, mister. You talk too loud.
You both talk too loud.
Hey, Casey, you got a camera? I want to take a picture of those two skunks. It'll look good on page 1.
I brought my camera, Lowry, but don't forget the credit for this story goes to the Green Hornet. Remember that when you write the story.
Just heard the adventure, Murder, Across the Board. These exciting dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit and are sent to you every Saturday at the same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Myron Wallace speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Welcome to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Visit veteransradioministry.com for more videos like this.
Quick and easy, never greasy. It's easy to look trim with trim. Men, you're using your head to get ahead when you groom your hair with Trim Hair Tonic. For Trim grooms hair in a handsome, natural way. Sets you apart as a man who's going places. And Trim does more than merely groom your hair. It's the first and only hair tonic made with pure virgin olive oil, nature's finest hair and scalp conditioner. So Trim conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. Try this amazing new Pepsodent product. Yes, try Trim Hair Tonic. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Come in. Oh, it's you again. Yeah, it's me again, Saint. I told you I'd be back for an answer.
And I told you what the answer would be, McGatt. I like this town. I'm going to stick around a few more days and finish up my business here.
Like I said, Saint, it ain't your business. And the boss has upped the price to $5,000 for you to skip. $5,000, Saint, just to leave town and forget you ever been here.
That's not my price, McGatt.
Well, then what do you want? Go on, make an offer.
I want the man who killed John Daniels.
Daniels? Treasury Department guy?
Yes.
What do you got to do with him?
He was a friend of mine. I want the boy who cut him down, McGarrett.
That is one boy you ain't going to get, Saint.
Oh, the big shot did it himself,
The big shot did it himself.
And then I'll settle for him.
You settle in your grave first. You're going to have to make an awful lot of first downs to step across that goal line, Mr. Templar.
Oh, I've got some trick plays I expect to use. Deception against power. It sometimes works, McGarrett.
I always heard you were a smart pants. I guess I heard wrong. You think I'm tough? Tough enough. Well, just wait till you see what you got to go through before you even get within hard-calling distance of the big shots, Saint. What'll you see? And to top it off, there ain't but two guys in this town even know who he is. Who are the two, McGuire? Goodbye, Saint. Martini and Shaw are the best undertakers. And who are the two guys who know who the big shot is, McGarrett? Don't come no closer, Saint. This gun spits poison. Lead poison. Yeah, that gun looks good on you, McGarrett. It sort of rounds out the picture of what the well-dressed bum is wearing this season. Stay where you are, Saint. I'll show you what the well-dressed snooper wears in this town. A perforated vest. Now keep back there. Keep back Thank you. I'll add this piece of lethal hardware to my collection, McGarrett. And if you don't start the sort of conversation piece I want to hear, you go into my collection, too. I don't know nothing.
I know, but I'm not interested in your lack of formal education. It's the name of two people I'm concerned with.
I don't know. Oh, my arm. Let go of my arm.
The name.
It was a dame. She knew Mr. Pig. The only dame he ever went for.
Dame named what?
Rose Taylor. Let go of my arm.
The other name.
He'll kill me if I tell.
I'll kill you if you don't. The other name.
Al Boston.
Al Boston.
Yeah, go. Let go.
Very well, McGarrett. Rose Taylor and Al Boston.
I warned you, Saint. You ain't scoring against this team. You better get...
I heard you, McGarrett. Now, as my old grandmother used to say, out, bum, out.
Do I know you?
Not yet, Rose.
Not ever.
Come now, Rose. Is it polite to shut the door on a man's toes? I give you my word I'm not a brush salesman. Why, I haven't got a brush to my name.
Then I'll give you one. Scram, mister. I don't like snoopers. Stop pushing you. All right, so you're in. So what do we do now? Dance?
Yes, or sing, perhaps.
You couldn't buy a song from me.
Not even a little song? A man's name?
Who?
The man behind the men behind the guns, Rose. Mr. Important.
That's no small music, mister. That's the whole opera.
Are you afraid of him, too, Rose?
In this town, the best way to stay healthy is to stay afraid. I'm scared of everyone, mister. I'm even as scared of you.
Maybe I should have taken off the pumpkin head when Halloween was over, like the rest of the children.
You've got a bug buzzing inside you, mister. It's going to get you killed unless you stop it from asking the wrong kind of questions. What's your target, anyway?
My target? The electric chair. And I intend to dump my ammunition squarely in it. A man named John Daniels was killed by a man I'm going to meet very soon.
Now, you're dead, mister. You're all dead. All that's needed to make it legal for the buzzards is for you to lie down. Oh, you're dead.
Well, as long as I don't know it, it won't hurt me.
You better go. If anyone knew I was within 10 yards of a guy as red hot as you, mister, they'd burn me down, too. Please go.
Where can I find the big shot?
I never heard tell of any big shot. You're barking up the wrong tombstone, mister.
You're a morbid little girl, aren't you?
Like I said, in this town, death is always looking in on you. Anyone you meet can be the butcher, even you. Now go, I'm scared. What if someone tailed you to me? What if... What's that? You were tailed. You must have got into the fire escape and...
Down, get down.
Rose. You were tailed. You...
Rose. Yes. Yes, I was tailed. Too bad you were the one who had to be tagged.
Well, Mr. Templar, I'm glad you decided to visit the office of the district attorney voluntarily. It does save you the embarrassment of my picking you up, doesn't it?
Yes, Mr. Richards, but it also saves you the embarrassment of trying to pick me up. Why this sudden desire to entertain me, Mr. Richards?
I'm not entertaining you, Saint. I'm holding you for murder.
I repeat, why?
You were in the same room when Rose Taylor was killed.
So?
So the least I can do to uphold my oath of office, Mr. Templar, is to jug you. As, shall we say, a material witness?
It's nice material, Mr. Richards, but it makes a badly fitting suit.
Why was she killed?
Because she was one of the two people who knew the name of your local head crumb bum.
She told you?
I wasn't given enough time to convince her that she should before someone decided it was the 4th of July. But there are other ways to search him out and make sure he keeps his date.
His date, Mr. Templar?
Yes, with the chair that men sit in only once. A certain John Daniels was a friend of mine from childhood. I was a pallbearer at his funeral, Mr. Richards.
And so?
The bullet in his back made his coffin awfully heavy. And it got heavier in retrospect when I heard the district attorney had called the case closed.
I had to close it. I'd gone up every alley, and they were all dead end. There were too many live cases that needed my staff's attention.
I know, so I'm playing it my way. I've gone up the same blind alleys in the past few days. Now I'm in an alley with a freeway at the end of it.
You mean you know who killed Daniel?
Yes, Mr. Number 1, the big shot himself. Now all I have to do is learn his name.
Is that all?
And, of course, take him.
Yeah, I have to lock you up for your own safety.
You should, but you won't. In fact, you can't.
No?
No. Because I took the liberty to do a little press agenting.
You what?
I told the newspapers that I'd be here both today to have a talk and tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to deliver a murderer. The people in this town might not approve of your not giving me the chance.
All right. Until 10 tomorrow. I'll expect you, Mr. Templar, with or without your victim.
I'll be here.
I know you'll be here, Mr. Templar. The only question is, will you be here dead or alive?
Templar. Simon Templar?
Yes, Oh, you startled me. For a moment, I thought you were someone else.
Who, Mr. Templar?
Someone who couldn't possibly walk up to me on the street. Who are you?
Her sister.
Rose Taylor's sister?
The late Rose Taylor's sister, Mr. Templar. But does one call you Saint?
It doesn't matter.
Why did you kill her?
There's only one possible answer to that. I didn't.
I don't believe you. No. Don't reach into that pocket, Saint. Not unless you're completely bored with life.
Bored? Oh, on the contrary. So far, my life with you has been one continual round of excitement.
Next, I suppose you'll suggest we fly away to the cosmos.
Something like that. Only I had the bar up the street in mind as the place to fly away to.
I don't drink with people I don't trust. So let's fly my way. Come. And in case you're thinking of lingering, remember I've got a hand on my pocketbook. And a finger that isn't convinced you didn't kill Rose.
I bet it's a 25 with a mother-of-pearl handle.
You win the bet. It's a small gun, but when the bullets hit, they feel big. Come.
Where are we going?
Someone wants to see you.
And you were delegated to haul me in, a mere girl with a mere 25.
I wasn't delegated, mister. I begged for the job.
I'm flattered.
Don't be. I begged for the job because I was hoping you'd try not to come. Rose was my only sister. Come on, come on.
One more question before I decide whether or not to be shot or hijacked. Whom are we calling on?
Al Boston. I'm his secretary. He wants to see you.
Rest your trigger finger, lady. That's exactly what I feel like doing, too. Hello, Al.
Well, my old buddy, the Saint. I had Jackie bring you over because I want to warn you to lay off, Saint.
The last time you warned me to lay off, Al, you wound up serving time.
Well, I've smartened up, Saint. I don't bite off more than I can swallow no longer. Now, what's making your ear itch?
Who's the big boss, Al?
For how much?
You mean you'll tell for money?
Can you think of a better thing to get paid off in? I told you I've smartened up. I don't squeeze triggers for a living no more, Saint.
Oh, what type of wrongdoing do you specialize in now, Al?
I'm in charge of the big boss's books.
You mean there's penthouse and Cadillac money in that?
Well, that depends on how the books are kept, Saint. I've got a system. I'm the only guy knows who the big boy is. And I'm the only guy knows what his take is. He trusts me like a Siamese twin.
And you repay his trust by robbing him.
It's all in the racket. Like I've been telling you, I've smartened up. Nobody knows it, Saint, but your pal Daniels was here in town on my private invitation.
You mean you sent for the Treasury Department?
Sure. It's like this. The big boy pulls in 7 figures a year on his businesses. And naturally, he don't pay no taxes to Mr. Whiskers.
No, naturally.
There's a fortune to our uncle in back tax stuff. Only our uncle don't know he's got it coming. so I thought he should.
Out of patriotism, of course.
Yeah, out of patriotism. They always treated me so nice in Leavenworth. Out of patriotism and 10%, Saint.
10%?
Yeah. That's what Uncle Sammy's kept me in for helping to catch a tax dodger. Trouble was, the boss got wise to what Daniels was up to and gave him one through the lungs.
Well, how fortunate he didn't get wise to you, Al.
Yeah. But I've smartened up, Saint. I've smartened up.
The package just came out. Feels like ledgers.
Oh, yeah, I've been expecting that, Jackie. I better get into these books right away.
I'm going out. Goodbye, Al.
Goodbye.
Another set of books to juggle, Al?
Yeah, from one of the joints. I better open this up and see which one.
Al, drop it. Get down. Al. Al.
Oh. Like I told you, Saint. I've smartened up.
Yes. You've smartened up, Al. But I'm afraid someone else is just a little smarter.
You are listening to The Saint, starring Vincent Price. Men, here's a tip. Top off your grooming in tip-top style. That's right. Use new Trim Hair Tonic to make your hair look its handsome best. You see, Trim Hair Tonic grooms in a new, natural way because it's the first and only hair tonic made with pure virgin olive oil, nature's finest hair and scalp conditioner. Yes, Trim is Pepsodent's sensational new hair tonic development. Trim Hair Tonic brings you pure virgin olive oil to condition your scalp as it grooms your hair. You can see the olive oil in Trim floating right on top. Just a few quick shakes spreads it completely. So Trim gets pure virgin olive oil right on your scalp, where good hair care starts. Massage for just 30 seconds. Then note how Trim's conditioning action relieves dryness at once, checks loose falling dandruff, leaves your scalp wonderfully refreshed, your hair perfectly groomed. And you'll like Trim's clean, fresh fragrance. The way it's quick and easy, never greasy. Yes, Trim keeps hair looking neat and well-groomed in a handsome, natural way. So try Trim Hair Tonic now and condition your scalp as you groom your hair. We continue now with Vincent Price as The Saint.
Another bourbon old-fashioned, please.
How many do you think it'll take to drown out the explosion in your ear, Jackie?
So you followed me, Snicker. I was afraid you might.
Little girls who don't want to be followed shouldn't wear Chanel No. 5 and strapless evening gowns, and particularly the latter. And they shouldn't carry bombs around, either.
You can't pin that on me.
As long as you're wearing that particular evening gown, I'm inclined to believe you. But you did serve up the bomb, didn't you?
Books. I didn't know the bomb was there. Tell me, Al, is he...
Yes, Mr. Boston is deader than the city he named himself after. There'll be others unless you...
I know all the answers but that one. And even if I did...
You wouldn't tell me.
How right you are. I'm too young to die like Rose did. I'm not in any racket. I don't know it.
It's amazing how few people in this town admit to knowing anything. Must be graft in the public school system.
No. It's fear. The nervous system. The only thing people in this town aren't afraid of is getting arrested.
There have been cities like this before, Jackie. And in 9 cases out of 10, when the local Mussolini was eliminated, the lesser rats scampered off the ship.
It's a big hunk you've bitten off of yourself, Robin Hood. I wonder if you can swallow through. Goodbye.
You leaving? And I was beginning to enjoy our conversation. Also the Chanel No. 5 and everything else.
I noticed you were enjoying yourself. Pleasant memories.
Where are you going?
I'm going to find a safety zone. I'm leaving town. Don't be surprised if you get a postcard with a picture of the Arch of Triumph.
Goodbye, Jackie. And good luck.
You're the one who needs the luck. I hope you get him. Rose was a good kid.
I'll get him.
She was a good kid.
And thanks for the night. Fat tip.
fits. I don't know what you're talking about. Be careful, I can use it.
Well, Mr. Templar, how convenient of the newspaper to keep its reference files open at night.
Are you a professional busybody, or have you an axe to grind, too?
Oh, dear me, I'm not a busybody, Mr. Templar. Nor do I have an axe to grind. Merely a gun to shoot, Mr. Templar.
You know, someday, somewhere, a man will come up to me on a dark street and merely ask me for a light.
I doubt it. I'm afraid your saintly stay in this world of tears and chaos is drawing to its close, Mr. Templar. This time you've poked up the wrong fire. You seem nervous, Mr. Templar.
Who are you?
Does it matter? We'll be acquainted such a short time.
Well, I'd just like to know who it is that I am to come back and haunt.
Very well. I am known to the exceedingly few who know me as the Professor.
The Professor? I've had guns pulled on me by cops, cranks, crooks, and coroners, but I believe you're the very first professor.
I don't mean to disillusion you, Mr. Templar, but I was merely an assistant professor.
Oh, I'm still impressed.
If you don't mind, the car's over there.
After you, Professor.
Please, no jokes. I assure you this is a most serious matter. Come. Here we are. You will get in, please?
Oh, after you. Oh, no, I forgot. You're not in much of a mood for joking, are you?
No. Not unless the joke is mine. Like this one.
Oh.
You hit him just a little harder, boss. You could have saved yourself some bullets. I pay you to drive the car, Stephen, not to offer suggestions.
Okay, boss. Where to, the country?
First, we'll go to the place, Stephen. There are some questions I want Mr. Templar to answer. Questions that may require a soundproof room. Wake up, Mr. Templar.
Oh, so there really is someone like you. I didn't think I deserved that bad a dream.
Bloody but unbowed, eh, Mr. Templar? For a moment I was afraid I might have been a trifle too energetic on your skull.
I hate to boast, Professor, but my skull's been creased before by experts. In fact, it has more treads in it than Goodrich puts in his tires.
Still fond of your little jokes, I see. How unfortunate they must be wasted on me. You see, I'm a humorless man.
So I've noticed.
I brought you here to ask you some questions, Mr. Templar.
You should have warned me, Professor. I'm afraid I didn't come prepared for a quiz.
I have various means of preparing you, Mr. Templar. So to begin, to whom did you describe your suspicions concerning a certain man's identity?
A certain man? You wouldn't be meaning the big man, would you? The head rat?
I have reason to believe you know who he is. Whom have you confided in?
Not prepared, Professor.
Oh. Shall we try the question once again?
Yes, but something tells me you'll never pay me the $64.
Oh. I can't tell you how impatient I am for your answer, Mr. Templar. You see, after you finish talking, I have other things planned for you.
How nice of you to take me, a mere stranger, in tow like this. I must remember to return all your courtesies when you untie me.
Oh, talk.
Certainly. But to the district attorney.
Yes, I read about your boast to emulate the Northwest Mounted by bringing in your man to the district attorney. A pity you won't keep the date. What is it, Stephen?
I thought you might be wanting me for something, boss.
No, Stephen. When I want you... Stephen, the door. How many times must I tell you to keep it closed? You fool. You know how I feel about an open door.
But no bugs came in, boss. There practically ain't any this time of the year anyway.
You tell me, a former professor of entomology?
Assistant professor.
Leave, Stephen. Leave at once before I do something we'll both be sorry for.
Okay, boss, okay.
Fool.
You know, it took me a little time to catch on to your particular type of insanity, Professor, but I see it all now.
Do you, Mr. Templar?
A professor of entomology, eh? The study of insects. And you studied them so hard, Professor, you're cracked.
Silence!
You're not in the classroom now with your students and your specimen bottles, Professor. You're in the big leagues now, in the World Series, Professor. You got to know everything there was to know about insects, didn't you? You knew them so well you became afraid of them.
Shut up!
It is something to get afraid of when you turn your imagination loose on the subject, Professor. When you consider how many millions of insects there are for each human being.
Stop it! I said stop it!
There's a fly on your sleeve,
No!
Professor.
Stop it!
And I think I just saw a mosquito.
I said stop it!
Look, a moth.
No! No! Stop it!
Look over there.
Stop!
Crickets, Professor. Roaches, locusts, spiders. Spiders.
Help!
You'll have to untie me if you want me to help you. You'll have to, Professor. Grasshoppers over there, Professor. And there's a centipede. The ropes, Professor, the ropes.
Yes, I'll tell you. Oh, help me. Help me. There. Now you can save me. Oh, please.
Certainly. The first thing to do is to get all these crawling, sliding things out of your mind. Oh, that's easy. All you have to do is relax. Looks like I'll be able to keep my date with the district attorney after all, Professor. My old grandmother used to say, "Nat to you."
So you kept your word, Mr. Templar. You're here. And alive.
Yes, I'm here. Despite the obstacle course of desperados I've run through since our last little talk, Mr. Richards.
I'm sorry to say I don't see you a prisoner, Mr. Templar. As I recall, you were to dish up the head crumb bum. I suppose you couldn't bring him in.
No, I couldn't bring him in. You see, he already was in.
I beg your pardon?
Don't beg my pardon, Richards. It's the governor's pardon you want, and you know, I don't think you'll get it.
Are you crazy?
No, just slow-witted, it seems. Being a district attorney is a wonderful cover-up for a crumb bum, isn't it, Richard?
You're insane.
Am I?
You sound insane, Mr. Templar. Rushing in here, threatening to kill me, calling me a crook, and demanding money.
Oh, I see.
Of course, I'd be perfectly willing to forget all of these things. And the various other offenses I find it so cozy to dream up. If you'll just quietly leave town and pretend you were never here.
You mean just force from my memory some of the happiest moments of my life, Mr. District Attorney? Oh, no, you're asking too much.
Then it looks as though we've reached a stalemate, Templar. Unless, of course, one of us chooses to get violent.
Once I catch a murderer, Mr. Richards, I leave all further violence to the state executioner.
Once you catch him, Templar. Right now, you seem to be in the disturbing position of the hunter who caught a tiger by the tail. Put up your hands.
Huh? Oh, you mean over my head? Your bug-crazy professor made me keep them at my sides.
Templar, who gave me away?
It was a remark I heard, Mr. Richards. I was told that the only thing in this town people aren't afraid of is getting arrested.
So?
So I checked Mr. District Attorney's record in the newspaper files. You have an abominable batting average, Richards. People, your people, were literally getting away with murder.
Yeah. How clever of you to notice.
You controlled the gang because you could set them free, and so you also controlled the racket.
I know. But you still have to prove your story, Mr. Templar.
Oh, it's already done. I took the trouble to switch on your intercom, Richards. I'm afraid our conversation wasn't very private.
Why, you...
And now, Mr. Richards, our personal business. Before the police get here...
Keep your hands
Richards...
up high.
Certainly. Certainly. Is this high enough? Or shall I raise them higher? So I can reach this chandelier? Have a nice nap, Mr. Richards. I'm sorry I tore up your chandelier, but my old grandmother always taught me to put out the lights before going to sleep.
Our star, Vincent Price, will be back in a moment. If you're a man who's going places, you want to look your best. So try new Trim Hair Tonic. It conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. Yes, Trim's the amazing new Pepsodent product. It's the first and only hair tonic made with pure virgin olive oil, nature's finest hair and scalp conditioner. Ask your barber for a professional application of Trim Hair Tonic. And get a bottle at your favorite toilet goods counter. Ask for Trim. It conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. And now, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was Robert Blair in the 18th century who best expressed the fate of our greedy Mr. Richards when he wrote these words. O cursed lust of gold, when for thy sake the fool throws up his interest in both worlds, he's lost in this, condemned in that to come. I sincerely hope you enjoyed tonight's show, and will be with us again next week for another adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's story of the Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Music was composed and conducted by Bill Fontaine. Vincent Price is appearing by courtesy of Universal International Pictures, producers of Ride the Pink Horse. Stay tuned in now for The Whistler, which follows immediately over most of these stations. And join us again next week at the same time for another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime, brought to you by Trim Hair Tonic. T-R-I-M. Yes, Trim, the first hair tonic with pure olive oil. T-R-I-M. Trim conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair.
T-R-I-M.
Trim Hair Tonic. Quick and easy, never greasy.
It's easy to look trim with Trim.
Wendell Niles speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description. Thank you for being part of our community. Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
You have been listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com. Don't forget to subscribe for more videos.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.